live stream for a tornado warning that's now in effect for portions of western Massachusetts, northwest Connecticut. I'm going to take you to the imagery in just a moment here. For those, we are waiting for this to patch through on our live stream across our weather network, which can be reached at 1degreeoutside.live. I'm just waiting for that to show up, and once that's come in through that network, we will take it away from there. Hopefully we get patched through there. Regardless, this is now for northwestern Litchfield County in Connecticut, and also when you get across western portions of Massachusetts. So why don't we go ahead and take you to the imagery and show you what's going on here. I'm going to switch over to the graphics so you can get a feel for it. This is the tornado warning that's been issued for the storms that are coming out now of eastern New York, making their way out of Pine Plains and coming in towards Sheffield, Massachusetts. Again, a tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service for this area. We can go ahead and put it on for you so you can get a little bit better view. And what I'll end up doing is zooming in so you can get a good feel for exactly where the storm is. What this means is that a tornado has been indicated on radar. It's a pretty good indication that's been coming on radar for that matter as well. So certainly in this particular instance, you want to be sheltered indoors down in the basement or the lowest level of your home. That is the best and safest place to be. With regard to what we're expecting with this storm, it has already had a history of rotation, and we know that that history of rotation continues, or the rotation continues with the storm certainly. So that is something that we're very much on guard for and getting you down in the basement to be protected from, so that you can stay safe from this thing. So what I'm going to do here in just a moment is I'm going to try and see if I can get this moved onto my screen so I can actually go ahead and make some changes with you, and we can actually see what's going on in the radar. Let me go ahead and switch sources, and what I'll do next is I'll actually swing us over to the WSV3 imagery so you can see that. There we go. This one I'll be able to go ahead and zoom right in for you and give you a good clear view of exactly where the storm is and where it's heading. So you can see Route 44 down at the bottom of your screen, Route 54 down up toward the top of the screen and the top of the tornado warning. This is the tornado warned storm. You can see the overall motion continuing to be off to the east-northeast and expected to cross just north of Canaan and make its way across Route 7 and 7A in southwestern portions of Massachusetts. So Route 183 would be in the path of this storm as well. This storm, if I switch over to what's going on the National Weather Service radar out of eastern New York State, you get a good view for it. Let's see if I can get swung over and give you a feel for what's going on out of the Albany radar, because right now we're looking at it out of the Massachusetts radar, which is fine, but it'd be nice to get a little bit better view out of what's called KENX. It's the Albany, New York radar that gives you a better kind of imagery for western Massachusetts. So here's where your storm's located. You can actually see that there is a bit of an S shape that shows up there at the center of it. And so right at the middle of that S shape, right where you see that little orange triangle, that's where we're talking about what has been the center of rotation with the storm, and this is where it continues to move off to the east-northeast, and where we expect it to cross the state line into the northwest border of Connecticut and southwest border of Massachusetts very shortly. So what I'll do for you here is a couple different things. One thing I want to do is show you what's happening inside the storm. We'll go to storm relative velocity and see if we can get that to pop up. There we go. So the rotation now in the latest scan has just crossed over the border. So what you're looking at here is where the green and the red meet. That's where you're concerned about tornadic rotation. Now there is a little bit of separation here, so questionable as to whether or not you still actually would have a tornado that's on the ground. But when you get on the south side of this, you can see where you've got what we call gate-to-gate shear. That gate-to-gate shear now is making its way out of Route 22 and coming up on 41. This would be in the northwest corner of Connecticut. You've got about 7 minutes. You can see the countdown that shows up there at the cursor where I've got it. If I go right up to the the Mass Connecticut border at Route 41, you get about 10 minutes and counting until the center of rotation would reach your location. Although you can see the latest scan coming in, we may be down to less than 10 minutes now. So in this particular area, we want to make sure that you are down in the basement at the lowest level of your home if you don't have a basement. That is going to be the most important thing for you to do, is get sheltered away at this point, because the center of rotation at the middle of this storm continues to move off to the east-northeast, and it's coming up toward Route 41. So that's going to be an expected kind of continued track off to the northeast. You can see, too, that we've got the tornado warning that's extended farther off, up 57, and up Route 7 and 7A for that matter as well. So in all these areas, you want to make sure that you're tucked in, away from windows, but in the lowest level of your home, the basement being the safest place that you could be as this one comes through. Go ahead and we get a new scan every 60 seconds or so. we don't get tornado warnings often in New England, so it's important that I at least let you know what this means, which is that either you've had a tornado spotted or you've had what has been right now a radar indicated tornado. So when you get a tornado spotted, a lot of times you'll get this to go over to what's called a confirmed tornado warning. If you get that confirmed tornado warning, the way we program things here, you will see that we've got a little bit different coloring that'll pop up. It's going to have some stripes with it. It's going to have some motion to it. At this point, that's not the case. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Maximum hail size to 1 inch out of this storm is the expectation. Of course, damaging wind is always a concern and a potential for us as well. And that is always going to be something that we're going to be watching for. Here's another view for you. And you can see that center of the storm as it crosses over and makes its way right over the state line now and continues to make its way into portions of western Massachusetts. See if we can get reestablished here with the other radar connection that I had for you so you can get a little bit better look at that. There we go. See if I can pull that back up on the screen for you. There, you got it already. Fantastic. So again, this is going to be western Massachusetts, the Sheffield area, but really the southwestern corner of the Commonwealth. This is going to be the area that is under the gun right now and is dealing with the tornado warning. You've got a rotating storm that's produced enough tight rotation on radar to warrant a tornado warning issued by the government. And this means that you want to be sheltered indoors, away from windows, but really basement of the home is where we need to be. If you don't have a basement and you live along Route 7 and you have a neighbor who is the next house over and you know their home, yes, we could get up in there and you've got enough time at Route 7 to do that. Route 41, that window is closing because the storm is coming in fast. These are fast movers. The overall motion on these storms has been significant, on the order of about 40-45 miles per hour on some of these cells as they come in. Obviously, that makes a real kind of short window in terms of prep time here. With regard to where it's headed next and who we're looking at next, it'll be coming in on top of. What I can do is I can add in some tracks for you here. We'll do a little bit of a storm track. Oops, there we go. We'll clear that out. And our storm track on this one, there we go. So, essentially we're coming in just south of Great Barrington. We're going to come right over 183. I can swing you back over and we'll take a look together at what's happening with regard to the storm relative velocity. And there we go. We're starting to see a little bit of what we call range folding here. That tells us that we've got a really strong wind that's going into this storm. So we continue to see signs that this is most certainly likely a tornadic storm. It's going to come just south of Mount Washington, Massachusetts, just south of Mount Washington, Mass. So for those of you not familiar with the area, Mount Washington is a small town in southwestern portions of Massachusetts. You've got the thunder and lightning in on top of you already. The center of rotation will be making its way over 41, coming in just to your south. See if I can get myself swung over here and get a different radar view for you. All right, great. Good. Let's put it back up where, there we go. All right, now we'll go ahead and we'll take the view. We'll shift it off a little bit farther to the north here. Let's go back to our home view. There we go. Now we're looking straight up, and we'll come in a little bit tighter. So this is going to be your area where the center of rotation is heading. At this point, there's your towns and times. Sheffield at 2:05. New Marlborough at 2:16, Monterey at 2:19, Sandusfield at 2:23, and Tyringham at 2:24. Right now, I'm just doing a little bit of troubleshooting here. I would love to get this up also for folks on our live stream channel, but we're having a little bit of issues with that. So I'll get to that here and see if I can fix that on the fly and see whether we can get that working. I'm not sure why that hasn't triggered yet for the actual weather channel itself over at 1degreeoutside.live, but I'm going to work on that right now. Let's see if I can swing that over. There we go. All right, so that's we've made the swing there, so we should be now live on the weather stream as well. So for those of you that are watching on the weather stream and we're waiting for this coverage, I'm with you now. I apologize for the delay in getting it over. We are following a tornado warning that is in effect for southwestern Massachusetts at Sheffield, New Marlborough, and Monterey. This storm has just crossed the state line. It's just coming out of New York. The towns and times are on the screen for you there. Lee at about 2:25 this afternoon, we expect arrival. If you are not watching on our full stream that we have, you can find it, and I've got this live stream going now. You'll find it at 1degreeoutside.live. You can find it if you're on a smart TV by opening up the YouTube app and searching for the number 1 Degree Outside Weather Network, or you can watch it at the top of our app. But nonetheless, this is going to be the next about 30 minutes or so are the time when the center of this storm is going to cross Route 7. Should come almost right over Sheffield. So Sheffield, Massachusetts, we're tucked down in the basement, and that is where we want to stay as the storm comes on through. Again, tucked down in the basement, and that's where we want to stay as the storm comes through, all the way from the state line running in through Sheffield. Let's see if I can swing this over. There we go. You can see the hail size estimate about 1.75 inches. So this is a substantial storm, to say the least. If you're just joining us, tornado warning in effect for Berkshire County. You're in it at Canaan, Connecticut, in northwest Connecticut, but the center of rotation is coming just off to your north now. Let's swing over to the storm relative velocity, and there you go. There's the center of the storm, and there's your center of your tornadic rotation as estimated by our radar. So it's just about to come over Route 7. Ashley Falls, you're going to be in the path of this one as well. Again, what you're seeing on your screen, that kind of a circle that you see in there, that is the indication from our system that there is a very clear tornado signature that's showing up in here. That also, of course, is what the National Weather Service has seen, and that's also what you're seeing with the red and green that are right next to each other. I would make the case that really it's this entire area that's from the Mount Washington area all the way down through Sheffield and into Ashley Falls that needs to be in the basement here. You are all in a tornado warning. This thing will be crossing Route 7 very shortly, within the course of about the next 5 minutes or so, probably less. We get updates to these scans about every 1 minute or so, every 60 seconds. Okay, so now we're starting to see what's coming in here. This is now a hook echo that is developed, and let's see if we have any debris signature that shows up on here. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can remove that tornadic signature off of the screen. There we go. So although we're not seeing signs of debris yet that have been lifted up into the sky, we are absolutely seeing signals that we have a very strong rotating cell that's now coming over Route 7 and is very likely to be producing a tornado in here. And that's why the tornado warning continues. What I'm looking at here is this area is where you've got your inflow notch coming into the storm. All right, so your center of rotation is tucked right in the center of that notch. So one of the things that we can do is, if I turn off the telestrator for you here, what we can do is we can actually zoom in a little bit more and see just where that notch is located. And again, that's coming up toward Route 7 right now. You can see you've got lightning around it, but it's not entirely rain wrapped. So it is quite possible that we're going to be talking about some reports that start coming in from folks who are actually able to see a funnel. And we'll keep an eye out for that. I'm keeping an eye on the updates as I get them that are coming in too. We are getting reports of trees down. Not a surprise about that. Cheshire, Massachusetts, one of the spots that we have trees that are reported to be down now as well. Looking at some of the chat messages that you have coming in. If you are watching this, you're able to join in on the chat at any point. If you're watching on our continuous stream, you may not see the chat there. But if you're watching on the live stream, and you can find that on all social media platforms and on YouTube as well, you'll be able to see the chat there. You can also go to livestream.1degreeoutside.com for a chat window there. Here's the latest on the tornadic signature. Towns and times now on your screen. Sheffield 2:07. So now is the witching hour just south of Sheffield along Route 7. And then we're going to go into New Marlborough, Monterey, Sandusfield between now and 2:21. Tyringham at about 2:26. Otis at 2:28. And Lee, Massachusetts at about 2:30. Ann, welcome aboard from Rutland. Ken, thank you very much. To anybody who's in on the chat right now, I have a lot of you on Facebook. We are streaming live on Facebook. If you know folks who are in Western Massachusetts, let them know. They can either come watch here where you're watching, or they can go right over to 1degreeoutside.live, or if they want to watch it on their TV, open up the YouTube app and do a search for 1 Degree Outside Weather Network. They'll be able to see it there. Center of rotation now is just coming between Sheffield and Ashley Falls. We want to be sheltered down in the basement. I'm going to go ahead and get you over to the storm relative velocity so you can see exactly what's happening. Where the red and green come together, that's the center of rotation. I get updates on this every 60 seconds. You're watching it live. As I get the updates, you will get the updates as well. If we do there we go. There's the new scan has come in every 60 seconds. It's now crossed Route 7. New Marlboro, you're up next. Center of rotation is crossed Route 7. If you live at Route 7 or back behind, you probably have damage, but nonetheless, you're going to be able to come out of the basement. You are in the clear now along Route 7 in areas southwest of Route 7, running across the Connecticut border. You are still in a tornado warning, but you're in the clear now. You are not in the clear to the north and east of Route 7. We are in the basement from Mill River to Southfield and New Marlboro. We're getting ready for the center of rotation that's on approach. The storm has confirmed rotation inside of it. We do not have a confirmed tornado touchdown. Let's swing over to the debris indicator. I don't see any signals of debris right now. What I'd like to do is loop this over the last 15 minutes. We did see signals of debris briefly. Look at that. You can see out in eastern New York, right at the state line, that blue circle that you see, and I'll go ahead and I'll circle it in blue for you so you see it a little bit better. This is where we definitely had debris lifted in the sky. We had a tornado touchdown, quite likely there, because what was happening is the radar was picking up on non-meteorological particles. That's usually either pieces of tree or pieces of debris. You're not seeing that currently, so chances are good that at least for the moment, you've had this thing lift off the ground and you're not talking about still more damage done out of a tornado. But there's still certainly A, could be straight line winds that are happening with it. And B, these things cycle. So what you see is you'll see it come down in intensity and build back up in intensity. We still have a really well-defined notch to this thing just over Route 7 and moving northeast now. And you can see, I'm going to circle it for you. That's where the notch is. It's not entirely rain-wrapped in terms of the fact that you do have a lighter rain out ahead of it. So there's a chance that you'd see a funnel, but I wouldn't go ahead and go outside. I'd get down in the basement. That's the safest and best thing that you can do. New Marlboro, you're going to be next in the path of this. David says on chat, you got family in a Greenfield, Massachusetts area. David, go ahead and text them and tell them that we're going to be on. We're not going to come down as long as this tornado warning is up, all right? We're going to make sure that we stay with it. Scarborough, Maine, Susan, welcome aboard. We're going to take care of you in Maine as the storms develop as well. But right now, of course, we're focused on the tornado warning that remains in effect until 2:30 this afternoon for the southwestern corner of Massachusetts. If this thing continues to cycle up, so if it gets back to the point or continues to the point where it's got tight rotation, you will see a new tornado warning that will continue out toward Otis as well. So here is the center of rotation. Towns and times updated for you just to make sure you've got the latest. If you're just joining us now on the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network, I don't know where you're watching. We're in so many places. You could be watching on the app. We did a push notification on that. We are on every social media platform going live. We are on YouTube. You could do a search for 1 Degree Outside Network, and I specifically suggest that for folks who are at home. You can watch on your television. Do a search for 1 Degree Outside Network in the YouTube app. It will pop right up, and you'll be able to watch it there. On the web, it's 1degreeoutside.live. So we now have hail estimates that continue to come in. Let's swing over the radar and give you a better idea of what the estimated hail core is with this as well. You can see that the hail has been continuing through Sheffield. Let's see, I see Danielle just pulling in with the girls now, so you'll hear the dog barking in the background in just a moment. But nonetheless, I go from home because we're talking about generator coverage here. So if we lose power, we can stay with you. The office doesn't have that over at our main studio. So now we'll zoom in a little bit more. There's your hail core. So your hail core is separated from the center of rotation. So around Sheffield, Massachusetts, you're going to end up with the hail coming down big, but you're not under the center of rotation. Center of rotation is right where you see this kind of purple icon that shows up, right where the green and red meet up, headed over Mill River. Mill River, Southfield, and New Marlboro, we are staying tucked in the basement because this is your time. This is when the center of rotation is coming overhead. There it is. It continues to be well indicated. You continue to have a strong indication of rotation where this red and green couplet is showing up on radar. Again, right now this is a radar indicated tornado. We did get what was debris lofted into the air across the right across the New York state line. That is very likely going to end up being confirmed confirmed as a tornado when a storm survey is done. But right now we're dealing with what it is, the moment at hand. And the moment at hand is that we have radar indicated rotation capable of dropping a tornado at any point from Mill River to Southfield and into New Marlborough as well. Again, this tornado warning remains in effect until 2:30. Sandusfield, you're going to be up next all the way up to Otis and Monterey. Monterey, you could end up on the north side of the rotation given the motion of it right now. It's been going a little bit, basically due northeast. So if it continues that, you may end up on the north side, but anytime you're in a tornado warning, you want to be tucked indoors away from windows and at the lowest level of your home. So if you do have a basement, that's where you want to be right now. If you do not have a basement, if you are in a mobile home, a trailer, and you have a neighbor nearby, you don't have time in New Marlborough to get there most likely unless they are literally next door, because there's the new 60-second scan, and this thing is already coming into Mill River and about to come into Southfield. So with all the lightning around, if you have a neighbor directly next door, that's a safe thing you could do. Other than that, you want to stay in toward the center of the lowest level of your home. Folks say, can you get into a bathroom? Is that a safe place that you can be? And the answer is yes. You can get into the tub. That is a safe place to be because it's got the piping that's around you. I would rather you be in the basement. If you don't have a basement, then that's one thing you could do, is you could go into the tub. One thing I'm noticing here, if we zoom the view out, and by the way, if you do need to go into that safe place, if you're in one of these towns that we're monitoring and telling you to get in the basement, take me with you. You could take me with you via the app. You could take me with you via the website if you need to at onedegreeoutside.live is the continuous stream. So you're able to do that. But take me with you because I'm going to stay with you and I'm going to let you know when you're in the clear. We are also looking right now at a whole lot of cloud-to-ground lightning and large hail coming down at Sheffield. The hail estimate out of Sheffield is 1.5 inches. But you are north of the rotation. Again, rotation just about to come over New Marlborough. Let's zoom the view out a little bit because I do want to set the stage a little in terms of this. What we're seeing now is not nearly so classic of a tornado signature showing up on the regular reflectivity. You remember I was showing you the notch that was showing up on radar. That was where the inflow was, where the rotation was. We're no longer seeing that still showing up. That's a good sign. It's a sign of maybe stepping back a little bit in its intensity. The other thing we're starting to see is a little bit of a spacing showing up between the red and the green. That also is a sign that the rotation may be trying to open up just a little bit. And what I mean by that is getting a little bit broader and a little bit less in terms of what you would need for tornado development. But you do still see, and I'll circle it for you here on the imagery, that you still have gate-to-gate shear, or what is, in other words, red and green air rotating tightly that's on the south side of the storm and headed up towards Sandusfield. So you are on the eastern edge of this tornado warning. You should remain in the basement in Sandusfield. Looks like New Marlborough, a blast of straight line damaging wind is coming in. The rotation may go just south of the center of New Marlborough, but it's still coming over your area, so sheltered in the basement is still the safest place that you could be overall. Sandusfield, the sky is starting to darken. Let's go back over to the regular radar imagery for you so you can get a better feel for where we're at. And you can see the rain is just now about to start at Sandusfield. Isolated big fat drops coming down. But nonetheless, this is going to be the path of what is left of the rotation. New estimate coming in. Yeah, so okay, this is your, when you look at this, just to give you an idea of what I'm looking at and what I'm showing you here, when you see in that left-hand box BTI of 5.0, that's a Barron tornado index. So we use a Barron system, and they are very good with severe weather algorithms. And when you start to see a Barron tornado index of 5, that's an indicator that you have still very strong tornado signature showing up inside the storm. We do have the updated times that are showing up here on the screen for you. Otis at about 2:29 on the center of rotation. Beckett at about 2:38. At this point, I think what we're looking at here is as this thing starts to what we call cycle and starts to come through again, I want to switch over to the Boston radar and see if out of Boston I can get a little bit better view for us. Let's zoom it out just a little bit. Looks like, there we go. So there's my Boston radar view. Our Albany radar view is probably a little clearer. Let's stick with that for the time being. This is still on the Albany radar view, and for Western Mass, obviously that's a little closer. We are still seeing, and I'll circle it for you here, a little bit of that notch showing up, and that is, again, headed right towards Sandusfield. So that is absolutely the center of your rotation right now. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more for you. It's coming out of Southfield, and here it is ready to move out towards Sandusfield and Montville. So you're down in the basement still. I'll swing you back over now to the storm relative velocity. Yep, you still have your rotation that's showing up in here too, don't you? So that continues to be something that we know is still producing enough to warrant a tornado warning. If it continues to show this kind of signature, the tornado warning will have to be extended out toward Blandford across Route 8 and through Otis. This is too strong of a signal if it continues to not extend the warning. So just so you know, I think Otis, Blandford, you're probably going to be next up here. I'm monitoring the chat too. If you are watching on any of the social media platforms or the independent live stream at YouTube or livestream.onedegreeoutside.com, you can take part in the chat there. You don't have the chat, obviously, if you're watching on your smart TV, or actually, you may. That is a possibility. You may have the chat feature, some of you, on your smart TV. Everyone's got something set up a little bit differently. Let me monitor the chat. I'm going to swing you over to the more conventional radar while I monitor the chat here, too, just so you can watch it come in. Again, we are still remaining down in the basement in Sandusfield. We are now in the clear when we get to southwest of Southfield. So basically, from East Sheffield to Mill River, you are behind the rotation, but it is blowing hard in terms of the straight line wind, and trees are still coming down back behind this thing with the straight line wind feeding into the back of it. So I'd love you to stay sheltered indoors and away from windows here as this comes by. There's also a good amount of lightning. But now is the time for Sandusfield. Stratham, New Hampshire, you just got dark real quick. I will take a view on a bigger view in just a moment for those of you in other parts of New England. Obviously, the tornado warning is taking full precedence here. But if we do zoom the view out a little bit more, you can see that we've got isolated cells now already cropping up in central Mass and Worcester County. You've got a strong cell down in Litchfield County. That may warrant a tornado warning before long. We'll take a look at that in a moment. You've got the isolated cells. There you are in southeast New Hampshire. Quick look at the gray main radar. Shows you that you've got a number of cells that are cropping up now around the Lakes region, running down to Loudon. And then also when you get just inside or just inside of I-95, or I guess outside of I-95, is where we're still talking about it. Okay, new tornado warning has just come in. This is going to be for Franklin County. So this is what I was talking about, that extension. New storm. Let's go ahead and take you over. So we have a second storm now prompting a tornado warning, and there it is. So this tornado warning now is in effect for the storm over Savoy. Savoy is just behind the rotation. Let's go over to the storm relative velocity. And this is a very small one right now. Let's see, this is the Albany one, right, out of storm relative velocity. Yeah. Let's see, I can swing over to the Taunton view and see if it's not a lot different. This is a very small one, but what's happening is I get this. This is a preemptive warning because the concern is when you get a setup like this, these things are zipping along. And so we're talking about something that can ramp up very quickly. So you start out with what is what appears to be weak rotation, but within a matter of 60 to 120 seconds, you've gone all the way back up to what is full-scale rotation. So that is why you're getting that early kind of call on what's happening with the tornado warning there. Meanwhile, still very strong rotational signatures coming into Sandusfield. We absolutely need to be tucked in the basement in Sandusfield. Otis, you'll be up next. There is no tornado warning yet for Otis. There will be at this rate. Otis down through Route 8, and then coming down across East Otis, Cold Spring, West New Boston, and New Boston. Technically not in the tornado warning. You will be. Oh, there we go. It just got extended. All right, we just had the extension now of the tornado warning until 2:45, now including those areas from West New Boston and New Boston, Massachusetts, up through East Otis and then running up through Otis. You are now in a tornado warning as well, as what is a very well-defined kind of rotational signature continues to work toward you. Let's check for debris. We don't currently have debris. We did get a debris signature showing up. What you'd be seeing is a blue bullseye that would show up at the center of this thing if we had a significant amount of debris lofted into the air. It looks like we do not have that at this point. Here's your times and towns and times of arrival. We're talking about Otis at 2:26, Beckett at 2:38, Chester at about 2:38. Although some of this is out ahead of that already. That's kind of like the center of the storm. The rotation runs a little ahead. So that would be your latest times of arrival, the way I see it right now. That other tornado warning, let's check in on it. This is the one that was coming out of Savoy and headed up toward Charlemont and Heath and Coleraine. Let's get the latest velocity on this one for you. Yep, so you still have, are we looking at Taunton on this one? Yes, we were. I'd like to get the Albany view. Okay, so this one is not quite as tightly wound. I don't know that you have imminent tornado going on here. Debris signature not showing up with it. Boston debris signature. No indication on that as well. So this one here is more of a preemptive warning, and here's why. Just over the course of the last 2 minutes now, we've started to see a ramp up in this rotation. So now heading into Hawley, you've got pretty well-defined rotation that's starting to tighten. The concern is these storms are not waiting today. There you go. There's the latest scan. Every 60 seconds we get a new one. It continues to ramp up. So this is tornado warning is for Hawley, Charlemont, all the way out through Coleraine and Heath. You are in the basement or lowest level of your home. You want to be tucked away from windows, no matter what floor or story that you're on. Yeah, notice as this thing starts to ramp up, look what just happened. We just got a jump in the rotation, right? This happens in the early phase of a fast-moving storm. You tend to see the rotation scoot off to the east and northeast as the storm is forming. So that's what we have headed for Hawley. Downtown Hawley, center of Hawley, we want to be tucked indoors away from windows. New tornado warning coming in. Let's see where this one is for. If I can go ahead and... Okay, Hampton County, Mass. We'll go ahead and take a view out here and get a better view. I want to switch over to the regular radar. Here we go. Okay, there's that extension. That's the extension of the tornado warning that I told you would likely be coming up, right? So you're seeing that now for Russell, for West Hampton, for Southampton, all under a tornado warning. This is because the signature just has not gone away with any of this. So that is the need then, is to issue the updated tornado warning. And that's what you see now for western Massachusetts. This takes us right up to the I-91 corridor and the Pioneer Valley. Now under a tornado warning as the storm continues to move its way off to the east. Doing a couple of things here at the same time while I also check out on social media to see where we're at on that. I want to make sure that our live stream has gone out on all of our social media channels. It looks like it has. Good. I'm glad. If you are watching us on social media right now and you are at your house and you have a smart TV, you can open up the YouTube app and do a search for 1 Degree Outside Network, the number 1 Degree Outside Network, and watch this on your TV. We also have a link at the top of our 1 Degree Outside weather app and also 1degreeoutside.com. We have a link right to the stream there as well. Let's go back over to the storm relative velocity, still indicating now that we've got good rotation showing up here at the center of the storm. I'll go to switch over to the Albany storm relative velocity. Looks like Sandusfield's got the rotation over you right now. Definitely a better view out of the Albany radar. It makes sense. It's a little bit closer in. But Sandusfield is directly under the center of rotation. Next up is going to be the Route 8 corridor north of Route 57 from New Boston to Cold Spring and out to East Otis. Folks, if you're watching right now, we can be viewed anywhere. Make sure friends and family know that they can find us here. I'm not going anywhere, and one of the nice things here is that we cover all of New England. So we are covering western Massachusetts and central Massachusetts now. We absolutely will follow these as they move farther east. So there is one source for your continuous coverage of these storms as they march across New England, and that would be here. I'm seeing that we have another rotating storm developing in northwestern Massachusetts headed toward Montague. Let's get back over. Yeah, there it is. So what's happening is, isn't this something? You're going to need to get a new tornado warning. We're going to have a new tornado warning issued for Conway. Notice Conway lays outside of the tornado warned area. That rotation, and it does become like a game of whack-a-mole on a day like today. That rotation is weakening, but bam, here's your new rotation at Conway, Massachusetts. It's taking off. So I want you tucked down in the basement in Conway. We need to be. Ashfield, Conway, basement. You don't have a tornado warning, but you do from us. I'm sure it'll be out momentarily from the government because that thing is ramped up really fast in terms of its overall rotation. So we're going to go ahead and be in the basement at Conway. Now, I will say that if I look at this purely analytically, one of the things I would say to you is coming on the south side of Ashfield towards South Ashfield, there is still separation between that rotation. So I don't know that you have a tornado that's actually dropping at this point or a funnel that's dropping at this point, but I know that the way these have been spinning up, that you are in just as much of a risk zone as South Hawley, which is under the warning. So I really, please, if you're watching us or you know folks in Ashfield, South Ashfield, Conway, Bardwell, Shirkshire up to Baptist Corner, let's get down in the basement. Let's be proactive on this one here because if that continues to ramp the way it's looking, we're going to end up with a new tornado warning out of that. Again, here is the big kind of beast in town. You've got the big wrapped up storm. Here's what's going on with this storm and why I think it's so important to take it very seriously, not only because you've got a tornado warning with a center of rotation just coming over Route 57 over West New Boston, but also because you've got this huge blast, and you can see it on velocity, of such straight line wind coming in behind it in South Sandusfield, and a huge blast of straight line wind coming in through Cold Spring. So you got to figure that means there is a huge area that is subject to straight line damaging wind, both on the inflow and on the downdraft of this thing. So it's especially on the downdraft on the south side that you tend to get the blast. So New Boston south to Roosterville and Skyland, you are in the tornado warning. And even if when you get down to Skyland, down to Camp Spruce Hill and Tolland Center in Mass, even if the center of rotation goes to your north, there is going to be significant damage done out of this storm. So it's very important that we continue to get that for you as well. Just checking some of the damage reports to see what we have here. We are always monitoring and watching for what's happening with latest reports. Old Beckett Road, we've got a tree that's come on down now as well. All right, tree down on Old Beckett Road. What else do we have here? That's where we're at. So, okay, we'll zoom the view out a little bit more. And again, Route 8 corridor now. This is going to be your area that you're going to be very concerned with. Cold Spring, East Otis. You're under the tornado warning. Rotation is about probably 60 seconds from you. Blandford, Russell, Montgomery, Westfield, Southampton, Huntington. Storm is making its way in your direction, so you're going to be up next, and you do want to, now is the time to get down either into the basement, or if you do not have a basement and you're in Russell, Montgomery, Huntington, Southampton, Westhampton, and you have neighbors who do. It's not one of these things where you're going to want to take the time to drive across town. But if you have neighbors who do have a basement, that is an option for you still. You are far enough ahead of the rotation that you have time. It is a very different story for folks right now in Blandford, where the lightning has come in on you. This is the time to get in the basement. And if you don't have a basement at the lowest level of your home, away from windows, that is the other place you want to be, toward the center of the home. The bathroom can be a safe place. The bathtub can be a safe place. Watching for my parents in Hadley. Jill, thank you. Let them know if they have internet, 1degreeoutside.live. And they will be at 1degreeoutside.com is our web address, 1degreeoutside.live. And they'll be able to watch this right there on the computer. That'll take it right to it. When do you think it'll hit the Merrimack Valley? Jessica, I would say right now what we're talking about is you get scattered storms in the Merrimack Valley, but you probably, what are we at, 2:30? You've probably got until about 5 o'clock, 4:30 or so before that main line comes in. What's happening is the line itself is moving slower to the east than the storms are to the northeast. So it's going to take a little bit more time for that to make its way all the way in with that line that's producing the tornado-warned storms. You do have other storms out ahead of it, and one thing I would caution for the Merrimack Valley and the Route 2 corridor is that any of these storms are working with enough instability in the atmosphere that they could become what we call discrete cells, storms all by themselves that can develop rotation. So I would say that your threat time in the Merrimack Valley and in southeastern New Hampshire and northeastern Mass begins now. However, it really reaches its pinnacle as we get toward about 4:30 or 5 o'clock later on. I hope that helps. Let's see, we have Sturbridge, very good, welcome aboard. Marianne, you remember watching AC the other day, the Worcester tornado? Yes, yeah, they wanted me to go to a commercial. You're right. And I said I wouldn't. I don't have to do that now. Hey, all right, so we don't have to worry about commercials today or ever again. So we'll stay with you constantly here as these storms continue to move east. We have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect in western portions of Connecticut. I expect that to convert perhaps to a tornado warning soon. I'll show you that in a second. Thoughts on Portland, Lewiston corridor and timing. All right, here's what I'm going to do for some of our timing questions. Let me see if I can get us swung over. And for those of you, before I do, those of you that are in the tornado warned area, I want to make sure that I keep you abreast of exactly what's happening. So I am going to swing over to the storm relative velocity. Let's see if we can get that out of Albany for Western Mass. Yeah, we've still got some good rotation that's showing up in two spots right now. Ashfield, you're now behind the rotation. You can come out of the basement. Shirtshire to Bardwell, up to Shelburne. We want to remain down in the basement. Buckland running through Shelburne Falls. You want to remain down in the basement. This is along the Route 2 corridor. That is your safest place to be. You've got two rotation centers that are headed up in your area right now. So if you're in any of those spots I just mentioned, that's critically important. We still have a tremendously strong tornado signature now showing up directly crossing Route 8, and it's just come out of New Boston. New Boston, you're still blasting straight line wind on the downdraft, the air that's coming out of the south side of the storm. But the center of rotation now is continuing just to move over Route 8, and it's up over Belden Road next, Schoolhouse Road, Amos Case Road, and Otis Road. You are all imminent for rotation to move directly overhead. I'll switch to the debris, and we'll see if there's anything that's been lofted in the sky in terms of strong signatures of debris. There is not right now. Let's see if there is with that northern tornado warning. Not right now for that one either. But again, I would caution you that we did see debris signatures showing up at the Mass New York border with this thing when it came through, and it's the same cell, and it's still showing very strong rotation signatures. So Russell, you're going to be up next. Russell to Huntington, we want to be tucked down in the basement. You are in a tornado warning. That is the highest level of alert for these, and we still are seeing a very strong, what we call mesocyclone, a rotating storm that can at any point produce a tornado touchdown. These are radar indicated right now, which means that there is not yet, let me just check, I don't see, no, not, we have reports of trees down all over in Sheffield, we have trees down all over in Lenox at Old Strombridge Road. We have tree on wires down in at Old Strombridge Road in Lenox. So you are talking about damage and a history of it. That goes back to what we talked about. Even if it's not the center of rotation, you've got this huge area of wind damage that's going to be happening, certainly near and south of the center. But even to the north from Otis to Huntington here, I want you down in the basement. This is a serious storm. If we go over to the velocity mode, and I try to probe this to give you a little bit better idea. Let's see, center of the storm on radar estimated velocity 54 miles an hour. That doesn't take into account downburst. So you're talking about probably a 70 mile per hour downburst wind that's coming with this thing. And that's not the center of rotation. That's south of the center. That's all the way essentially down Route 8, running to the Connecticut border and beyond out to Colebrook. Your severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for northwest Connecticut. Quick look at that here, and then we're going to take a look. I am going to get you to some of the forecast data so you can see where things are going. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we're taking care of everybody who's under kind of imminent, danger here. And that would be, if this continues, we're going to have to see a tornado warning issued as well for the storm just coming across the New York-Connecticut line. It's just south of Kent, Connecticut, coming over Route 7. It's headed up. It's going to kind of just north of and parallel to Route 202. Let me get the towns and times on that. Warren, you're talking about Warren, Connecticut at 2:47, Bantam at 2:56, and Cornwall at 2:57. If you've got friends and family there, I really do want you to go ahead and let them know they can watch us. We are covering all of New England. That does mean that sometimes there's a little bit of a cycle to get to your town. We tend to take care of, obviously, the tornado warnings first, and then we're going to take care of you from there. But having said that, we cover everybody, so you can watch this and watch it come through. All right, report that the storm is visible on the UMass Amherst live cam from Ken Patton on the chat. Thank you for that. Merrimack County, New Hampshire. We had a similar question that came in a short time ago from the Merrimack Valley. I think about 4:30, most likely on an arrival on this line, the way it looks now. The individual cells are moving faster than the line itself. But the thing that I was mentioning for the Merrimack Valley, actually, Merrimack County, you'll be a little bit sooner. You're probably going to be about 3:30 to 4 o'clock because it's coming in on this kind of northeast to southwest tilt on the line. But one of the things that I'm concerned about in watching here is that we see some of these independent cells that show up all the way from southeastern New Hampshire through central Mass and the Merrimack Valley and Route 2 corridor. Any of these are operating in enough instability that if they continue to strengthen, you'd have a problem with some of those capable of causing damage or even starting to rotate as well. Let's see, for those of you that are watching us on social media, saying that you can see stuff on that UMass Amherst cam, one thing that's really wonderful is if you go to our continuous stream, and so you're watching a live stream on social media right now, but our continuous stream, it's in a few spots, 1degreeoutside.live on the web. On your smart TV, open the YouTube app and search for the number 1 Degree Outside Network. You'll be able to watch us there or at the top of our app as well on the live stream link. Any of those places, we actually have an arrangement with Boston Maine Live, which is YouTube-based cameras from all across New England. So you'll be able to watch the cameras there, and Amherst will be one of them, but you'll be able to see a series of cameras that will go through. And I keep looking off to the side just because I'm doing radar analysis at the same time that I'm doing this with you. So you're seeing a little bit of the behind the scenes. Again, if you're just tuning in now, just getting word from friends or family, realizing you can watch on any device, you're watching 1 Degree Outside Weather Network. I'm meteorologist Matt Noyce, longtime New England meteorologist, who now we've started a digital first weather offering, and we are covering the tornado warning that remains in effect all the way out to I-91 in Holyoke for southwestern Mass, with a center of rotation approaching the Massachusetts Turnpike now. I will take you into a zoomed-in view in just one moment, but also these severe thunderstorm warnings in northwest Connecticut. I expect the storm south of Kent heading toward Torrington to result in a tornado warning before long. We looked at that a short time ago. We also have a tornado warning that technically, I suppose, remains in effect here in northwestern Massachusetts, although we've watched the rotation kind of skip around and hopscotch with that. Let's see if we can get a latest updated view on storm relative velocity here. Yeah, there's not a lot of rotation that's left over with that. Go to the Massachusetts radar view. Yeah, you're not really seeing a lot of this that's left over with that storm that's across northwestern Mass. So for those of you that we had down in the basement, which was around the Shelburne area, I can tell you that it is at this point safe to come out from the basement. Shelburne Falls, you are still under the center of some weak rotation. There's no sign it's dropping a tornado on you anytime soon. It was a good warning that was issued by the Weather Service. They were trying in this case to be proactive because a lot of these storms have been rapidly kind of spinning up to go from rotation indicated to a tornado drops, and you're going to have that happen on days like today. I was talking with the head of the Skywarn Spotter Network earlier today, and I was saying this is a classic setup for a storm that drops and someone says it came without warning because it develops so quickly, and even though we have 60-second scans on the radar, it still can be an issue, and that's partly why we're providing this to you continuously so you can stay with us here. Okay, center of the tornado warned storm, that's the big one in town, going over Blandford now. We are in the basement, I-90, Mass Turnpike corridor at Blandford, center of rotation, about to cross the Mass Turnpike. Let's go to the debris signature, see what, if anything, we have. I don't see anything here on the Albany radar. I would like to get over to the Taunton radar. Still don't see any indication of debris there. Shear is still awfully strong, though. There's no change with that. You can see the strong shear signatures and the path of shear, that is the red that you see showing up, crossed over the state line out of Connecticut. Here we go. I think we just got a really good fix here on Towns and Times. Let me get back over to the more conventional radar view. There's the center of rotation. I put the Towns and Times on the screen for you. Blandford, it's imminent. Russell, it's coming in on top of you. You've got lightning strikes in town in Russell right now. Montgomery, you've had a cell develop on the north side of this thing. My concern with this is a lot of times that is laying the pathway for what's going to be the center of the storm. So when you're starting to get the thunderstorm action at Montgomery and you see this center of the purple line coming right through your town at 251, I believe it. I think nature has laid the idea here that we're talking about what's going to end up being the center rotation coming over you. Multiple reports of damage coming in now. We're getting a strong wind in Westfield that's inflow to the storm that's reported. Skywarn Spotter Network continues to keep us posted. Again, we have a continuing relationship with the Skywarn Spotter Network as you share reports with us. If you go into our app and you go into the Send to Us tab and you send us picture, video, whatever, whether it's the storm, whether it's a funnel cloud, whether it's, and always done safely, of course, whether it's damage, you send that to us in the Send to Us tab. It immediately gets relayed to the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network so that they see it immediately as well. It helps to inform the National Weather Service so that they can be informed on the warnings that they're issuing. It also helps to inform the weather community at large so that all meteorologists across New England, because we are in service to all of New England, get an idea for exactly what's going on. The hail estimate out of the center of this one is 1 inch in diameter for hail right now. And again, the overall motion continues to be off to the east-northeast with Russell due up now in the path of rotation. In the basement, Huntington, Russell, Montgomery. This is your time. Into the basement we go. Westfield, you'll be on the south side of the storm. You may not get under the center of rotation, but what I'll tell you right now, is you will get that blast of straight line wind that's been causing damage off to the west. So you will have a damaging storm. You should be sheltered indoors away from windows and at the lowest level of your home all the way down to Westfield. You're in that tornado warning. We'll watch where the center of rotation goes. I'll swing back over. Yeah, here's the storm relative velocity. And again, your center of rotation is where the green and the red collide. This is where you've got your tornadic signature that continues to show up on radar. This is now coming up on the Mass Turnpike at Blandford. Expected to continue to straddle the Massachusetts Turnpike, perhaps cross right over it as it comes toward Russell. So we want to make sure that in Russell, you are in the basement as well. I continue to keep updated a couple of different views. You're going to see this change a few different times. What I'm doing is at the same time I'm sharing this stuff with you, I'm doing a series of analysis tools, and when I find things that I think are important to share with you, I'll make sure to do that. I am doing this from home. We've got a generator here at home. If we lost power at the office, we wouldn't. So you'll hear the dog barking from time to time in the background. That is just because we're doing all this from the house so that we can have the generator backup as well. You've still got that other tornado warning up in northwestern Massachusetts, but this one here again, we told you a short time ago. All right, we're starting to spin that rotation up again, though. This is this storm now, just as it comes in on the east side of that tornado warning. So this is going to be coming out of East Shelburne. We are getting signals that rotation is trying to spin up again. We'll go back over to the more conventional radar. Yeah, you've got a little bit of a notch showing up in here as well. So there it is. Right over in north of Route 2. That is headed east. It's out toward Hales Crossing. So from Greenfield up toward Hales Crossing, we want to make sure that we are tucked in down in the basement. That is your safest place to be right now. I want you to make sure that you're in the basement with this one as it comes at you. You still have a bit of a notch. It actually has strengthened on its rotation as it moves off to the east. The Barron Tornado Index on this one, not like the one down to the south. It's a 5. It's about a 2.4, and that is right on the edge of strong enough for tornadic development. So that's one that we continue to watch. But obviously, the real concerning one is this one that's been coming in across the Mass Turnpike, coming into Russell now. We'll swing back over. This is the more conventional radar view. All those white squiggles you see are all cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. If you're watching from the rest of New England, can we take care of you? Absolutely. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect in northwest Connecticut. That is right on the edge. We're talking about what may be a transition toward a tornadic storm. So we're going to watch for that. Just looking at your chats as they come in. You can take part in the chat. We're on multiple forms of social media. YouTube, our streaming network is at, if you go to YouTube and on your smart TV, you'll find it there by searching 1 Degree Outside Network. That one may be a little bit harder for you to chat on. It's there, but you got to use the chat feature inside your smart TV. If you want to watch it online, you can watch it at 1degreeoutside.live. We're connected through 1degreeoutside.com, and of course at the top of our app for that matter as well. All social media platforms, we are now live as well. Nancy and Lee, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Amherst, Christina, appreciate you being here. Rentham, welcome aboard. Good to have you here. Bill Ricca, good to see you as well. Tingsboro, appreciate you being here. Look, as you continue to kind of check in, all right, here's the new update on that storm. I'm not sure I trust those towns and times, but as you continue to check in, I want you to know that we cover all of New England. We're going to stay with you. If you are watching right now from southeastern New Hampshire at Portsmouth, you've got a storm that's over you. That storm is moving off to the northeast into the areas that already are under the gun. Elliot's already got one ongoing over Wells Beach now as well. That's a thunder and lightning threat. There's a lot of heavy rain with it. There is nothing in terms of dealing with any type of damaging wind right now. So no warning associated with that. We're looking at a storm that's up over Laconia. I want to shift the view, and I'm going to come back to the tornado-warned storm in just a moment. I'm not forgetting about anybody. I just want to make sure we cover everyone. Yeah, so this is one of the things you got to be really careful for. Belmont, New Hampshire, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. You've got a rotating storm. It is weakly rotating, and so you're not tornadic at this point. But if we see these, this is what I was talking about earlier, central southern New Hampshire, and there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just came up for Plymouth. If you can get enough instability into these storms, enough warmth and humidity, and thankfully it's a little bit more limited in northern and central New England, you can tip the scale to tornadic development. There's actually more spin in the atmosphere the farther north that you go overall as an environment. But what's happening is the stronger storms are coming in through southern parts of New England. So that's why you're seeing the worst of the damage and the worst of the damaging storms coming in. Coleraine, Massachusetts, heavy rain and wind. Appreciate the report. Gene, Mike, and Acton, appreciate you being here. Thank you. Just starting to pour in Ashby, Mass. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate the update there as well. If you're just joining us, spread the word to friends and family so we can make sure we cover everybody. That is not a promotional statement. That's a we're on to all of New England, and I'm not going away until these storms do. So if you want to let friends and family from the northern tip of Maine to the southern tip of Connecticut know that there's a place they can go, you push them over to onedegreeoutside.com or you tell them get the app, because the link to watch this is right at the top. All right, enough about that. Let's get back into the storms now. Montgomery, you're right under the center of rotation with this storm. It just came out of Russell. Blandford, you are now behind the center of rotation. You are, I'll say you're safe to come out of the basement, but if you're still hearing that roar out there, it's not rotation anymore. What you're talking about now is a real strong wind coming on the back side of the storm. So you've got straight line wind basically from Russell all the way down to the Connecticut state line, where a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, including Granville, Massachusetts. You got the center of rotation that's farther to the north, right over the Mass Turnpike. Just came through Blandford, but it is now east of Blandford. If I swing over to the Albany view, it gives you a little bit better idea where that center of rotation is. Just again, came over Blandford and essentially straddling the Massachusetts Turnpike here. So anybody that's from the South Quarter and Mundale, running all the way up through Hampton Village, Montgomery, Russell, we are tucked down in the basement, or our safest place. If you don't have a basement, and this includes Westfield, you're probably going to be right on the south side of the potential rotational track, but that counts. So down in the basement we go in the city of Westfield. Spread the word to friends and family that they can get the updates here. Russell, you've got a strong velocity signature over you, and what I mean by that is, I'll go ahead and telestrate on here for you. You've got a center of rotation that's right near the Mass Turnpike, but you've got tremendous inflow that's already been reported out of Westfield. The wind was picking up tremendously as we ended up with what was still fair sky, but a gusty wind, and then that inflow really reaches its max over Russell. So even if you're not directly under a funnel or a rotation, you're still going to get this blast of wind, and it's really strong on the backside, because what happens is you get all the descending cold air coming over Route 57. That's what's dropping into Granville right now, and that's what's going to blast Westfield to Southwick and along Route 202. It is just moments away. I'd say you're 3 minutes out from Westfield to Southwick of getting this blast that's going to come in on top of you. Straight line wind with the rotational portion coming right over the Mass Turnpike corridor. Back to the regular radar that we go, the one you might be a little bit more used to seeing. You can see the center of the storm, there's almost an S shape to it, and I'll highlight it for you. What you have is you've got a lot of inflow coming in on the north side. You've got more that comes in out of the south side, and you've got a rotation, bam, right there in the center over the Mass Turnpike. So who's going to be next out of its current path? Chicopee to Holyoke. So again, Chicopee to Holyoke is next up. And Danielle, you in the game over there? Okay, maybe we could put out just a follow-up. We've got a tornado alert template for Engage. If we could just put up a follow-up to that, and then the push notification, let folks know that we've got Westfield to Chicopee, that are all in Northampton and Holyoke, that are all should be down in the basement, and that they can come to us, they can watch us live here. We want to make sure we spread the word so that folks are aware on that. Looking at the storm spotter reports out of the Skywarn Spotter Network. Appreciate the Skywarn Spotter relationship we have. Every time you report through our Send to Us tab, that goes into the Skywarn Spotter Network. Worcester Hills present, standing by. Thank you very much. Eric, Portsmouth, New Hampshire air show today. Now the Blue Angels may be grounded right this moment, but nonetheless, appreciate letting us know there. Let's see, Esther, thank you. Esther, not sure which one you're speaking of, but if you're talking about the tornado-warned storm, it's going to continue to straddle the Massachusetts Turnpike. It's headed directly in toward Holyoke and Chicopee, and then up to South Hadley. We've got folks in the basement now from Russell out through Westfield and up to Southampton, because this is the spot that we're talking about that's still got the rotation that's with it. Westfield, let's take a look, just getting a picture now that we've got some really dark clouds that have filled in. You would expect that to be the case. Let me see if I've got any media coming in on social media. Appreciate the all of the pictures and the videos that you send in, both via our app and via social media for that matter. as well. At 1 degree outside, the number 1 degree outside is our handle. Let's quick look at Northwest Connecticut. We're going to come back to Massachusetts in a minute. You say, why Northwest Connecticut? Well, not only severe thunderstorm warnings, but actually we still have rotation that's showing up and fairly well pronounced directly over 202. This unquestionably is producing damaging wind in the 202 stretch. It's headed into Bantam. My concern is you're not far away from tightening that up into a tight scale rotation that would be capable of producing tornado development from Bantam to Litchfield. So as you shelter for this severe thunderstorm warning indoors away from windows, I want you to be ready to seek shelter down in the basement because tornado warning may not be far away on this one. You could say the same for the storm, that it's a larger scale rotation, but if it tightens, we've got a real problem coming up over the junction of 44 and 8 right now. This storm over coming into Winstead. It's over Winchester Center. It's moving off to the east-northeast, so Winstead, Moorville, Nelson's Corner, Riverton, eventually out toward Hampstead, Connecticut, all going to be in the path of this one. Back up to the primary tornado-warned cell that, again, looks like the rotation is going to be coming in north of Westfield. And, of course, that's something we kind of have been prepping you for, that it may come in north of Westfield. But it won't be by much. It won't be by much. In fact, the northern villages and towns, neighborhoods around Westfield still may be right under that center rotation. It's going to be real tight. But basically, East Farms, Hampton Village, Hampton Ponds, Owen District, Trainfield, you are all going to be under the center of this rotation. It comes in, going up through Rock Valley. You've got a tornado warning that stops on the west side of Holyoke, but if this signal continues and this signature continues on radar, it's going to have to be extended. You've got pretty good shear that continues with this right now. Hail core shows up in purple. That's been a little bit more spotty, but the hail estimates have been on the order of about an inch and a half when it's kind of ramped up. So that certainly is a sign of a very healthy storm. So I'm seeing this spike here in correlation coefficient. What this indicates, it would normally be a debris signature, but let's see. Northampton's got phones out right now. When I look at this and I go over to the radar, that is largely out ahead of where our most significant rotation is found. But let's swing over to ENX. We're going to go to the Albany radar. Okay. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to get a little bit better feel. Okay, so whatever was there for a short debris signature that was there has gone away. So I'm going to hope that that was essentially a false alarm, but we'll see. It was out ahead of the updraft, so I almost think it had to be. And it was also out of the Albany radar, which is behind the storm now, so you might have a little bit of distortion as it tries to shoot through the storm. Let's get back over. I think I'm on the Boston radar now. There we go. So there's your leading edge coming in toward Holyoke, right on the eastern edge of the tornado warning. Holyoke, I would say it's a good idea for us to remain tucked in the basement, really anywhere now. For Westfield, the center of the storm rotation is coming up over you, but from Chicopee to Holyoke, you are just on the eastern edge of that tornado warning. So National Weather Service is doing the exact same thing we are, which is evaluating each one of these scans to see whether that rotation tightens up. I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of help here from the algorithm. Yep, there's the severe thunderstorm warning. So what they've done right now is they've said, okay, we know this is certainly going to end up being a continued damaging storm. So they said, let's go ahead and we'll extend the severe thunderstorm warning out. In terms of the tornado warning, this will almost be a cycle-by-cycle process. So the storms will ramp up in intensity and then ramp back down in intensity, and they cycle. They get weaker and stronger as time goes by. So you've got exceptionally strong inflow and outflow here. What I mean by that is that you've got very strong wind on both the north and south side of the storm. It's a question right now as to whether or not you've got it meeting up in the middle and whether or not you're getting a tornado development or whether it's in a down cycle and you're just getting a huge area of damaging wind. But either way, Holyoke to West Springfield, all the way down to Agawam, you are rightfully so in a severe thunderstorm warning, and we are watching the center of that rotating portion of the storm extremely carefully. I would say from West Springfield to Holyoke. West Springfield to Holyoke, I want you to be tucked down in the basement. I really do, because this is it's a lot to mess with here. That you've had a history of what has been a signature just at the Mass, Connecticut, New York border of debris on radar, which means you probably had a touchdown right at the state line with New York. You've still got exceptionally strong wind to the point that if I were to analyze this wind for you, let's see if we can go into the storm relative velocity and probe the actual center of the storm. I mean, you've got 50, 55 mile per hour winds that are showing up, and that's horizontal. When you figure in the downbursts that go into that, you've got 70 mile per hour downbursts, very likely, that are coming in right now. Let me get the latest on the chat from those of you who have been chiming in. Appreciate it here. Brimfield Antique Show attendees and vendors. Yeah, you're right. That's it's been a blast. It's been coming in over western Massachusetts. Ashburnham picking up with light rain and wind. Townsend just starting to get it. Barbara, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you being here. Zoom the view out a little bit more. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southwestern New Hampshire. Paying very close attention now to the storm over Northfield, Massachusetts. Storm relative velocity shows we are increasing the rotation with this storm. Just east of Gill, if I go over to the plane radar reflectivity, that's my area I'm going to watch. So even though when I look at storm relative velocity, I do have some area of kind of rotating wind that's present all the way up from Northfield to Route 10, my area of concern absolutely is going to be coming out of Gill right now and moving off to the northeast. So Sky Farm neighborhood, you're up next. Gill Station, Old Wendell Road. Let's get down in the basement on this one. There's no tornado warning yet, but these things do spin up quickly. And for the aggravation it takes to head down to the basement or the lowest level of the home or business for just the course of about 5 minutes, which is about how long it'll take for this thing to come through. When you get over Gulf Road, I would say that is a good idea. All right, we'll watch it for Warwick next. Irving, you're on the south side of it. You'll get a blast of strong wind that may cause damage. Back down to the Pioneer Valley now, and again, seeing some separation. Let me not speak too soon. Yeah, seeing some separation on a large scale of what's happening with the rotation. So you've got a big blast of wind on the north side, a big blast of wind that's exceptionally strong and damaging on the south side. Generally a separation between it. One area that I want to watch is right in here heading to Chicopee because you've got a little bit of what's trying to develop with gate-to-gate shear there, although at this point in time, I think probably, yeah, we're going to watch that one very carefully. I think at this point, you've got only one scan. They come in every 60 seconds. But in Chicopee, just be prepared for a damaging storm to come in on top of you. The tornado warning stops technically on the west side of town. We know weather doesn't always work that way. So what I'm watching for in these 60-second scans is to see whether we get a ramp up again that goes on with that one in Chicopee. Let me go back over to the more conventional radar. Zoom the view out. Big, long line of severe thunderstorm warnings from western Connecticut running through Windsor Locks, where the storm will be in on top of you at about 20. You get farther to the north, and we're talking about the storm line that goes up 91 and then to southwest New Hampshire. But discrete individual storms ahead of it, you have to watch these. Folks that are north of the Route 2 corridor, every one of these little guys is in an environment of considerable turning wind, and you can already see what I mean by that. If we look by Ashby, weak storm, not something that I'd be imminently concerned about, but I might within the next 10 minutes, because you can already see that you've got an appendage coming on the south side of it, and that indicates you've got rotation trying to develop at the center of the storm. So I think you get what I'm saying, which is obviously the big bad line is the big bad area of damaging storms, but off to the east, we have to be really careful of watching what we've got going on there. All right, report out of Westfield, Massachusetts. Winds have gusted to 50 miles per hour. We have a report out of Westfield, brief gust of 50. That is, again, on the south side of the rotation. That is all this area that's coming in toward Chicopee down to Agawam. If you know anyone at Six Flags and they're seeing the sky get dark, get them on in. We want to get them sheltered indoors at one of the safe buildings that are there at Agawam, one of the safe buildings at Six Flags. Six Flags obviously has plans, I'm sure, for dealing with this and keeping folks safe. But I'm always one who advocates for being on top of it yourself. So if you got family and friends here at Agawam, text them and let them know. Look, bad blow of wind coming in. History of damage, 50 mile per hour winds at Westfield. Power's out at Westfield by City Hall right now. So let them know that. And the reason Northampton now is out, all right? Northampton, Mass. is out in terms of what we've got going on with not only electricity and power, but 911 system reports that may be down from the Skywarn spotter network as well. One of the things that I'm going to do for you is I'm going to continue to relay real-time reports. I will check for validity and accuracy as much as we possibly can, and at the same time, just take it all with the understanding that what we're sharing with you here is in real time. It is as the reports come in. Okay, wind seriously picking up at Mount Tom and East Hampton. Yeah, this is your time. Thank you, Michaela. This is your time in East Hampton. You're under the inflow of this storm. You're on the north side. The wind is blowing out of the east and northeast as it comes in on top of you, and that's blowing into the center of rotation of the storm. So speaking of the center of rotation, and what I'm doing when I look off to the side is I'm constantly watching multiple different radar analysis tools to see where I'm at, just to keep you posted. And I will show you things as I see them pop up. Hi from Kennebunk, Arundel, Maine. Family in Chicopee. Thunderstorm here at Kennebunk at the moment. All right, Barbara, absolutely. Let's cover you as well. We'll take a moment here as the storm comes on the east side of the tornado warning. I'm coming right back to you, Pioneer Valley. But yeah, you know, to Barbara's point, we've got a lot that's going on right now, even in southern Maine. I'll switch the view over to the southern Maine out of Gray, Maine's radar, and you can see it's downpours and showers that are coming up through Wells. Sanford, Maine's got a fairly decent storm. This stuff is almost moving due northeast. Then when you get around Wolfboro, this is what I was talking about with, man, these storms, they are rotating at the center of them. There you go. You've got a tight rotation now that if you had a little bit more instability, I'd be imminently concerned about something with a tornado development on a small scale coming over Lake Winnipesaukee. What I will say is a water spout, believe it or not, is possible over the lake. It's not impossible. Sometimes water spouts can develop a little bit more easily and a little bit more readily than what we see across land. So as this thing now, the center of that is coming out of the woodlands, making its way just north of the Wolfboro Highway. It's headed out, or it's going to be making a beeline towards South Main Street in Wolfboro. It is possible that we see a water spout develop over the south side of Winnipesaukee. So if you know anybody out there and they end up seeing that, let me know, because that would be something that would be very interesting to know. I'm actually going to send a text to someone I know in Wolfboro and see whether we can potential near you. All right, and see what we hear back, if anything, out of that. Let's swing over to the radar again, zoom out, and you can see what I mean. There's that little appendage over Route 11. It is not strong. It's not to the point that I look and go, well, it's getting stronger. So this is going to be something we'll watch for. That there may be a little core of wind damage too, but water spout potential. Yeah, there you go. There's that purple you just saw pop up. Is the radar algorithm now picking up on a tornado signature out of this area? So look, I'm not convinced that we have tornado development, but look at the shear. It's definitely up. So if you know someone on the south side of Winnipesaukee, if you know somebody in Wolfboro, I honestly think we've reached the point here that we definitely want to be tucked indoors, away from windows at the center of the home. We got a lot of lake homes, and this one's going to come up right over South Wolfboro. It's tricky because you don't have much in the way of lightning. We've got a couple strikes around downtown Wolfboro itself. But at the same time, there's not a lot of thunder and lightning with it. It's a small little guy, but you've got enough turning wind in the atmosphere. You saw it for yourself when I showed you that radar, and there's the radar algorithm picking up on the tornado potential at the center of that storm as well. Something to keep in mind there. Let's see. What's that? Either way. All right, I'm checking with the Skywarn. Okay, branches down all over town. Granville's got tree down. Westfield's got power out. We've got a report anyway of a state police cruiser stuck in Southampton between trees that have come down on Clark Street. So we know trees are down on Clark Street. Let me get back over to the Taunton radar. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue on a storm that has a history of rotation. We're going to watch to see whether or not we ramp up enough for tornado concerns there. Thunder in the distance in the Monadnock area. All right, Amherst, Massachusetts. Okay, or Amherst, New Hampshire. Christina, I'm not sure. We cover all of New England, so please let me know which one you're looking for. If it's Amherst, Mass., you are not under the center of a damaging core right now. You're actually in between. You're getting a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, scary storm. But if you look at the overall velocity plot, it's down to the south right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been extended east out toward Worcester now as the storm moves east. When you look at a storm like this, you know for a fact that you're going to have damage done, and it's a pretty broad swath. What you don't know is whether or not you're going to rotate enough to warrant another tornado warning, but I'm keeping you posted on that, and as you've seen already, you'll probably know before a tornado warning comes out. Yeah, I love it. I was just about to zoom into this storm and say, here's one to watch, and the severe thunderstorm warning comes out with it. Let me just loop through over the last 15 minutes. I want to get a motion on that storm. All right, so it's headed off. Yeah, we've got a pretty good motion there. Good. So this storm, this new one that just got warned on, is coming over Templeton. If you have friends and family in central Massachusetts, let them know to find the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network. Sirens going off at the golf course now in Wolfboro. So yeah, sirens going off at the golf course. Good to know there. I would hope so. Supposedly, I guess after this already been thunder for the last 10 minutes. But nonetheless, there we go. Templeton 311, Gardner 317, Westminster 323, Winchendon 323, Ashburnham 327. Those are the oh, there you go. Updated times a little bit faster now for Ashburnham at 325, Fitchburg at 331. Okay, so this is one we're going to watch. I want to get back over to the storm relative velocity. Okay, so right now, you're not seeing a lot of tight rotation in that one. You are when you get up by Warwick. This is one to watch. This storm that's severe thunderstorm warned headed for Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire, is one where you've got a kind of an axis of rotation that's happening right at the middle of it, just outside of Northfield. Ton of lightning. It's starting to increase in lightning. It's headed up toward Troy and Fitzwilliam. I'm going to watch that one. That may be another one that we'll end up having to tuck you down in the basement for. But there's your towns and times on that one. Warwick at 307, Richmond 315, Swansea, New Hampshire at 326. Let's go ahead and reach out to somebody that we have up in Swansea and see what we got going on up there. Rotating storm your way, and we'll see what if anything we get out of a report up there. All right, so there are your towns and times on that one. We're going to keep a watch on that. Again, I tend to be more concerned about the ones that are out ahead of the main line, but in this particular instance, the main line itself is so substantial that you're able to generate some pretty decent rotation along the line. All right, we've got dime-sized hail reported in Chicopee and South Hadley. Very good. Thank you for the update there. Looking at the chat, you can kind of chat with me at any point right through our social media. We are live on Facebook. We are live on X. We are live right now on YouTube in 2 places. We've got our continuous stream that's going. The continuous stream, if you go onto YouTube and you do a search, and this could be on your smart TV as well, for 1 Degree Outside Network, you will find us on your smart TV. You can watch us there. If you want to take part in the chats, you'll find this live stream, this individual severe weather live stream going on right now on YouTube. You can take part in the chat there. You can go to livestream.onedegreeoutside.com. You can take part in the chat there. If you've got friends and family who you want to get this broadcast to, you let them know. Just download our app. It is make sure they turn on notifications and location. We don't do anything with the info. It's Danielle and I built the thing. We're not going to take anyone's info. Make sure they get the app. They can watch right there in the app too. Waterbury, Connecticut, yeah, super dark, right? You're getting into that. You've got the line coming over New Milford and Danbury right now. Torrington, Connecticut, that's the nasty storm that we've been watching very carefully to see whether it spins up on rotation again. Speaking of rotation, time to do another check. So what you're watching here is in real time. You're seeing the same analysis that you would find that you would find done behind the scenes at the National Weather Service, that you would find done behind the scenes, or when I was on air on television. But what we can do here is there is no network programming to break into. There is no concern over what we're going to see with regard to commercial breaks and all that. We're just with you, and that is the beauty of this. So here we go. So this is one of those storms that's running out ahead of the pack, starting to try and ramp up now. When you get around Templeton, let's go ahead and take a look at our shear indicator. Just starting to increase. Thankfully, nothing's showing up on debris yet. Yeah, there's your shear. It just ramped up. Let's go ahead and get that. All right, so our Barron Tornado Index, which is that BTI that you see on the left side of the screen, To give you an idea, with the tornado warning that we had earlier in Western Mass, that was at a 5. But whenever I start getting up over 2.5 or so, I start saying, all right, this is something we got to watch. And that's not the only thing that we look at. We've had storms that were very low on the Barron Tornado Index, but still were a tornado threat. Hail size to 1 inch. There's your towns and times. Let me go back over to the more conventional radar. There you go. This is what I call, affectionately a teeny-weeny super guy. And so this is essentially a storm that is running out ahead of the pack. It's not part of the main line, and that's when you got to be concerned, and that's when you got to watch, because that's where we've had the strongest turning wind. So that's why I'm watching this little guy heading for Winchendon at 322, Ashburnham at 325, and Ashby at 334 so very closely. All right, let me zoom out a little bit more. You can get a better idea for it, where it's going to be heading next. All right? And of course, you've got the main blast of storms now coming right over the Pioneer Valley. Let me check from the Skywarn Spotter Network, because this is likely going to be the time that we're going to start getting more and more in the way of damage reports coming in. Yeah, tree down in the yard in Springfield, by Springfield Plaza in Springfield. Southwick, South Loomis Street, large tree down on wires blocking the road. Michelle, thank you for chiming in on the chat. Please continue to spread the word so folks know where they can find coverage. One of the things here is you don't have to wait for it to come. Yeah, here we go, lighten up across New Hampshire. Let's check in on that Lakes Region storm again. Stand by. There we go. There's that storm over Wolfboro. Let me go to the gray main radar. All right. Let me go to storm relative velocity. We still have rotation. We do, but look at that. It's separated. It has separated somewhat here. So you're going to get some gusty wind now coming over Wolfboro. I just heard from Chris. Chris says in Wolfboro that the clouds are moving tremendously quickly by. He sent along a little video here as well. But he says the clouds are moving tremendously quickly through, but no visible rotation. Oh, look at that. It's trying again, though. East Wolfboro, it's coming toward you. Bottom line, Route 16 corridor out to the main line. Let's just stay weather aware here over the course of the next 40 minutes while that comes through. All right, and then farther down to the south, there are those two storms, kind of twins, that are both producing some amount of rotation. One about to cross state lines and go into Fitzwilliam and Swansea, New Hampshire. The other one coming over 202 out of Templeton, coming across toward Route 140, and it's going to come between Winchendon and Ashburnham. Springfield reports continue to come in via the Skywarn Spotter Network. Let's see, Route 91, 3-mile marker northbound, tree in the road in Longmeadow. So you got a tree down over 91 right now out in the Pioneer Valley. Back down to the Pioneer Valley we go, and this is a blast of tremendously strong wind coming in behind this thing, and it's hitting Springfield right now. So let me explain this to you. First, let me give you the bottom line. The bottom line is we are getting a core of damaging wind that is causing widespread damage, I would imagine. I can't see it going any other way. Along 291 and 91 on the north side of Springfield, over Liberty Heights, McKnighton Bay, Old Hill, Upper Hill, and it is coming next into 16 acres in Parker Street, headed out toward Wilbraham and Mile Oak. This is damaging straight line wind. There's the latest scan that just came in. This is going to extend all the way up to Ludlow, all right, and on the south side down through Agawam, but about to come into East Longmeadow. We'll see if it extends all the way down to Hampton with this kind of damaging wind burst. But from Ludlow to Wilbraham, all the way down, through Springfield, this is a swath of damaging wind that's coming in right now. It is straight line. There is rotation with the storm, which is trying to tighten again north of Ludlow. All right, and we're going to watch that. Damage will still be done at Ludlow Center. Damage is going to be done also as this thing comes in across Lyon Street, headed out towards Center Street. County Fair area in Greenfield, a little wet, but strong stuff is missing you. Good to hear. Gary, welcome aboard. Thanks. Glad you found us again. All right, here we go. We'll zoom the view out. Look at that broad rotation. So here's what's happening right now in western and headed for central Massachusetts. You have a large rotating storm. You have damaging wind coming on the inflow on the north side of the storm, and you have damaging wind on a downburst blasting in on the southern end of the storm. That damaging downburst wind is a history of downing trees all the way from western Mass through Westfield now and Springfield, and it's headed for Ludlow and Wilbraham. That damaging wind line will continue east and likely hold together to Munson and Palmer over the next 40 minutes. Meanwhile, you have to constantly be watching and on guard, or I have to, and I tell you, for the rotation at the center of the storm. when we start to see signs of what we call gate-to-gate shear, where the red and the green start to really kiss and come together, that's where you need to be especially cautious that you may get a development of a tornado in the middle. Granby, Mass has gusted to 64 miles per hour. 64 miles an hour is enough to cause serious damage, and that's what's been now reported. It's not just that it's a radar estimate, it's actually ongoing. Yeah, so okay, so this is again going to be part of my concern, is that as we see that ramp up yet again in gate-to-gate shear, in that kind of red and green together, we're also seeing a bit of an inflow notch developing right here, northeast side of Ludlow. That is going to be just north of the Mass Turnpike. Got to watch that very carefully. If that ramps back up, you're back to tornado warning status again. And I'll tell you exactly why it's happening. It's happening because the storm is cycling and trying to get spun up again. And so on the north side of the storm, you've got air coming in so fast that it's causing the vortex on the south side at Ludlow. So I'm going to watch that, because if that trend continues, you're going to tornado warning again for Ware and for Warren. So I am watching that one very carefully here. Here's the storm down over Torrington. Let's see if we can get the storm relative velocity on that one in Connecticut. Still signs of damaging wind from Torrington to just north of Bristol, basically near and north of Route 6. Avon, Connecticut's up next. You're sheltered indoors away from windows, but there is enough separation to avoid a tornado warning issued at this point. Same thing on the storm coming out of New Milford and running just north of Southbury. That's headed in toward Waterbury now. That one also capable of damaging wind, unlikely to be causing tornadic development right now. It may if it continues to strengthen just a little bit. All right, just looking for latest reports. Looks like it's gone quiet for now from the Sky One Spotter Network, but that comes in bursts. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning now, Manchester, New Hampshire. Let's zoom in. This is an area that we know it has a significant wind shear or directional turning in the atmosphere to the wind, capable of causing a rotating storm. Right now, that is part of the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning. If you look at what's going on down in Western Mass, okay, you see the huge signature of strong wind showing up, all right, from Belchertown to Wilbraham to Springfield and Agawam. And then you look up into New Hampshire. Oh, here we go. Stand by. This will be, all right, this is okay, next, Danielle, could you push notify that we're watching a tornado potential storm that's coming over the Route 2 corridor in northern Massachusetts? Thank you very much. So here we go. This is ramped up now. So this is one you can, if we can do social too. I know you're crazy over there. Thanks for everything you're doing. So this is one of those ones I was telling you about. Remember, we watched this and we said, watch it. There it is. Okay, you've got gate-to-gate shear. We should have a tornado warning on this, and I expect we will shortly. Otter River, get down to the basement. Baldwinville, down in the basement. Folks along Route 140, look, this is a day that in 120 seconds, I may tell you that that thing is weakened. But that is tight enough right now. Let's get closer in the Otter River area. State Road down in the basement. Storm's headed off to the northeast. There's your towns and times as I zoom things out just a little bit. 3:29 p.m. Let me go over to plane radar. 3:29 p.m. Ashburnham, 3:37 Ashby. New Ipswich at 3:39. Sharon at 3:42. Let's get back over to the storm relative velocity. Oh boy. All right, I just sent a little note to the National Weather Service here. Obviously, they've got a huge area to watch too, so just gave them just wrote Templeton Route 140. Chances are good they'll take a look at that and they'll see what's going on with that and figure out what they're going to do. But that is, in my estimation, you are at the point that is tornado potential. It may come down in 2 scans. We get 60-second scans. Doesn't matter. So this is one. Yep, there it is. It starts to come down right there. Let's go over in. We have no sign of debris lifted just yet. Shear, there we go. You can see that increased shear that's over State Road. All right, just coming down now in the latest scan. So you're starting to see that separation. But at this point, I think we're still someplace where Otter River, we want you down in the basement. State Road, down in the basement. 140 at Green Street. Mill Glen Road, up to Gardner Road. we certainly need to be sheltered indoors. I'm going to watch this carefully. It is, look, the updraft isn't strong. Yep, well, okay, I don't have time to go through that one. So, all right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Back down to the storm that we have over western Massachusetts. What does our current shear look like? All right, so again, we've got a large area of straight line wind blasting in through Wilbraham. Okay, Phillipston-Templeton line, center of that storm. We do have a Skywarn spotter that's reported rotation in the cloud. So that was the center of the storm we were looking at that's up here. So this is one that's going to be a looker. We're going to keep a really close eye on this one. It's elongated, and we watch together. Oh, look at that. It's trying to ramp back up again, though. It's not quite gate to gate, but boy, is that one you got to watch. So I still want you down in the basement. Otter River, you're just behind it now. Route 140 at Green Street to Gardner Road. Why don't we go ahead and let's stay tucked down, seriously, in the basement, because these things, they change at 1 to 2 minute scans, and that one it's been ramping up. I will let you know as soon as it comes down. I am not about having you do things you don't have to do, but that is for that small area. I think it's worthwhile. This is a blast, a straight line wind coming on the south side of this thing right here. Look at this. So we'll go ahead and draw it on for you. But here we go. Wilbraham to East Longmeadow. Palmer, you're up next. Look, you're not in a tornado warning. Munson, not in a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning. Take it seriously. This is a blast, a strong wind with a history of producing reported gusts to 60 miles an hour. So you want to be indoors, away from windows, as that one comes in on top of you. Same thing, Burlington, Connecticut, running up to Avon. So let's look at Burlington, Connecticut. Storm relative velocity. All right, so we're watching carefully here. If we go to the, let's go to the up to New York radar. Not much difference there. Okay. I feel like there's, let's see. We'll come back to that one, all right? We'll come back to that. I won't get hung up on that. We've got another strong one that's down to the south, and that is coming up on Route 6, Watertown, Waterbury, Naugatuck, and then that line goes all the way down to Easton. Certainly a line of damaging wind. Let's get the, there's the Upton, New York radar view. Yeah. So this is the concern, is that you're starting to see a little bit of an apex developing near Newtown, Connecticut, coming up over 302. We're going to watch that. Right now, it's a shear axis, which means that you've got air moving in one direction and the other, but there is a separation between it. That tends to cause significant damaging wind, but not necessarily always a tornadic development. And then there's that Burlington, Connecticut one. We'll keep an eye on that. It's kind of far from the radar site out of Upton, New York, but we'll watch that very carefully as well. And it's even farther, though, from the radar in Taunton. Back to central and western Massachusetts now. Center of the storm producing damaging wind is moving to the east, and the center of the storm, not the leading edge will be in sooner. But the worst of it, the core of the storm into Ware at 333, Warren at 336, Hardwick at 340, West Brookfield 340. Well, you can see the towns and times on your screen, but I know some of you are watching on a little small phone screen. North Brookfield at 344, East Brookfield at 346, and Oakham at 349. Let's go back up to that storm over Route 2. All right, so it's still got a really great pulse of wind on the front side and the north side. What it's not at this point developing is a super strong pulse of wind on the south side. So at 140, the center of rotation has come over you. You were the last folks at 140 Gardner Road, Green Street. You were the last ones that we had said probably be a good idea to get in the basement. That's coming right over you, so you are clear at this point. Farther to the north and east, we've got what appears to be at this point certainly the potential for damaging wind coming up over 12 and going toward 119. But at the same time, I don't know. Don't know that we have to deal with something tornadic at this point. So that's one that we'll continue to watch. It came down a little bit over the last couple of scans. Let's check on the one that's up in southwest New Hampshire. This is a lot of cloud to ground lightning between Ringe and Sharon. It's moving off to the northeast. Time of arrival on this one's Peterborough at 3:38, Temple at 3:40, and Greenfield, New Hampshire at 3:52. You're seeing some weak rotation there, but you're not seeing anything to write home about. And the one up over Fitzwilliam has been able to separate just a little bit as well. So again, the potential for damaging wind. Here's the severe warned storm up around Manchester. That one is not at this point producing anything that would be widespread damaging wind. But you can see it's headed up toward Deerfield and Epsom next. Again, when I go quieter, just because I'm taking a look at our analysis that we have and also some of the latest reports that are coming in. I already told you about tons of, they keep coming in, power outage reports at Westfield, trees on wires in Springfield. People in Otis taken aback by the damage and the power of the storm. It's been that you get that thing where whether or not it was a tornado or not, you get the rumblings around town. Someone, folks saying, I think it was. So that's what we're starting to hear about there. Okay, there's that Route 16 corridor. Remember, I told you Route 16 in eastern New Hampshire. We had to be on guard, right? Woo! So far, it's still separated enough that we're not talking about. We're talking about potentially some very localized spots of damage, but I don't think you're talking about more than that right now. Keep an eye on it. Coastline of Maine, you're outside of most of this, and actually you've had less in the way of instability. So for those of you, I'm going to try, let me see if I can get us switched over also. I'm just noticing there's another tornadic signature out of the radar that shows up here just north of Palmer. Let's take a look at that. I don't want to overlook anything. Now, there's still enough separation there, I think, for the most part, you'd be all right. The only area, yeah. No, you got enough separation there that you don't have an imminently tornadic signature there. We were concerned also about this one over Burlington, Connecticut. That certainly is a nasty looking storm. It's still a little far away out of Taunton. Here we go. This is out of Upton, New York. Yeah. So that's out of Long Island. So you can certainly see, I mean, there's a lot to watch here, isn't there? There's a lot to watch on the leading edge at Bristol. And I think probably that's the spot that's quite interesting. You've got a notch up around Burlington, but you also have one trying to develop around Bristol as well. Then, of course, you've got the strong storms, Fairfield County, damaging wind coming in around Stamford. Let's take a look at the velocity there. Yep, enough separation. That should be straight line. Okay. Farther to the north we go. And we're coming into the Merrimack Valley now. Upper Merrimack Valley. There's a look at the Manchester storm. Let's go back over to the Taunton radar. There we go. Much better. Again, always watching these independent cells that are out ahead of it. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings now that run from southwestern and western Maine. The Route 16 corridor in New Hampshire, that severe thunderstorm warning out until 4 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning at Manchester mostly was a preemptive warning in case the thing continued to ramp up. That's out until 4 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning in southwest New Hampshire, out for about another 20 minutes, although most of the storms have reached the eastern edge of that. Zoom in a little bit more. Let's check the chat, see what you guys have to say. Appreciate everyone who's been chiming in. What are your thoughts for Boston points north? So basically, Ralph, I think what we're talking about here is over the next 2 hours, we're going to find these storms make their run from here to the coastline. The general kind of thought process would normally be these probably won't survive to the coast. I'm not sold on that. We have a southerly wind, and the ocean is relatively mild. We're at our warmest time of the year for the ocean water temps. I don't think you're getting the same kind of stable air or less favorable air for thunderstorms over the ocean anymore that we had earlier in the season. I think case in point to that is the 71-degree dew point at Martha's Vineyard. It's 80 over 69 at Taunton with a southerly wind. 84 over 68, meaning 84-degree temperature, 68-degree dew point at Boston. So that's my long story short way of telling you I think this has the potential of holding together, at least in pockets of damage, all the way to the coastline. I don't know that we're going to see a real significant degradation to the storms. Why don't we go ahead and look together, though? One thing, this may, for just a moment, this may look a little less pretty. Yeah, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to switch this over to a radar forecast. Numerous trees down South Hadley and Granby, according to the Skywarn Spotter Network. Yeah, so some of the short-term guidance still really does try to squash it out. Look at that, a timestamp in the upper left as it comes in toward the Boston area. What I'd like to do, let's do a real-time analysis of the thunderstorm energy. If there's a significant degradation of the thunderstorm, yeah, see, you're not really seeing a substantial drop in thunderstorm energy, though, are you? Not in the Metro West. So I got to tell you, I understand that's what the guidance is showing, but in this particular instance, I think we got to be pretty careful because I think we're talking about a decent amount of thunderstorm energy from Foster to Smithfield to Woonsocket, Rhode Island, all the way up through the Metro West and the suburbs south of Boston. So my humble take on that would be remain on guard for the storms here to come in over the course of the next 2 hours between where they are now and in eastern Mass near the coastline. Let's see if we can get a little bit more in terms of... here we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put together storm energy with spin. I want to see what we've got in terms of that kind of combination and where it's greatest. So spin in the atmosphere, of course, doesn't necessarily mean tornadoes, but it is it's a precursor, and it does mean self-sustaining storms that can produce large swaths of damaging wind. And so you do see that we've got that lined up with the yellows, basically from Leominster, right in the path of where the storms are now, out through about 395, southern Worcester County, city of Worcester, all the way down through East Haddam, Connecticut. So anywhere from there to the line of storms, that's going to be your greatest risk of still finding rotation inside the storms. And then after that, what you tend to go to is you tend to go to what we've already seen happening in Western Mass, which is you watch a couple of spots for the closest, for the tightest rotation, but you generally expect to find broad scale, kind of more widespread damaging wind that comes into play as well. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now, all along this line of storms. We've got damaging wind essentially happening right now from Ware, Massachusetts, down to about certainly Munson. Hampton's into that as well. This is a well-placed severe thunderstorm warning. I think that everybody in that severe thunderstorm warning maintains a chance for damaging wind. We continue to watch the storms over western and central Connecticut because those are some spots that you have to be careful for a little bit of rotation that may continue to happen inside the storms. But we've got signs that if I go to the at Palmer right now, if I go to the velocity scan, bam, look at that blue. That is significant damaging wind. You're going to have multiple reports of damage done when you get on the north side of Palmer. And that's moving to the east. West Brimfield moments away. And then Warren, you're going to be next. So this whole area is going to sustain a stripe of damage that'll be done. I mean, this is not one of those necessarily kind of little spot damage type things. This is a more broad, kind of widespread type damage in that path that tends to happen. Look at that. This is what I mean. Radar analysis, estimate is 69 miles an hour on the wind north of Palmer. That's without a downburst. That's inside the cloud and kind of a horizontal measurement of the wind. You may now have a downburst going 80 miles an hour in the center of that thing. Seriously. I don't think that is at all hyperbole. Here we go, continuing to watch now the gate-to-gate that's trying to develop again. Let's make sure we're in the... Yep. So we'll watch. There's thankfully, there's a little bit of separation there on the storm relative. So that's a good thing. That tells you basically, long story short, is that tells you that you've got a swath of potentially damaging wind, but not necessarily tornadic development imminent inside of that one. Zoom out a little bit. All right, so notice what's happened in the Boston area. All has started to go quiet, right? We started to see these, if I go through a loop over the last hour, you started to see all these little isolated cells developing over Route 2, developing in the Merrimack Valley. We had downpours developing in southeast New Hampshire. Now what's happening, particularly when you get, let's say, from Nashua south and east, it's all gone quiet. Why? Because the big show is coming in. So what's happening here is essentially what the atmosphere does is you've got these areas of very strong ascent, rising air, that can cause the strong storms. And so you've got that kind of all consolidating now to the line that we see. So that consolidation that you see is where we start to get the higher concern for the damaging wind gusts. And you begin to look a little bit more for very limited centers of rotation. This becomes a large-scale damaging wind potential. So you've got, it's no surprise then that you've got an extension now of a severe thunderstorm warning out through Worcester, running out to Hopkinton, Marlborough, Clinton, all the way through 4:30 this afternoon as that line of straight line wind approaches. We'll watch carefully and see whether or not any of that rotation tightens up at the center of it. We also are watching really carefully up by Winchendon. Let's go over to the... So there's a couple areas, obviously, to pay really close attention to up by Winchendon. None of them are immediately concerning on tornadic development, but both of those areas should be watched really closely. Either way, little pulses of damaging wind, quite possible now at Winchendon, and quite possible coming over 119 outside of Ashby. All right? Those are both embedded in heavy rain shafts. Central New Hampshire, you got a severe thunderstorm warning at Hooksett. Let's go to the storm relative velocity on that one for you. Agawam, Mass. has picked up 1.16 inches of rain in a very short period of time. This, again, like the other ones in New Hampshire, this is going to be a very small pulse of damaging wind. It would be very small in area, but we'll keep a watch. Western Maine, Sebago Lake. Not yet in the warning, but if you know somebody who's at Sebago Lake, this storm is going to be coming in on the north side of the lake. Let's go over to the storm relative velocity. Nope, no imminent rotation in there, which is good, but it's a decently strong storm. You get some pretty good cloud ground lightning up around Denmark, Maine, and then you've got these little smaller cells that just aren't quite strong enough to be contenders for damage around Raymond, around Naples. This is kind of what we saw happen in northeast Mass and southeast New Hampshire a short time ago, isn't it? You get these kind of discrete cells, we call them, these individual cells that flare up, but they're outside of the main line. Oh boy, that's a storm capable of damage. There's no warning on it, and my guess is because we're in the middle of cool air. This is up by coming out of North Conway, heading into Stowe and Lovell, Maine. Let's get back over to a radar scan there. So that's got a pretty good downpour. There's some cloud to ground lightning. It's just north of 302. What are our temperatures up there? Yeah, you know what? The temperature's still 80. I mean, so yeah, no, there's no cooler air to be had there. That's one that certainly has the capability of some localized damage as it crosses over the state line and comes up towards Stowe and Lovell. So just be aware, there's a potential of damaging wind coming out of that storm for you up in western Maine. Back down to the south, I'll shift the radar back to the Taunton view. Let's get a good look at central Mass. Oof. What's that?
That one near West Brookfield.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, West Brookfield. Yep, absolutely. So this storm, you've got, if we go back to regular radar, you've got a big notch developing here. What this tells us is there is a whole bunch of inflow. Danielle was just noticing the notch developing there at West Brookfield. There is a whole bunch of inflow coming into this storm. It's coming from the east. It's coming from the southeast, and then you've got the blast, the straight line wind coming from the back. So you still have a rotating storm, which is why, by the way, you still see see the purple arrow that shows up coming out of Ware, Massachusetts? That's the radar saying, I think I see a tornado. In this case, we don't think it's quite there yet, but this continues to be a rotating center and continues to be one that it's got to be watched.
The En-ROAD's at 0.9.
Whoa, the En-ROAD's at 0.9 on it now?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Oh, it just came down, 0.77.
0.77 just dropped in the latest scan?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So En-ROAD, normalized rotation, basically it's an indicator for us. It helps to take out the noise and helps you to see where the center or where the strongest rotation is. So Danielle was noticing it really spiked there for a short time right over West Brookfield. So we're going to watch that one really carefully too. Obviously, that's the center of the storm that earlier had prompted the tornado warning. Let me zoom out just a little bit more, and you can see this line of storms now from southwestern Connecticut all the way to western Maine. Let me take a moment while you see the radar to get some of the latest chat reports from you. Really appreciate everybody who chimes in here. Heavy rain. Where are we? Blandford and Russell, 70 to 90% without power. Thank you, Danielle. Good. JDH, glad to have the local coverage. Glad to hear it. Spread the word. Put you in a profile pic, live box over the Cape. Okay. Got you. Blocking. All right, there we go. All right, you should be good now. You should be able to see a little bit better. Got a picture of a wall cloud dropping down with rotation from discrete cell over Gardner. How do I send you the picture? Eric, I'm sorry that I didn't see this now. It was only 7 minutes ago you sent it. Send it in to us via our app. That's the best way. You could do it via any number of ways. If you send it on Facebook, I'll see it. If you send it on Twitter, X, I'll see it. But if you send it via our app, it immediately gets sent through the Send to Us tab. It immediately gets sent to the Skywarn Spotter Network. So they'll see it, which means the Weather Service will end up seeing it. And so it'll go into the formal database. We have partnered with them so that everything we get goes to them instantly. So that's why I always encourage doing it that way.
I just put out a social post how to send pictures.
Oh, good. Danielle says she just put out a social post too about how to send pictures. Interesting. JCMW, thank you. JCMW says hearing scanner reports of a tornado in Warren, Massachusetts. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we're always super careful with that. But that is right at the area that we're watching. That is the center of rotation. And we're always really careful with a lot of those, the scanner reports. Sometimes it's a really early indication. Sometimes it doesn't prove to be exactly how it went down. But that would be the area in Warren where Danielle had mentioned that she saw that really good spike that happened for a brief time in the rotational parameters. If we go back over the last 15 minutes,
It's 0.97 now.
it's 0.97 now. And where is that precisely, Danielle?
Just north of West Brookfield. It's down at 0.85.
Okay, all right, so just north of West Brookfield. So this whole area is still really squirrely and an area that needs to be watched quite a while. But I have to tell you that one of the things that is, regardless of whether or not it's tornadic, we don't want to lose sight, folks who are watching, of the fact that there is the potential for damaging wind over the entire area. And not only potential, it's been ongoing. I shouldn't say potential anymore. We've got a ton of reports. Southampton just came in, report of a tree down. Yeah, so another report of potential tornado touchdown in Warren, Massachusetts, which you can see Warren right there at the center of your screen. So that is with this center, when the rotation kind of spiked up. And now we're seeing it. It's still there. I mean, this is shear. This shows you where the wind is going in different directions. I can show it to you on velocity. I mean, there's no question. You've still got a rotating center. And I think the question now just becomes, are you seeing something where, so these storms cycle, they get stronger, they get weaker, they get stronger, they get weaker. I think the question now becomes, are you seeing something where each time it cycles? Let's look at the debris indicator on radar. I'm looking for like a concentric blue that may show up here. I'm not really seeing that. I saw blue in the front edge. It isn't really something though that I'd be imminently saying. Looks like it's something like that. You do have, there's certainly, it's interesting. That's on the leading edge. That indication of stuff thrown up into the air came out of Warren and it's into Brookfield. And let's see, there, it's on the leading edge, and usually what you're seeing there is just contamination. But having said that, we know, and whether, look, like I said, you don't want to lose sight of the point, right? The point isn't, was it actually a tornado touchdown or not? Not right now. Right now, when you're dealing with the event, the point of it is you had some sort of massive storm just come through Warren that caused damage so much that folks around town are saying that it may have been a tornado. And either way, you had something that may have been tossed up into the air, which could have happened with strong damaging wind anyway, and you've got the leading edge to that damage now coming into Brookfield, Brimfield, and Sturbridge is up next. So Spencer, Sturbridge, Brookfield, we need to make sure that we are well sheltered. Folks who are in Charlton, Oxford, Auburn, Leicester, Spencer, the Mass Turnpike corridor, we want to make sure that we are all tucked inside and sheltered as this comes in. And this goes north of the Pike as well. Look, bottom line is when you get north, we've been getting fewer reports of damage, but that doesn't mean that no damage can be done. There's still been a tremendous inflow coming in on the north side of this. I want to make sure to have a interesting. Now I haven't seen the storm reports. I'm getting a ton of storm reports that I'm sharing with folks here on the stream, but I'm not seeing them plot, so they're just not being turned around right now. I think at the government level would be my guess. What do we have here? Ashburnham. Oh boy. Okay. Let's get back. Let's go to Ashburnham. Right there. All right, we've got fairly strong rotation that's showing up now. That's right over the Wellville area, headed up toward 119. That's going to be one that we've got to pay really close attention to. Yep, there's the shear. Just came up. Let's go back over to plane radar. So again, this is a rotation trying to develop inside the storm right over 119. And you saw it with me earlier. This is one of these things where it can ramp up, and then in a short period of time, can come back down. Okay, so let's go back over to the radar, the regular radar that you're used to seeing. Yeah, so what I'm looking at here is that you've got a pretty good curl showing up in here. Look, bottom line is, again, let's not kind of split hairs here from Holt Road to West State Road, coming into Ashby. We've got a storm right now that has the capability, certainly, of producing a significant damaging wind burst, but there's also indication just coming out of Ashburnham that you may have some tight rotation showing up here on radar as well. Back to the storm relative velocity, and you can see generally where that would be. Let me see if I put on our radar algorithm. Interesting. Picking up on it farther to the north. Let me take a look at that one. That one I'm not as worried about, actually. That one I'm not as worried about right now.
1-inch hail in Ashburnham.
What's that?
1-inch hail in Ashburnham.
1-inch hail in Ashburnham?
Yep.
Reported or
Reported.
reported? All right, so there you go. That certainly backs it up. So thank you for that. Where was that off of, Danielle?
Amateur radio.
Okay, great. So Sky One Spotter Network, Ham Amateur Radio Network, helping us out yet again with 1-inch hail in Ashburnham. This area right here that's being highlighted by our radar is an area to watch. Let me get over to the... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Thank you, radar. So this is another area that is certainly significant. So let me go ahead and get that off of here. So And this is the thing, is that there are times I look at the radar and say, no, no. Then there's other times you look and say, oh yeah, that's concerning. So this is over Darling Hill Road in Mason, New Hampshire. Let me get back over to the regular radar and let's just see if there's a decent updraft there. To the center, it's essentially at the center of an updraft. So this is a storm that's also concerning. So you get the idea. What happens is, and they're very, very quick to spin up. And the question always on these is, do you end up with a funnel? Does it end up getting down to the ground? Or does it come and it goes over the course of 1 or 2 scans and moves on its merry way? In this particular instance, I certainly would think that we should have damaging wind ongoing in a burst around Mason, New Hampshire, and coming off to the northeast, regardless of what the rotation does. When you get around Pratt, when you get around, essentially west of Route 13, this is going to be an area that's headed up toward Milford. So we're going to watch very carefully what happens with that, because that definitely, now when you get to that spot, Danielle, do you have GR open over there?
Yeah, and there's a big uptick in KDP.
There is an uptick in KDP going on. All right, so we're starting to see, yeah, there it is. So we're starting to see, what Danielle's noticing is that there's an uptick going on with a hail spike that oftentimes indicates that you're about to develop a downburst wind. In fact, this was one of the things that was asked about on our podcast just yesterday. For our 1 Degree Outside members, we do a podcast, and we just answered this question yesterday from Dave Hayes, also known as Dave the Weather Nut out in Western Mass. He had asked, is it true you can use dual polarization radar to indicate when there's going to be Wilbraham tree down on wires, when there's going to be a downburst wind develops? And yes, you do oftentimes see a spike that occurs up in the mid-levels of the atmosphere when you're about to get a downburst. So Mason to Milford, New Hampshire, you would probably be next in line for that. Let's get back down to the south. Obviously, we have a lot of you that may just be tuning in. I've got more reports coming in from the Skywarn Spotter Network, a lot of reports out of Springfield. Amherst, multiple limbs down, 2-inch to 6-inch diameter on the sidewalk, partly blocking the road, Pine and State Street. Primary wires down, Pine Street, Amherst again. Gate to gate north of North Brookfield. Okay, thank you. Yep, so what Danielle's noticing here is that we're starting to see, again, let me zoom the view out just a little bit. There we go. Put on our storm relative velocity. So Danielle's noticing that while there's some separation that's over Spencer, when you get on the north side of this storm, it's trying to tuck in gate to gate again, which means you're trying to, the wind is rotating very closely, very tight rotation beginning here. This will absolutely be your next area of damage. So if you're in this area, whether it's tornadic or not, let's get back over to the more traditional radar. Whether it's tornadic or not, this is Barnes Road. It is moving off to the east-northeast and northeast. So North Brookfield Road, South Road, all the way out through North Spencer. We want to be sheltered indoors. Ideally, look, this is one of those times that let's see what happens in the next scan or two. But if you look at the wind shear, it certainly is enhanced. So one of the things that we want to do is, yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of separation here again that's developing. So I think you're just dealing with a significant damaging wind threat that's going on here right now, but it doesn't really matter because the damage is significant. What we're getting for reports are 60, 65 mile an hour winds. We look together at the fact that I would estimate there's 80 mile per hour downburst winds at the middle of this. And to that point, National Weather Service is chiming in saying that for the big storm coming into Worcester, they've upped the wind potential to 70. Radar velocity signatures, it's what we looked at. They're saying 45 to 55 knots, and we looked at that together. Remember, we actually saw 69 miles an hour out of the center of that thing, right? Let's do it again. It's been a little while. Let's do it again. There we go. All right, there's 64 miles an hour, but as I said to you before, that's not downburst, that's horizontal. Let me see if I've still got, I'm going to swing over to the plane radar, and let me wipe that. I'm going to see if I still have my other radar tool open and available. It's a tool that I love, and before I talk too much about it, let me see if I can get it to pop up here. And, oh, you're on 4th degree. Okay, gotcha. No, that's okay. It's, that's okay. Would you mind just, is WSV3 still open? It's not, okay. All right. Yeah, just minimize your windows if you would for a second on fourth degree. I don't know if you have the laptop, but we could do that. But let me go ahead and it's loading already. I just launched it again.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to let you handle it. You just tell me when WSV3 is up.
Go ahead.
It's up. Thank you. Okay, so folks, while I'm showing you the radar, I'm just kind of getting things spun up again here on this tool that I keep loaded to be able to show you some different things that aren't usually seen on TV or on this TV system that we have. Let me see if I can get it pulled back up again. There we go. And 1 second here on the delay, but okay, great. And let me see if I can get downburst. Yes, perfect. So what I'm going to do here, folks, is I'm going to switch you over. This is a program called WSV3. Guess where it was built? Right here in New England, Windham, New Hampshire. Paul Maravelis is a phenomenal programmer who's out of Windham, New Hampshire, and built this. This gives us stuff that we don't even see in the TV systems, and it's remarkable. This is a downburst gust estimate. All right, so what he's trying to do here is take into account what's happening with the downward momentum of the rain and put it together with the horizontal speed that we see. So the wind gust, the downburst estimate he has in here is coming back at about 55. A lot of times it does a really good job of picking up on the stronger downburst winds. Honestly, I think in this case, we've already had a reported gust of 60. So in this particular instance, for where the storm is right now, looks like we might be just kind of missing out on that a little bit. But I definitely think you've got downburst gusts that are probably 70 plus at the middle of this thing. We can plot probability of severe hail. And you can see that you're somewhere around about a 55% chance of severe hail that's going on from Spencer to Rutland right now. One of the other things we can look at is a representation of gate-to-gate shear. We've kind of already looked at that together in other kind of avenues that we've had, but we're able to see where some of the strongest rotation is. And then, of course, there's the more typical stuff that we've been looking at together, which is the velocity and storm relative velocity plots that show up in here. Look at this. You can really see, if I zoom in a little bit more, what are you seeing, Danielle? Oh, so this is Route 31, just north of Spencer. What do we got? Woo! Look at that. 71 miles an hour on a horizontal wind speed estimate coming in toward Route 31. So if that doesn't tell you, you've got broad damage. You say, well, what if I come south? Look at this. You're still 55 all the way down 31. Let's come a little bit farther south, and let me zoom out just a little bit. I mean, you do a probe on this, and you start going up, wow, 70 miles an hour, essentially just north of Spencer, coming down 148. And you maintain, it's the bottom number, you maintain over 50 mile per hour winds all the way back down, there we go, all the way back down through East Brookfield, south of 9. Wow, not all the way to the Pike, but nonetheless, that's remarkable. That's a huge area. And you can also see on the front side of the storm, this is where the air is getting drawn into it, and you're bursting wind on this front side as well. You've got 40 miles per hour going in a different direction here. So it's a very broad rotating storm that's coming into Worcester right now. Worcester, we want to be sheltered indoors, away from windows, as this one comes in. You've got a pulse of substantial wind damage that's possible here, coming in on the northwest side of Worcester, up toward Paxton. But even when you get in the north side of Worcester, there's 122, there's 190, there's 290 and 190. I think the damage is going to end up near there and just north of there. And then you've got the other area that's farther to the south. I mean, look, you get the whole extension of the storm that goes down through Spencer. And the whole thing's moving off to the east. Want to check the chat, see what you guys have to say. I'm always, and I'll get us back over to the more conventional radar view. There we go. And we'll take a little bit of a zoom in. So Worcester, you are now really minutes away from the arrival of this. The core of that storm will be at Worcester at 4:07. And you can see the Townsend times if you're watching on a small screen. West Boylston at 4:10, Shrewsbury at 4:13, Boylston at 4:17, Northborough at 4:19, Clinton at 4:20, Westboro 4:21, and Berlin, Massachusetts at 4:22. Dark and Haverhill, thank you, Jessica, for the report there. Townsend, 119, got really eerie outside. Can hear the thunder booming. Wind is picking up now in Londonderry, New Hampshire. Antrim's got rain and thunder. Westbrook, Connecticut, Big G. All right, thanks for chiming in. Appreciate it, Big G. Westbrook, Connecticut, how far away? All right, I'll show you in a second there. I'll show you in a second. We haven't done Connecticut in a while. Bridgeton, Maine, out of power. Out of power in Bridgeton. Michelle Drew says, where are your kids? I don't know. Kidding. You're right. You're right to think of that. Danielle and I are, we are a team, and on days like this, the team grows. Grandma is with the kids right now, and we are so thankful. It takes a village, as they say, particularly when you have a startup, and we are very thankful. Let's get back down to Connecticut. Real nasty storm over Windsor. Townsend times on the center of that. Shave some of this off, though, because we've already seen it come through some of this. So I would say shave about 5 minutes off. Manchester, Connecticut. It's raining already in Manchester, but heart of the storm, probably about 4:08, so about 11 minutes from now. Ellington, 4:20, but shave about 5 off, 4:15. Bolton, about 4:17. Probably a good idea. Okay, more information out of Warren, Massachusetts, where we had that scanner traffic of potentially a tornado, but I always said you got to be a little bit careful with that. There was apparently a spot of a funnel, not a spot of a touchdown. Wow, Route 5, both directions, West Springfield, Massachusetts, where the storm now has transitioned to leftover heavy rain. But West Springfield, Massachusetts, we've got Route 5 under the railroad tracks, 4 feet of water. 4 feet of water in West Springfield with a car stranded. Thank you, Skywarn Spotter Network. All right, chat. You're flying out from tomorrow from Logan at 8 p.m. You're fine. You're fine. I don't know about the weather in Munich, but use our app. Seriously, our app will work internationally. Put in Munich and you'll find out. Southern New Hampshire, seeing a couple of very interesting looking cells here. So why don't we go ahead and let's analyze these. Yeah. Okay, so neither one of these has tight enough rotation that I'd be imminently worried. Both of them have enough that you may get some damaging wind. So that's why you've got, from the National Weather Service in Gray, Maine, severe thunderstorm warning that's out from Chester to Raymond to Stratham. Although Stratham, you might be on the south side of that one, but you got to follow up anyway. This is the one we looked at coming into Milford. Remember I told you Milford was going to be next? Well, there you go. Severe thunderstorm warning till 4:30. That's headed into Bedford next. Manchester's been getting hit with, storm after storm. None of it's been tremendously damaging around Manchester, but nonetheless. Warren, Massachusetts. Sure are talking a lot about Warren, aren't we? Remember, that was the spot where we heard the scanner traffic about the fact that there may have been something trying to touch down there, but nonetheless, tree down in a car. Okay, and again, this was what I was talking about earlier. Regardless, it's clearly, regardless of what it was, it's clearly a sign that something major went through, right? I mean, you've got enough wind damage and a powerful enough storm. Folks thought it was a tornado. It doesn't matter whether it was or it wasn't, to be honest with you. I mean, look, it matters later when you go over the science of it. And I'm just doing a radar analysis here off to the side. It matters later, but it doesn't matter in a moment. Interesting, by the way, another radar algorithm, that purple line. Radar's trying to tell us about a tornadic storm again. Huh. Zoom in again. This is the one coming into Milford. This is one we looked at before. Same one. Oh, and that's why. That's why. That's let me see if I can get. That's a pretty good. pretty good gate-to-gate shear that's spotted over by radar coming into East Milford. Hold on a second, though. Let's turn off the... It's skipping along, and you know, chances... I should be careful what I say. Chances are good that you're not seeing something developing under that. But that is definitely... You see why the radar would pick up on it, right? Because you've got wind going in one direction in red. You got wind going in the other direction in green. It's coming right up over South Milford at 101. It's headed into East Milford. Again, going back to what we talked about in central Massachusetts, certainly I think the big thing is it's going to be a storm that's going to have some gusty wind. It's going to cause some damage. But we'll keep a very close eye on that one together here and keep you posted on how that continues to shape up. Back down into central Massachusetts. Worcester now coming under the gun. North side of Worcester getting into the heart of the storm. We are tucked indoors away from windows. Okay, so we've got a problem around Holden, Massachusetts, as far as I can tell. Let's see. Right in here, just coming into Holden right now. Look, if you're in Holden, you're just getting into the storm and the wind is just starting to kick up. Let's keep you sheltered. Certainly, I mean, you're indoors and away from windows. Yeah, there we go. We've got a problem near Holden. So we need to be down in the basement for the moment, on the south side of Holden, South Road, Bailey Road, Salisbury Road, Chaffinville. Okay, so I think that this is enough that we've got, yup. That's enough to say get in the basement. So Danielle, why don't you push notify? Okay, thank you. On this one already? This is coming out of Paxton. If you're just watching us, the storm is coming out of Paxton. It's headed for Holden, and we believe there is enough gate-to-gate or air moving in different directions that this may have the potential to drop a tornado in relatively short order. So for folks who are watching along South Road, I want you down in the basement up to Main Street. If you're watching or you have family and friends in Holden from along Main Street, and then running all the way up on the west side of 190 through Unionville, just let them know that you want them to watch us. All they have to do is download our app, the 1 Degree Outside Weather app, and they'll be able to watch it there. But I do want to stay on this one for a moment here because it is it's a significant. Okay, so Danielle said that the normalized rotation is showing up at 1.6. I don't know that I've ever seen normalized rotation at 1.6 without a tornado. So again, we want you down in the basement. Holden, Chaffinville, West Boylston, you'd be next. We'll see if it holds together. These have been pulsing. Unionville, 190. And so this is one that I think it's we've got damaging wind. I have no doubt we have damaging wind ongoing in this area, enough that it warrants being tucked down in the basement. Again, Main Street, Holden, Unionville neighborhood. We're getting 60-second, yeah, there's the tornado warning. There we go. Tornado warning out for that storm. So I buzzed is that the same one or are they going farther south on it? I buzzed the National Weather Service here on chat just to give a heads up on that. So I'll see if that's the same one. This is Worcester, Shrewsbury, Holden, Northborough, Clinton, Lancaster, Sterling, West Boylston, Bolton, Boylston. There it is. All right, there's your tornado warning. So, again, if you've been watching here, the idea is to keep you on top of it ahead of time. Okay, you do. You have a correlation. There it is. Yep, starting to see a CC spike. Got to watch that. If that goes up more, that's a sign that we've got debris lofted into the air if it continues to increase. All right, it is starting to separate a little bit now. Of course, as soon as the tornado warning comes out, you get a little separation. But yeah, that's a spike that indicates we probably have something non-meteorological that has been tossed into the air. Again, if you're in Holden, we've already got you in the basement. If you're just joining us, or if you have friends who are in West Boylston, tell them to get on our app or on their smart TV. They can load it up on YouTube, search 1 Degree Outside Network. I think it's important that we get them watching. Want to make sure that they are in the basement too, because this is the new tornado warning that's just been issued until 4:45. It's a storm we've been watching here at the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network, and now the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for it. Again, it's over Holden. We still have gate-to-gate shear, which means we have wind turning in different directions very close to one another. It is coming directly over Chaffinville. The rotation coming over Bailey Road en route to Main Street. Chapel Street up next. It'll go to West Boylston Street thereafter. 190 is going to be under the gun. This will come into 190 just north of North Worcester. This is your tornado warning that's been issued on the storm that we've been watching for rotation. Towns and times on the storm. Let's get it on there for you. Toward the center of your screen, Holden 408. West Boylston, rotation arrives at 413. Boylston at 420. Clinton at 423. Northborough at 424. Berlin, 425. Bolton at 429. Hudson at 431. Marlborough at 431. Southborough at 434. Again, all these towns are in the path of this rotating storm, now rotating significantly enough for, I told you earlier about that barren tornado index that we watch. On the left-hand box you see, when I see that up over about a 2.5 or 3, it's a sign for concern. It's at a 4.5. So again, this is the real deal on the tornado warning that has been issued on the storm over Holden, headed for West Boylston, encouraging folks to get in the basement now. If you are on the east side of this tornado warning by Hudson, by Bolton, by Stowe, you have time. By Marlborough, you have time. This is going to be a confirmed tornado warning now, upgrade on the tornado warning. Now, and that was exactly what Danielle was telling us about. They see the debris signature right there, that yellow that you see. They are treating that as a confirmed tornado warning. What's that? Radar confirmed tornado warning. So that is the highest level of tornado alert you can get, aside from tornado emergency, which is a major tornado on the ground. This is a radar confirmed tornado. You saw it here first with the debris signature that continues. What does it mean for you? It means, first of all, remain in the basement. Areas at 190, at Unionville and Chaffinville, through Summit, West Boylston, over Prospect Street. You are up next. Remain in the basement as this storm comes in your direction at Pleasant Valley, at Boylston Center, and up through Main Street. Remain in the basement at Boylston. This storm is coming in on you. If you are in East Berlin, if you are in Berlin, if you have a chance to get to a neighbor's house who has a basement because you don't have one yourself, that is the safe thing to do. If you're in a home without a basement and you're closer into the center of the storm and it seems a little too late to be able to get to a neighbor's house, you want to get to the center of the lowest level of your home. And the reason you want to be near the center is so you're away from outside walls, right? That's going to be one of the most important things here, is to get you toward the center of the house. Yes, the bathroom can be a safe place in the bathtub because you are surrounded by piping. So that is another safe place to be. If you're just joining us, you're watching the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network. We are streaming on multiple platforms and accessible on our 1 Degree Outside Weather app. If you have friends and family in this tornado warning, let them know. All they have to do is download the app. They can watch from the basement. They can watch wherever they are. What we are watching right now is a rotating storm that's just coming out of Holden. This is the center of the storm I'm circling for you, coming over 190. It's headed into Boylston. Clinton will be next up. So these are the areas that we have in the basement now that we expect imminently the rotation will come over you. Checking out the Skywarn Spotter Network, not seeing any imminent updates right now. Let's go back over to the chat. This is an interactive experience where you can chat with us. Lancaster, Massachusetts. Jessica Hunt reports tornado warning sirens are blowing. Very good, Jessica. Thank you. Tornado sirens are blowing in Lancaster. Nice to know they have them. let's see, Thunder and Methuen. Yep, okay, yes, that's Danielle behind me. All right, so here we go with the tornado warning on what is a radar-confirmed tornado. This means that we saw signals that there was debris lofted into the air. So not only was there rotation indicated on radar, but the radar picked up on something non-meteorological, not water, not ice. Oftentimes that means pieces of tree or pieces of debris that were thrown up. And that is the reason that you see this very high confidence on a tornado warning that has been issued.
CC is not that bad.
Great. Danielle saying that the debris signature has come down. We call that correlation coefficient. We're also, and I'll show you, let's go to debris first. It's coming down. This likely indicates, this could indicate that there is no longer new debris being thrust into the sky, but rather debris that's showering down over Summit. And by debris, look, I don't mean to be hyperbolic. It could be leaves, sticks, things of that nature. But nonetheless, that is in the Summit area. What we'd be looking for there is perhaps there's some debris that's starting to descend. In terms of the storm relative velocity, we are starting to see a separation now in the gate-to-gate shear. What that means is there is still a swath of significant damaging wind, but what was the tornadic rotation in the storm has separated just a bit, which means that it may at the moment not be producing a tornado, but we still do have gate-to-gate, meaning air going in different directions right by itself at 190, just coming over 190 now, and about to come into West Boylston, remain in the basement out ahead of this thing. Let's get back over to the shear. Okay, there's the updated scan. We get new scans every 60 seconds. Still seeing a little bit of a separation. This is very different from what it was a very short time ago when we were telling you about how there needed to be a tornado warning on that one. But you can see where the shear just completely jumped in red over Holden. You still have some pockets of that going on, generally starting to come down now. To the regular radar we go. Clinton, Massachusetts. Tornado sirens are sounding in Clinton, Massachusetts. Thank you, Shauna, for the update here. Tornado warning sirens in Rutland, Massachusetts. Hail and crazy rain, says Rob. Thank you very much. So if we zoom in a little bit, Clinton, you are in the path of this storm. You want to be tucked in the basement as the storm approaches. Now, if I go over to the velocity plot, here's what I can guarantee you. What I can guarantee you is there's a swath of damaging wind on the way. What's that? Worcester Airport just gusted to 51 miles per hour, says Danielle, 51 mile an hour gust. I was just about to mention that you've got guaranteed damaging wind anyway that basically is running from Auburn all the way to Shrewsbury, all the way to Berlin, all the way up to Sterling, all the way up to Princeton, and that is all moving off to the north and east. So in this entire area, we want to be ready now for what would be damaging wind at the very least. And when I say damaging wind, I mean damaging gusts perhaps to 80 miles per hour in downburst winds. And that's not an exaggeration. We've radar measured the wind. Let me see if we can do it for you right now. We've radar measured this wind on the order of 70 miles per hour. So to go just a bit higher into the 80 mile per hour range on downburst would not be surprising. Interesting, as we go to the velocity plot, the gate-to-gate, or the air moving in different directions very tight, is showing up a little bit farther south now. I'm not seeing the same strong updraft happening here. So at this point, you're in a tornado warning for the entire area. If you've been following us long enough, then you have seen the fact that we were concerned about this storm, and I believe we push notified it before the warning came out because we saw it ramping up. What we're seeing now is that it's showing signs still of very strong broad rotation, which is a self-sustaining damaging storm. But the tight rotation warranting the tornado warning has started to separate just a bit. These storms do cycle. So there is the possibility that as it starts to come down from its tight rotation, it may ramp back up again. Either way, we can tell you that we don't believe it was probably a tornado when it went through Warren, Mass earlier. But everybody in town swore it was a tornado. And the reason that they did is because it was that vigorous and violent of a storm. So that's what's coming in now around Northborough. That's what's coming in at 290. Damaging wind is coming into Hudson, Robin Hill Street, River Road West, South Berlin, up through River Road. Berlin is getting into the core of the storm now. You're going to start to see that increase. Clinton remains in the path of the rotation, and I'll highlight it for you. Right over West Boylston, is the center of what's left of the rotation. I say what's left because we've seen it cycle down briefly, but it may cycle back up again in terms of being tight enough to cause a concern for tornado development. But right at this moment, we're seeing it separate a bit. That means damaging wind. That means, honestly, with the wind that we're seeing, being tucked in the basement, still a good idea. I've got radar estimated winds of about 65 on the front side of this thing, and that's without downburst. You're probably downbursting to 75 on the leading edge. New Ipswich, Mass, or New Hampshire? New Hampshire. New Ipswich, New Hampshire, 1-inch hail. Branches knocked down there. Let's zoom the view out if you're just joining us. You're watching the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network, an all-digital network devoted to coverage for all of New England. We are currently covering a tornado warning that is been dubbed a confirmed tornado, and the reason for that is because radar picked up on debris that was lofted into the sky when this thing made its way off to the north and east over Holden, Massachusetts. The center of the storm is now over West Boylston, so although you are in a tornado warning farther to the south, at this point, the center of rotation that we've been most concerned about is over West Boylston, headed up toward Boylston. It's going to continue to move northeast toward Bolton. We are still watching on the south side of the storm by Northborough. You can see there's another little notch that shows up in here. Marlborough, that's headed up in your direction. That is going to be a nasty part of the storm. It may produce damaging wind, and we'll watch it carefully to see whether it produces anything that looks like it may be tornadic. Back over to our storm relative velocity, our winds inside the storm, and you're seeing, I oftentimes will tell you, the red, the green, things of that nature. When you've got red, that's air moving in one direction, green, air moving in another. You certainly can very clearly see this rotation that's showing up now. This is a strong and broadly rotating storm that's coming in through Boylston, Clinton, and headed for Hudson, Northborough, Shrewsbury, Worcester, south side of this, where gusts have been confirmed, not estimated, but confirmed at over 50 miles per hour now. Danielle, so you said that was 51 at Worcester Airport, is that right? For the past 15 minutes, it's been going 51? Wow, for 15 minutes, the Worcester Airport at 1,000 feet in elevation on the northwest side of town has seen gusts that have been 40 miles per hour or greater, going all the way up over 50. That's the kind of storm this thing is. This is a monster. It is an absolute monster. You've got wind that's going to be gusting the same just out ahead of it that you've got on the backside, which is a huge swath from Auburn that's headed for Westboro. So sheltered indoors in Westboro, you are right on the south side of this tornado warning. Let's go back over to a couple things I want to do. Let's go back over to the more conventional radar, because I know a lot of you get a lot out of that, okay? I want to put on a little bit of my radar help here. All right, so we were getting a little bit of radar indication earlier on that tornadic signature that was showing up. That's gone away a little bit. Yep. And I'm going to show you a very promising sign here in just a second when it comes to tornado potential. Okay. Okay, so here's the promising sign that I want to tell you about. Over Boylston, we've got a tornado warning that continues. See the large separation between the red and the green that's going on right now? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. In fact, chances are very good you're not getting tornado going on right now. I think the question becomes what we talked about a short time ago, which is, are we going to need to watch this to cycle up? Because once in a while these things do cycle, meaning they get stronger after they get weaker. So we'll watch it. But right now, I can tell you that while the right thing to do is always get in the basement if you are in a tornado warning. It's an official alert from the government. You saw, if you've been watching long enough, why it was issued. We saw it coming. But having said that, at the same time, I do want to continue to stay kind of that step ahead. And the analysis on that is, for now, this is a damaging storm with significant straight line wind damage, but not a tight rotation like we saw when that tornado warning was first issued. And you can see that separation in white that shows up between the two halves of the storm right now. Terrible storm, causing quite a bit. Look at that. Look at this. This is what Danielle was telling us about, where you were getting the gusts. There's 50 miles an hour measured. That's south of Worcester. You go down to Auburn, you're still 40 miles an hour on radar. And so that's where we've been getting bursts up between 50 and 60. All right? Center of that continues to move off to the northeast. Towns and times on that end up being Northborough 429. You're already into it in Northborough, but you've got more of that wind trying to burst in on you coming out of the west. And so that's what we're tracking with this second track, all right? As for the leading edge to the tornado warning storm, if we go back over to the more conventional radar, there's, yep.
Yeah, they extended the, not the tornado warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning also.
Yep, there's the brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So here's where the, here's your towns and times. Let me get this out of the way. If you're watching on your smart TV, you're going to be able to see this pretty easily. If you're watching on your device, and if you're on your smart TV or you have a smart TV, go to the YouTube app, just do a search for the number 1 Degree Outside Network. 1 Degree Outside Network. You'll watch this whole thing on the smart TV. If you're on the computer, you can go to 1degreeoutside.com and look for the live stream, livestream.1degreeoutside.com. You can also watch this whole thing on the app. Here are your towns and times for those of you watching on that smaller screen. I won't read them all because there's a lot of them, but Wayland about 433, Concord, Mass about 436, Bedford about 441, Waltham at 441, Lexington at 443, Watertown and Belmont 444 and 445, Billerica, Arlington, Burlington all about 445, closer to 450 at Winchester, at Woburn, and at Wilmington. All right, so those are your towns and times on where the center of this storm that has prompted the tornado warning is going. Now, having said that, the actual rotation that prompted the tornado warning is what's left of this right here, over Boylston. So what you're seeing now is you're actually seeing the worst of the storm run east. Why? Because it's building into the instability. So off to the east, we've got a large area of hot and humid air. And the storm knows that. You know, you hear about a fire being kind of a living, breathing thing where it'll jump to the oxygen, right? Weather's the same way. Thunderstorms are the same way. They're going to jump to the instability and the heat. So that's what they're doing on the east side of this tornado warning. Let's go ahead and go back over to the storm relative velocity. Yep. So you're still seeing a separation. If you're watching us from this tornado, okay, all right, but now see, that's the original rotation area. Thunder and Acton, thank you very much. Eric, winds are at ground level. The winds that we're telling you are observed are at ground level. Winds at ground level have been 50 to 60 or higher. We've had gusts of 60 to 70, and we believe there's been some higher. Radar estimated winds are the ones that I show you on the screen here. Common Berlin right now, dark and a lot of rain, not much wind. Okay, good to know. A lot of that wind is probably going straight up into the center of the storm, I would imagine. So here we go. We're starting to ramp up again on the north side of this storm with regard to the rotation. Let me see, make sure that we're on our storm relative. Yep. Yep. Okay, so this is what I was talking about with the storms cycling, all right? This is the original rotation with the storm. It's coming back together again. It has cycled. So here we go. We're down in the basement again here because we have got to pick up again. Berlin, New Hampshire, Berlin Street, West Street, Lancaster Road, up through Fryville. There's South Bolton on the right side of your screen, all right? The tornado warning continues for your area, and we now are starting to see this rotation tighten up all over again. Where is it tightening? It's tightening over Berlin Street as it continues to move off to the northeast or east-northeast. Who's next? The Fryville neighborhood, Lancaster Road through Sawyer Road up to Berlin Road, and then eventually up over 495. The 495 belt running north of South Bolton. You will be up next for the area if this holds together on the rotation. But it has managed to spin back up again. Watching my weather vane whip around, says Tim Wysocki. The wind just kicked way up. I'm at Derby Road and Linden in Berlin. All right, so the wind has arrived to Berlin. There it is. There's the latest scan. We get a new radar scan every 60 seconds. There is the center of rotation, and there's our radar picking up on it. You can see it's been surrounded by a green and yellow circle. That's our in-house 1 degree outside radar algorithm picking up that there is tornadic signature back again right over West Berlin and headed up toward the Carterville neighborhood. This is expected now to go from Derby Road up over Fryville. It is going to make its way up toward, again, Berlin Road. We can zoom the view out a little bit, and you'll see that as it continues to move off to the northeast, if it holds together, it's going on the north side of Hudson. Hudson's getting blasted anyway. Straight line winds are trying to move in on top of you. North side of Berlin, we have ramped the rotation up here all over again. of damage. Damage reports, Danielle says, are coming in from Paxton.
Tree down in the house. Tree down in roads impassable. That's 15 minutes ago.
Tree down in a house, roads are impassable. That was out of Paxton, right?
Both out of Paxton.
Okay.
Paxton and Holden.
Okay. If you are farther to the east in Stowe, you are in the tornado warning. The right thing to do is get down in the basement and shelter there. Having said that, you've got some time before. Yeah, this rotation continues to ramp up, unfortunately. Let's go back over to the. Watch that correlation coefficient, too. What's that?
It's okay for now. I just push notify.
Thank you. Very good. All right. For those of you just joining us, we did just send out another push notification. We are continuing to follow the tornado warning, which is labeled as a confirmed tornado warning, and that's because we had radar-indicated debris lofted into the sky. It weakened for a while. It just strengthened again. These storms do that. We call it cycling. They get weaker and stronger. So it's on the uptick cycles that you have to be very careful. The current center of rotation is just come north of Berlin, Massachusetts. Some of you are on here in Berlin. Who is on from Berlin? Tim Wysocki, if you're still on and you still have connection, keep me power flickered multiple times. All right, you did. You chimed in. Thank you, Tim. Really appreciate that. Folks who are in the basement that we have around Lancaster Road, I want you to stay there. You're just starting to get the rotation coming overhead. It is starting to separate again. So that means that we are seeing signs that it may have just cycled up and is cycling back down again. We get scans every 60 seconds. Bolton, we're in the basement. Of course, everybody in the tornado warning, it's a government issued warning, and so the right thing to do is be in the basement. But if you are watching or listening right now, and you are around Shrewsbury, Northborough, Marlborough, Southborough, Westborough, yes, you're getting a blast of terrible wind that gusted over 60 miles per hour reported in spots and confirmed with gusts for 15 minutes that were 40 to 60 miles per hour around Worcester at the airport. You're going to have damage. You're going to have trees down. You don't have rotation that's coming at you directly. The rotation has been farther to the north underneath the center of the storm and is headed into Bolton, and that's where we have folks certainly down in the basement. From Berlin to Bolton, the Fryville neighborhood, the 495 belts north of South Bolton, all the way up to Main Street in Bolton. We should be down in the basement as this storm continues to spin our way. Winds, okay, Tim Wysocki in Berlin says winds have now totally switched direction. Previously south and east, now to the north. That makes sense, Tim. There's the rotation. You can see it right here. Again, I stay on this velocity plot, which some of you, it takes a little getting used to. But really, the reason is because I can immediately see how things are changing with the wind. So what I'm seeing is a weakening of the tight rotation. But where Tim is in Berlin, New Hampshire, and I'm seeing this on the chat. You chat with us on social media or YouTube. I incorporate it. We see it. This is an interactive thing. So Tim just had wind coming out of the southeast, and it just went north. Why? Because the center of rotation just went north of Berlin. So that Tim's report right there should confirm for everybody that it absolutely is a rotating storm, producing rotating wind. The nice thing is, right at this moment, we've started to see a separation in that, and we're not seeing that same kind of gate-to-gate rotation that would be indicative of a tornado like we saw just a few scans ago and like we saw that prompted the tornado warning.
Tree down in Litchfield, New Hampshire, less than 10 minutes ago.
Tree down in Litchfield, New Hampshire, less than 10 minutes ago from the Skywarn Spotter Network. Thank you to the Skywarn Spotter Network. Okay, let's get to the regular radar that you're more accustomed to seeing. All right, so again, you can actually, if you kind of just take that broader view, you can very much see where that old rotation is that continues to try and hold together. It's going to go just northwest of Hudson. But what I've been telling you is on the leading edge to this thing, we've been talking about significant damage that's being done all along this line, right? So I want to see if I can get a good track estimate. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's zoom out. All right. Haverhill, dark skies, rain. I'm getting reports now. We've got a couple of raindrops that are coming down. Haverhill, thank you for that report on the chat. This entire area, there had been some question that was asked of us earlier on this chat and over the course of the last 24 hours, whether or not this stuff would hold together to the coastline. And one of the things that we had said was there's no reason it shouldn't, because you've got so much humidity and heat in place. And you see, what we get so accustomed to saying in New England is, yeah, but the south wind's coming off the ocean. Well, there's one thing that's easy to forget over time. And that thing is that this time of year, your ocean water is the warmest that it's been. These will not die on approach to Boston. All right? The ocean water, we've got dew points in the low 70s coming over southeastern Mass. These will not die on approach to Boston. I'm going to estimate, Danielle, would you say, I know the cells themselves are moving at about 49. Would you estimate the overall line is probably moving somewhere around 30 to the east? 35. Okay, so we'll go in the middle. All right, so here is the overall time of arrival on the leading edge to the line of strong storms, okay? Thunder starting in Drake. Thank you. Heavy rain just arrived West Concord. Thank you very much. Boston, Maine Live in Central Maine. Thank you for the update there. Appreciate it. And Boston, Maine Live, by the way, on YouTube is providing those amazing live cams that you see on the left side of our stream. So you may be watching this on social media or watching the individual live stream. We actually have our new New England-wide streaming network. So if you're on a smart TV, look that up. You just search for 1 Degree Outside Network and you'll see it. And the Boston, Maine cameras are amazing. They give a great view of what's going on in all different cities. If I could, I'd watch them now while I'm doing this, because they can be very helpful to see what's going on. More coming in on the chat here. Rumblings of thunder in Blackstone, Mass. Big thunder in Westford, says Silver Gray. Getting dark, says Katie, in Blackstone. Getting cloudy and dark skies moving over the North Shore. Should Hopkinton be taking cover? Okay, well, you've seen these towns and times long enough on your screen, so let me go ahead and see if I can wipe that off, and let's answer some of these questions, okay? Brand new severe thunderstorm warning now just issued for the northwestern suburbs of Boston until 5:15. Coming out of Maynard, going into Danvers and Peabody. Did I mention these storms will not die before they get to the coastline? So yes, in Hopkinton, Massachusetts, you should be taking cover, 110%. You've got the storms right now to your north, but the problem is you've still got all this thunder and strong storms off to the west, over 90 at Auburn, and then that runs all the way down through Southbridge and Charlton. So really anybody that's along this line in eastern Connecticut into Rhode Island, perhaps excepting the south coast of Rhode Island and southeast Connecticut, although you'll get thunderstorms, they may just not be as strong. And anybody in the Boston metro, the suburbs, both north and south of town, should be prepared for these storms to run to the coast over the next hour to hour and 10, a little bit later for someplace like Duxbury. Light rain, a little thunder in Scarborough, Maine. Yes, we've started to get into it here. Let me just swing you over, and of course, we continue to follow the tornado warning. I'm not going away from that. Don't worry. If you're watching from the tornado warned area, I'm coming back to you. But what I just told you, we actually gave the heads up before that tornado warning came out, and now I'm giving you a heads up. It's a damaging storm with damaging wind, not necessarily tornado rotation right now, but still being tucked indoors away from windows and ideally in the basement's a good idea. The stuff going on in Maine right now, you got to watch it carefully to make sure you don't get little spin-ups in here. And you see what I mean? Just outside of gray, you've got an attempt for a little red and green getting together there as well. But at this point, I can tell you that nothing jumps out at me as being imminently concerning in terms of a tornadic threat. With regard to damaging wind, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's out from Standish to Gray right now until 4:45. That may be extended up toward Lewiston if they end up getting reports of damage in that area, and there's a special marine warning out at Casco Bay. Down to the south, I always like to shift the view over to the Boston radar. Does a little bit better job picking up in southern New Hampshire. I do see that purple line. That's a tornadic signature showing up from radar, not our in-house algorithm, but the National Weather Service one. Let's swing over and see. Yep, okay, you definitely have a shear axis here. You have no doubt that there's damaging wind going on headed into Hampstead. We should be sheltered indoors away from windows from Hampstead to Sandown and Kingston. My goodness, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. You probably should be. So that's going to get a burst of wind. Hampstead to Danville in particular, along and south of the track of that storm. Let's be sheltered indoors. Kingston, let's do the same exact thing. The rain is in on top of you, but you're going to get some gusty wind out of that as well. Wyndham to Pelham along Route 38. Let's go to the velocity. You've got what we call a shear axis here, which is that you have wind going in different directions. That is essentially the front that's coming in. That was expected. You got to watch right in the middle at 93 coming up toward Wyndham. We'll watch that very carefully, because if we continue to see an increase in the strength of that, that would be a concern. One thing that I can do here is let's take a look at the shear. Yeah, it's increased a little bit. You can see the greens and slight yellows showing up in there. So I'll keep an eye on that, certainly. That's one area to pay close attention to. We'll see if that ramps up again or not in the next couple scans. If you're watching us from the tornado warned area, we've been giving a lot of coverage, of course, to what's been going on for you, but also being very upfront about what we've been seeing in terms of the velocity scans. Just now, starting to see the original rotation area as it comes up towards Stowe, trying to get tightened up again. So what you're looking at to get your bearings here is you're coming up on the east side of the tornado warning. And so the National Weather Service may or may not extend that tornado warning. 1.1 NROT. But our job is to try and tell you ahead of time what we think is going to happen. So what I'm going to tell you is this. Given this uptick that we're just seeing literally in the last 60-second scan over the north side of Stowe, we absolutely should be down in the basement, Boxborough Road, Willow Street. Okay, numerous trees down in Worcester. Danielle says that report just coming in. This area coming over Taylor Road and headed to West Acton. Let's stay down in the basement. You are in the tornado warning area anyway, but there's that latest scan I was telling you about that just came in. We're still getting signals, and I'll show you where it is. It's right coming up over Taylor Road. Still getting signals that you've got enough rotation in here that you may be able to produce a funnel or drop as a tornado, and that's coming up to West Acton Road. So this has come back together again. One thing we talked about earlier, and if you're just joining us, I'll set the stage, or if you've been with us, I'm going to tell you the update on where we're at. So we talked about this earlier. This has been a broadly rotating storm. It's been pulling air in on the southeast and east side, coming in through Maynard. You're going to get tree damage, limb damage. Multiple reports of trees down have already happened. But the original rotation area continues to remain quite tight, and it is tightening again, which would, if it continues to cycle like this, they're going to have to continue that tornado warning and issue a new one for Acton. Either way, what I'm telling you is running all the way up across West Acton Road, West Acton, Kelly Corner. Let's stay tucked in the basement here, because as I continue to get 60-second updates, I will let you know right away if it's something that comes down enough that you can get back behind it. Seeing your reports on the chat, everybody, from Woodstock, Connecticut, Brunswick, Maine, all the way up to Dover, New Hampshire. We appreciate everybody in New England who's taking part in this and keeping us updated, okay? Broad area of damaging wind now that runs all the way down through Westboro, Marlborough. That's moving to the east, Wayland, Framingham, Ashland. You're going to be up next. I can show you the more conventional radar view, and there's the line of storms. You see that, you go, okay, yeah, I believe it. What will happen if it comes to Boston, says All Transit and Airplane Media? The answer to that is these will not die on approach to Boston. So we will continue to be watching them exactly as we are now, and so we will see whether or not we get any small spin-ups and rotations like have warranted these tornado warnings, or whether we get just severe thunderstorm warnings, which still is a huge deal. There have been towns this has gone through who could have sworn a tornado came through because it was so significant. Okay, I want to get back over to the storm relative velocity. This is still, let me put my shear markers on here again. What's that? Did it? What time is your radar scan over there from? Okay, there it is. I just got one. I got a 60-second update here. Okay. All right, so what we're looking at here, folks, is that, yep, it cycled again. You had tornado potential again, and now it's starting to separate. By the way, if you are in this tornado warned area, anywhere from Stowe to the south and west, you are in the clear. Anywhere from Stowe to the south and west, you are in the clear of the rotation. Obviously, when you look at the radar, we're not in the clear in terms of heavy rain and wind and all that. Marlborough, Northborough, Shrewsbury, Worcester, very much into it. Let's see if I can get a rainfall estimate here. I'd like to see what we're talking about in terms of rain accumulation last 3 hours. Here we go. Someplace like Worcester, 0.77. I don't know if I believe that. 0.92 sounds a little bit more believable. All right, so it's not enough to be causing a widespread flash flood concern. That's why I was looking at that. There might be some areas. We've had a report, I think I told you earlier, West Springfield had 4 feet of water in an underpass with a car stuck and stranded, right? So we've had reports certainly of flooding, but I'm thinking more on a large scale. We're not dealing with that right now. We are starting to see indications. This is going to be damaging wind core again. Here we go. Coming out of Wayland and extending down to Ashland. Framingham, hang on. You're going to have trees and limbs coming down. And the reason I say that is because when you look at this, you can see there's what we call a line segment that shows up. I'm circling it right here. Wayland down just northwest of Framingham to Route 9. That is a sign that you've got a good burst of strong wind, straight line, but strong wind coming in on the backside. So we're going to watch that very carefully. On the top end of it, you always need to watch for rotation. So why don't we go ahead and see on that top side. Again, let me circle it one more time for you. Bam, right there. Why don't we go ahead and switch over storm relative velocity. Okay, good. So you're seeing a ton of inflow coming out of the east and southeast on the front side of this storm, but you are not seeing a lot of wind coming under the belly of it. So that's good. And the original rotation that prompted the warning, still holding together, by the way, here it is. I'll circle it for you. Just coming out of Stowe. It's going to move up toward Acton. For now, it looks like we've seen enough separation between the wind and when it's moving one direction versus the other that tornado development does not appear to be imminent for Acton, meaning within the next minute or two. As I've been showing you, we get a new scan every 60 seconds, and I think nature has proven it, right? It's one thing when I tell you this, but nature's proven it, that on a day like today, with the fast motion of the storms and the way the wind is turning with height, 1 or 2 minutes makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference. You will have on days like today, if we've had tornado touchdowns, they occurred over the course of a minute, and they lifted back up. Maybe a minute and a half, and they lifted back up. If there are ones confirmed so far from today, they are going to be small width, short length, on the ground for a short time, because that's what the atmosphere was telling us was going to happen in the first place. Just check the rain gauge, says Tim Wysocki in Berlin, Massachusetts, 0.92 inches. There we go. So that matches the radar estimate we just looked at, doesn't it? Good. Do I need a little bit of light on here? Probably. That matches the radar estimate. That's good. Thank you very much for that. Tim, Tom says 0.91 on your Tempest. Tom, I'm looking through. I don't see where you're at. If you could tell me where you're at, that would be great. Tim Wysocki, fun fact for you. My favorite professor of meteorology at Cornell was Mark Wysocki. So I don't know if there's a relation there, but I learned an awful lot from Mark. So I have an affinity for Wysockis. Thanks for keeping me posted on what's going there. All right, here we go. Lexington, Waltham. Hang on. You've got damaging wind that's on the way. Why do I say that? Bam, there it is. You can see that we've got a good core of wind that's coming up in that red that you, oops, sorry, I thought I was telestrating. I wasn't. There we go. From Concord to Lincoln to Lexington. This is all moving off to the east. I can do towns and times for you again in just a moment. Core of that damaging wind. There you go. Up on the screen, if you're watching on smart TV, it's going to be easier to see this than if you're on a device. So I'll take care of you either way. Smart TV, you open up the YouTube app and you do a search for the number 1 degree outside network. All right, you do that search and you'll find us and you can watch us on your TV. On our app, the viewer is at the top of the app home screen, as long as you get the latest version. We're streaming on social media, except Instagram, because it's a pain in the neck. You got to get a new key every time you go on. If you're watching on your phone, towns and times go this way. On the core of the damaging wind, Lexington at 455, Belmont at 458, Burlington at 5, Winchester at 502, Woburn 503, about 505 at Medford, at Somerville, at Wilmington, at Stoneham, all about 505. Melrose, about 508, as well as Malden. Everett, about 510. Other spots around 510 are Reading, Chelsea, Wakefield, and Revere. All right, the concern on this one is that it continues to hold a very high, what we call Barron Tornado Index. This is an in-house algorithm that we have here at 1 Degree Outside. Barron is a company down south. Always very willing to talk about how we got things and how we developed them, and they do a very good job with tornado development. And in this particular instance, that's a huge reason why we got this system. And so a 4.7 is very high. So that tells us, okay, we need to continue to stay on guard for possible tornado development, even though right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning that we have, and that's what the straight line wind damage is concerned with. So if we go to storm relative velocity, this is where human meteorologists kind of experience helps. We were able to see the developing rotation that was going to prompt that tornado warning that was most recent near Route 2 when it was starting. We also can look now and see that this does not scream of a tornadic signature at this point, even though the radar is screaming that it does. Because you've got very strong wind. The storm is rotating. Oh my goodness, is it spinning. And it's got big wind coming around the backside, strong wind on the front side of it that mostly is reaching the ground right at the heart of it. But you've got that white in the middle, and that's a separation. And so if you're seeing that separation, you're not so concerned with tornadic development at this time. You're concerned with straight line wind. The only thing that's really important to note is that some of these areas that got straight line wind earlier today, people could have sworn a tornado came through because it was that bad. Let's go over to the velocity plot. I want straight up velocity. Let's see what we've got going on here. I'm going to go ahead and probe this, and let's get a, there you go, 53. And I'm going to just do, I do this is the beauty of being digital. I do it live on the screen with you. So if you're not into the science of meteorology or understanding how these warnings are issued and how the damage is done, this may not be the most interesting. But the idea here is for you to kind of see how how everything's baked. And so right now what we just did is we just probed winds that are in the horizontal, that are up in the sky at 50 to 55. That confirms for me that we're very likely dealing with downburst winds that are on the order of probably about 65. Lowell and Chelmsford, says Dave Winfield. What about Lowell and Chelmsford? So you're actually getting split. You're going to be all right. Look at that. Lowell and Chelmsford, you've got the worst of it that we looked at down by Lexington. All right, it is coming down hard at Carlisle, and we are watching the rotation here. We may get wind damage, Carlisle, Bedford, Billerica, and we still need to be really careful of what you can see is that rotation that's showing up just east of Route 27 now, headed in toward Bedford. It's not tight enough for tornado right now, but we got to watch it. But when you get around Lowell, Chelmsford, Drake, you got split. And so that means you are not going to get damage out of this. There's nothing back to the west. It's not going to redevelop. So you're all right. You're all right there. Now, you start getting to Haverhill, house fire in Boylston. Guessing lightning, says Nurse B. Nurse B, I'm guessing you're right. Absolutely. You bet. Pouring hard in Oxford, Mass. Thank you for your amazing coverage. You know what, Steve? Thank you for saying that. Please spread the word. All right. We are a small startup, but we are passionate. And so we're going to cover everybody in New England. It's what I did at NECN. And then, you know, things changed obviously there since I've left. And I look at this and say, I want to cover all of New England and make sure that New England has a source. We started covering this as a tornado warning at the New York state line. We're going to follow it until it gets off the Atlantic seaboard. It's everybody gets covered. Maine, you've gotten a little less love. Vermont, you've gotten no love today, but that's because you haven't had as much in the way of severe weather. Maine, we've given some love to. Vermont, we really haven't talked about you, but you're behind the whole thing. All right, so we do tend to focus in these live streaming events on areas where damage may be done, where folks may be hurt, and we want to keep folks safe. So you're going to see that from us, that there's oftentimes when we're covering a large area, it's not that we don't like you, it's that we want to keep everybody safe. So I'm looking right now at the wind field around these storms over Kingston, Plastow, Newton, New Hampshire. There's definitely some small areas that are trying to spin a little, but there's nothing in there that I look at and say, you know, this is something that's tornadic in nature. This is going to be gusty thunderstorms are going to blow through. I don't even know how much damage will be done. There may be some limbs that come down here and there, but that's about it. All right, so we got a re-up on a severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, that just came in. Yep. So it's basically this one right here. Is a new warning. Northeast Connecticut, same deal, straight line, damaging wind. Again, same deal. Only thing you got to watch is right at the apex on the north side of it, right in here over Southbridge. You got to watch that carefully to see if it spins. But what I've been telling you is don't get overly focused on spin. Focus on wind. And that's what's coming into Putnam, Connecticut right now, Brooklyn, Connecticut, Thompson, Connecticut. Damage will be done with that storm. Damage will be done coming in toward Hopkinton for that matter as well. Why do I say that? Because I'm looking at this line pulsing into Grafton right now, and I say that's a good line, Westboro down to Grafton and Sutton. Then what I say is, all right, well, can I go over to the velocity scan? And I do, and I probe inside of that, and I say, well, it's 34 miles an hour, but then you've got downburst wind on top of that. So you're talking about what's probably about a 40, 45 mile an hour gust. And with leaves on the trees, that's enough to cause damage in spots. So let me check the latest power outages and see how we're doing there. 6,500? Yep. Yeah, isn't it something? Where the storm first came in and prompted a tornado warning early on at the New York state line when we started this live stream. You've got 66% of the town of Mount Washington without power. And that was one of the towns we watch that rotation come right over. There was a debris signature that came out of New York with that one. That was a nasty looking one.
We just got some pictures from spotters in Holden of trees down. They're in our reports email.
Okay.
I don't know.
Great. Okay, and I've got him here too. Good. Let me go into media display. All right, folks, here's what I'm going to do. Let's see. I'm going to try this on the fly. So I'm going to try and pull up webcam corner browser. Who knows what you're going to look at? Okay, you're looking at black. That's all right. Give me a second. So... there we go. All right, so these pictures now just coming in from the Skywarn Spotter Network. We've told you before that we share all of our information with the Skywarn Spotter Network, which informs the National Weather Service. So this is some coming in now from Bailey Road, Putnam Lane Road, Holden, Massachusetts. So remember, Holden is that area that we looked at, that we had the signature of rotation that showed up. You can see the tops of the trees were snapped off here, or at least large limbs. Hard to say exactly. That tree obviously had seen better days regardless. And that's one of the things that we always are very careful for. Okay, I was just looking to see. So as you can see, I'm watching constantly as to what's going on the... let's get back to the radar. On social media. If you reach out to us on social media, we're going to see that, and we appreciate it. Let me check the chat, because you've been chiming in on the chat regularly. Not seeing a lot of wind yet in Oxford. Let me zoom the view out, because I left you on a rather zoomed-in view here, didn't I? Apologies. There we go. So here's our line. You got everybody in there now, don't you? From southern Maine all the way down to southern Connecticut. Severe thunderstorm warnings for the Boston metropolitan area, the suburbs north and west of the city, the suburbs west of the city. Hold on a second. So, all right, you got the idea. We've got pulses of damaging wind. My is right here. Let's go storm relative velocity. I'm going to look at the wind inside of this. Okay, we're all right here on this one for now. We're all right on this for now. There's a shear axis in here, which means that you've got wind going one way ahead of the storm line. You got to go in the other way. It's all right. You expect a shear axis. In the middle, though, you don't see signs of tight rotation. So at this point, as much as that was a thing that made me go, coming into Thompson and Webster, Connecticut and Mass, it is going to produce damaging wind. It is unlikely going to produce a tornado in the imminent future. Dark and calm in Upton, Mass. You know what's so interesting, Stephen? We've been hearing a lot of reports. It was so windy for a while earlier today, wasn't it? We've been hearing a lot of reports that right before this stuff comes in, it's calm. It's almost a little eerie. It doesn't mean you're going to get nailed. It just means that we have been hearing that from a number of folks here. I mean, here you are in Upton, and you can see you've got, there's 140 right up the road at Grafton. It's coming down hard. All right, we go over to the velocity plot. It's not exceptional, but let's go velocity. 32, 30. So you put that into a downdraft, and you're probably gusting about 40. Back behind it, about the same. So it's going to get gusty. It's just amazing that it's been going calm right before this stuff has been arriving. I'm not sure whether it's doing the same thing around Wakefield right now or not, because you're about to just get in on the leading edge to this thing. But special marine warning now goes up for the North Shore. Danielle, do you want to do a maybe a geo-fenced alert for Eastern Mass, unless you already have recently? Just if we draw it down, go from the center of the line of storms all the way out over the ocean, and just let folks know, that severe thunderstorm warnings and marine warnings are up, and we're covering it. Okay. Meanwhile, we got business to tend to here too, folks. We've got starting to get rotation, trying to ramp up again, just northwest of Bedford. So what we're seeing, yeah, right there. So coming out of Carlisle, just gotta watch it. Not something where it's imminent coming into Billerica. All right, it's going to come right over Route 3 in the next 60 seconds or so. Not something that I look at it and go, that's definitely going to end up something that's going to be a problem, Tornadic. But this is the type of thing that leading up to the previous tornado warnings, we've been watching and we've been letting you know about. We've been saying, all right, this is something you got to watch. So that's an area you got to watch. I'm not imminently concerned like in the next few minutes. I am going to just keep an eye on it. When you look at the regular radar, it actually is kind of part of the leftover vestige of what was the original rotation that had prompted the tornado warning around Clinton earlier and did the damage that we were just looking at a short time ago. So just so you know, something I think that we want to keep an eye on, and I'm going to keep an eye on it. And that's the type of thing that you're going to get here at the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network, is a constant evaluation of what's happening. Look, if you're looking, for someone to kind of just give you the play-by-play, here's the warning, that's it. That's not really what we're about. And we could do that, and maybe you guys, through your feedback, will want that instead. But our thought process is, let's keep you ahead of the storm. When you're out on the boat, when you're out at the beach, when you're out with the family, when you're watching from home, wouldn't it be nice to hear your town mentioned, to hear the streets mentioned before the thing gets there, rather than when it's right over it, right? So that's the whole idea about going digital first is, it's 2025. Let's dive deeper. Let's do a little bit more. So we hope you enjoy this. Either way, you can interact with us in the chat. The chat, we're streaming on every social media platform, YouTube. And then the only one that's hard to interact with us, you can, just a little harder, is if you have a smart TV and you open the YouTube app, you can watch us on TV. Do a search for 1 Degree Outside Network, and you'll see us. There's a live one. You just choose that. You just have to work a little harder to chat with us through the TV. All right, Exeter, you've got a lot of lightning now. These are all the white squiggles. Cloud to ground lightning strikes headed directly for the beaches. So it's not raining at Rye right now. Big fat drops coming down here and there at Hampton. Get off the beach. If you got friends that are at the beach, if you're watching us from the boat, look, there's no special marine warning coming out Portsmouth Harbor, and there's no special marine warning out of Hampton Harbor. But there's one heck of a storm coming in, okay? So you got to be ready for this, and you got to get into safe port, because there is a wall of lightning. Haverhill's into the wall of lightning right now. There's going to be power outages. They're going to come back. Crystal Lake, Route 97, and running up 125 into Plastow. Cloud to ground strikes all over the place at Plastow, Hampstead, Salem. 30 knots at Vineyard Haven, says Constance. Thank you very much for the report there. Thunder in Gloucester, Peter Lavasco, always great to see you on here. Keep us posted. So Thunder in Gloucester, and that storm line is still way back out at Middleton. I mean, that's... Handsome gusting to 40 miles an hour or knots? Yep. 40 miles an hour at Hanscom. Hanscom, 40 miles per hour. Thank you very much, Danielle. So Danielle's here working hard, and Grandma's with the girls. Some of you have chimed in and said, where are your kids? So they're well taken care of, but nonetheless, we are here with you, and Danielle is working hard, gathering your reports. Keep it coming in. We appreciate it. I am going to look. Let me zoom the view out here a little bit. All right, so now we're into it. Boston's northern burbs. I'll give you towns and times again in just a moment. Just looking to see if we have any more. Oh, interesting. We just talked about Rye, so let's do it. You remember Rye? I said it wasn't raining yet, but it was right on the, there it is. That's the view right now in Rye. Look at that little, so you look at first at the center of that and you say, wait a minute, is that a little funnel that extends down to the ground? No, we look together and there's nothing there strong enough to be a funnel, but what that is that's called a shelf cloud, and it is the sign of a very strong storm, and that's why I say, tell your friends that are out on the boats, or if you're watching this, Danielle, we just push notified, right? Yeah. Great. So many of you are going to be watching now on the app by watching the live stream through the app. So if you are, you may be out on the boat. That's the whole idea. no matter where you are, you can have us in your pocket. So if you are watching us, let's say from these areas along the North Shore of Massachusetts, anywhere from Boston Harbor, even down through Cohasset, Hingham, Hull, Weymouth, all the way north through Cape Ann, and then certainly up to Plum Island, get to safe port now, get to safe harbor, because you've got a wall of storms coming in. Where it's been so far split, you never want to get overconfident on the fact that it'll continue. Lowell, Drake, and Chelmsford got split. Lawrence to Andover, North Andover getting split a bit more. I mean, it's raining, but you can see there's less in the way of lightning. It's possible that Georgetown, East Boxer, right down 133 to Rowley, Ipswich ends up getting split a bit as well. But once you start getting Wenham to Gloucester, Beverly, Peabody, Marblehead, you're into it. And again, I mentioned earlier, this thing ain't quitting by the coastline. Yeah, you want towns and times? Sure, absolutely. Danielle's producing from the chair behind me. I don't mind. I love it. She says, I want towns and times. All right, Danielle. You speak, I listen. All right. Are we still estimating an average speed here of probably somewhere on the order of about 35 miles per hour on a line speed? I know our overall. What's that? 35? 35, 40. So it's picking up speed a little bit. Thank you. Oh, I messed it up, Danielle. Let's do it again. All right, hold on, stand by. Here we go. Towns and times, take 2. There we go. Okay, about 35 miles an hour off to the east. There are your towns and times. If you are watching on your smart TV, you can see it nice and easy. If you are not watching on your smart TV and you're watching on a device, you need some help probably to see the towns and times. So, Wenham, it's pretty much on top of you. Between now and the next 3 minutes, in Hamilton, Melrose, Watertown, Auburndale, Medford. About 5:07, when you get around Burrowville, Rhode Island, Natick, Mass, Gloucester, your leading edge. I think 5:08's a little early. I think that it's Gloucester, Rhode Island. Makes more sense. Thank you, Gloucester, Rhode Island. Danvers, Mass, 5:08. Malden, 5:08. Somerville, 5:09. Essex, 5:10. Northbridge, 5:10. Upton, 5:10. Everett, 5:10. That is the leading edge to the heavier stuff as it moves in on top of you, okay? Still no indications of anything that's imminently tornadic showing up again. That's good. We've tried to keep you a step ahead of that at all times so that you know before the tornado warnings come out when it looks like they'll be issued. I don't see anything that would warrant that right now. If you are watching, let's say, in Rockport and Gloucester, what's going to happen is the cell to the southwest is going to hit you basically at the same time the line comes in. So again, towns and times on that particular cell capable of at least small damaging wind is going to be 513 Danvers, 514 Salem, Beverly 516, Ipswich 525, Essex 526. Come down to the south, zoom it in. Boston Metro under the gun. You're now into it in Arlington. Let's see. We know Danielle. What did you say the Hanscom report? 41. 41. What's that? 40. 40. Pictures coming in out of Paxton, Massachusetts. Paxton is northwest of Worcester. So if you're in the Boston area, you say, well, what do I care now about Paxton? Well, because remember that this is going to be something where it's a good indication of what's headed your way. All right. Did I somehow make this small? I think I did. Let's make that big again. There we go. Good. These pictures are out of Paxton where there are reports. There you go. Wow, look at that. Wow, that tree was sheared, huh? That was something. Too hard to tell straight line or tornadic out of these pictures. Snap. That tree right there, pine. Now, pines are easy to snap, but at the same time. Hanscom just gusted to 59 5 minutes ago. All right, well, if you needed evidence and proof that we still had damaging wind ongoing, there it is. So now if you're watching, you say, whoa, what does that mean for me? Hanscom gusted to 59. So Hanscom Air Force Base is right at the Bedford-Lexington line. So it's right about here at I-95, okay? What that means is this line right here is producing gusts of 59 miles an hour, and it is charging into the Boston Metro. So there will be considerable damage done. You said 59, Danielle?
59 miles per hour, 5 p.m. Yep.
I just saw, okay, I was seeing your chat message of 50. I didn't know. So,
Oops. Oh, 59.
thank you, 59. All right, and right along with that, boy, we get the reports almost instantly here at 1 Degree Outside because of our partnership with the Skywarn Spotter Network. Just remember, you use the Send to Us tab of our app, and it goes immediately to the Skywarn Network. But we're getting reports from them, too. Bedford, Mass, tree down on wires in the area of 195 South Street, 48 Hartwell Road. Tree and wires down. Fire department reports that. Westboro, Massachusetts, Milk Street underpass under Route 9 flooded out and impassable. That is a typical spot. But just to give you an idea of how quickly we relay these reports to you, this is Westboro. I mean, the rain just came into Westboro about 10 minutes ago. We're already getting reports that we've got cars stuck. That's how quick the water is accumulated. And on top of that, we're talking about a situation where that's how fast these reports are coming into us, which we really appreciate. Report from Blandford that a house had its roof taken off. Not sure of a location on that. We'll see what we get for a follow-up on that. But again, at this point, severe thunderstorm warnings are going to have to be, I mean, when you look at this, there's technically no severe thunderstorm warning in Boston. It's going to have to be, I would think. Speaking of, you have the text app open to be able to get Boston Duck? That'd be great. That'd be great. We of course we provide weather forecasts for Boston Duck Tours. They knew that we had already told them that somewhere right around 4:30 to 5, lightning would be within their radius. So they're well aware of that. We told them that about 7 o'clock this morning. Sometimes they're watching here. So if you're watching here, hi guys. But we just want to make sure that we follow up with the text as the storm comes in. And that's a whole other thing we do. It's part of our private forecasting that we offer for organizations and companies. But let's get back to the radar analysis here. Uxbridge, you're right on the edge. You are likely going to get damaging wind in Uxbridge, Northbridge, Mendon. At least Uxbridge, I would say, to Mendon, because you're on the south side of this thing. It's blasting in pretty good. Let's go to the velocity scan. Yep, there we go. So watch this. I'm going to probe it. And 46 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. So you translate that to a downburst, and you're likely downbursting 50 to 55. What's that? Hey, there's the warning for Boston. All right, very good. Severe thunderstorm warning for Boston. And so look, part of this is, it's a very small sliver. You notice it stops at Dedham, doesn't go into Quincy. So you say, how come? How come? Look, I have a luxury. Danielle has a luxury. We can give you this information. We can tell you what we think is going to happen, and we need to be right because you won't watch us if we're not. But the National Weather Service gets graded by their probability of detection, did they pick up on it or not, and by their false alarm ratio. Did they issue a warning and it didn't happen? So they've got a big task, right? So essentially you get these warnings where it's a pretty good chance you're going to get that damage to happen, but not extended beyond that. Now I can look at this and say chances are good based on the way that this thing looks coming into Uxbridge. You're gonna sustain damaging wind sometime in the next 40 minutes, somewhere between Millis, Foxborough, Plainville, Walpole, somewhere in that zone, and you're not in the warning, right? You will be if it looks like that'll still be the case as it gets closer, because I can tell you that to give you that advance heads up. I'm not getting graded, to statistics to the same way, if that makes sense. So huge hats off, huge respect to them for everything that they're doing, constantly under scrutiny. We are too, just in a very different way, right? All right, let's get back into the North Shore. And you can see that now we've got the heavy downpours coming to I-95. So if you know someone who is getting ready to travel on I-95, all they have to do is wait about an hour or so, and the back edge will come from Hampstead and move across I-95. It's going to rain again later tonight, but it's going to happen later on. This is the worst of it. This is the most intense of it. Blast a strong wind coming into Rhode Island. We tell you we cover all of New England. We mean it. Burrillville to Gloucester. You're going to send that rain off to Smithfield, Woonsocket, Lincoln. Chances are good. Severe thunderstorm warning will come out for northeast Rhode Island in very short order. Similarly, you've got pretty good burst that comes in out of Colchester, Connecticut. No warnings associated with it right now, but let's get a velocity plot out of Colchester, Connecticut, see where we're at. I see you still pinging on the chat, by the way, folks, and I appreciate that. Danielle appreciates that. I'm going to check that in just a second. I see you out of the corner of my eye. Let's see. So we've got, there you go. See, this is what I mean. Is there really no warning right now in Norwich, Connecticut? Well, Norwich is one of the spots. I mean, you've got 60-mile-per-hour wind. It's been picked up aloft there. This is an area that, again, I don't have to get judged on that, but I can tell you, if you are in Lebanon, Franklin, Bosra, Connecticut at Route 32, chances are good. You've got a little burst of damaging wind coming in. You're blowing 60 off the deck at about, it's a few thousand feet up. But it's going to mix down inside that. So just so you know, next up will be Taftville, 395 corridor, Norwich up to Hanover, Connecticut. You've got a burst of damaging wind that's coming in now as well. 68 degrees in Rochester, New Hampshire, says Tom. Thank you. 1.01 inches so far, wind out of the northeast. Humidity dropped. Says Steve. I'm not sure where you are, Steve, but thank you very much for that. Downpour lightning, Medford, right on time, 5:05. Good. That's the idea. The towns and times are good, but you have to make sure that as the meteorologist, you've got the speed right. Because if you don't have the forward speed right, then the towns and times are going to be completely wrong. So hats off. Thanks, Danielle. Great job on the towns and times there. Art says, we were just at Milk Street. It was really bad. That's in Upton. Thank you, Art. Appreciate that. Nick says, brightening and clearing out in Ashby, 67 degrees. Yeah, the cool air comes charging in. Just started pouring in Medford, Matthew says. Thank you, Matthew. Dark and windy by the Natick Mall. Not raining yet. It will be momentarily. Stoughton. All right. Is Stoughton in the warning? Oh, I see. Is Stoughton in the warning? So, look, if you're not yet, you're going to be shortly, right? Because here's the thing I want you to take home, is this whole line of storms from Malden to Holliston to Uxbridge is marching east. So you're very likely going to be in short order regardless, all right? Pouring in Peabody, yes, it has arrived to you. Thank you. Keep me posted on the wind in Peabody if you would. That would be great. And raining in Uxbridge, it has arrived for you as well. Okay, so here we go. A bigger view. So those of you from Maine all the way down to Connecticut can get well taken care of. And if we shift the view, I will go just region by region. We're going to settle into Boston here in a moment. Let's go up to Maine, though. You can see it's downpours up and down the Maine Turnpike, almost perfectly following the interstate. Isn't that incredible, huh? This storm coming to the northeast, just outside of Lewiston, is headed to the state capital of Augusta. We expect it to arrive to Augusta at 5:40. It's already starting to rain for you, but that's the center of the downpour that's coming in. There is no imminent threat for damage with that. It is just heavy rain with some thunder and lightning that's coming in as well. So let's go ahead and take the view and shift it down a little bit farther to the south and get a better idea for the New Hampshire seacoast and southern Maine. From Wells to Portsmouth to Hampton to Amesbury along I-95, torrential rain, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning coming down in coastal Rockingham County and stretching all the way back to Stratham and Exeter. Once you start getting to Epping, you're on the back side of it. But again, a whole wall of lightning coming in. We had kind of issued our own special marine warning, so to speak, on this one for Portsmouth Harbor, Hampton Harbor, because there's no marine warning because it doesn't look to be damaging wind, but cloud-to-ground lightning, if you're a recreational boater, is a big deal. Absolutely. Well, if you're any boater, it's a big deal. Down to the south we go, Essex County, Route 133, Route 97, Route 95. And 114 getting poured on right now out of the Blackburn Circle. It hasn't arrived yet, but it's coming and crossing over Route 1 at Hamilton, Wedham. It's going to be making its way towards you shortly. I said Route 1. I probably should have said 1A, but nonetheless, it's coming in on you out at Cape Ann. Down to the south, Peabody. We know it's pouring from the chat. Thank you, everybody who's been chiming in. We appreciate that. Pouring now in the Mima area. I'll get to you in just a minute. That is down in Framingham. Shrewsbury has lightning and heavy rain. Downpours, wind and lightning in Northbridge. No wind or rain yet, but constant thunder in Blackstone, Millville. Okay, thank you for that. Now Uxbridge is getting hammered. Let's get down to the south then. Here is the leading edge. Coming into Lynn, coming into Revere. Chelsea, you are minutes out from this storm. There is the potential of damaging wind to occur from Chelsea to Revere on some of the large limbs on the trees. Tree in a house in Bedford. So that's an update out of Bedford where we had talked about Hanscom Air Force Base gusting to 59 miles per hour, and now we've got the tree on the house. More reports coming in farther to the west from earlier. There's a few folks out in Holyoke that damage is coming in. All right, we know that. These storms have a history of damage, and you can see stretched out through Framingham now. There's that MEMA area report, right? The MEMA bunker is in Framingham. Speaking of MEMA, the latest estimate from MEMA of power outages in the state of Massachusetts sits at somewhere close to about 7,000. Most of that has been through central Mass, but remember, this is kind of the witching hour now in eastern Massachusetts as the storms come in. We heard about Uxbridge getting pounded in the chat. Thank you. I appreciate everybody who's keeping us posted through our interactive chat via social media and YouTube. Now you can see Uxbridge is right under the heart of that downpour coming into Mendon, and you'll be next at Milford, Medway, and Franklin. I can also tell you that as I look off to the side, there is still no indication of any tornadic rotation or anything like that. So at this point, we are transitioning to a straight line wind event, and I feel pretty confident about saying that. The only spots we'll need to watch will be in Norfolk County, perhaps northern Bristol and Plymouth County as you get on the edge of the ocean air. We'll see what happens with that. There's the rain blasting into Gloucester now. The potential for some damaging wind here. We still have not seen an extension to the east of the severe thunderstorm warning, but a velocity plot over the Gloucester and Burrillville area, 39, 37. This will be touch and go. We're going to wait and see whether damage reports come back out of northwest Rhode Island, because your gusts may be 40 or 45. Should be enough for isolated damage, but if no damage is reported out of those areas, you probably won't see a warning come out of it. This was the area in Connecticut that I really feel like we've got to be getting blasted pretty good. There's no warning for it, but Norwich, Taftville, Lisbon, Versailles, all the way up to Hanover. That is a pretty good bowing segment that's coming out there, meaning it looks like a bow. And when you get these bowing segments, that is a sign of wind ushering in and rushing in back behind it. So what I did a short time ago is I said, all right, let's go over to the velocity plot on that one. And then when you start to analyze that, watch this. Ready? Yeah, 57 miles an hour. And so you're going to add to that downburst wind. You've got to be gusting 60. Warning or not, there's damage that's going to be done there. Bosworth, Connecticut, Norwich, Taftsville, Lisbon. So be tucked indoors, away from windows as this one comes on through. Not to leave out southern Connecticut, let us not forget our friends to the south. Here we go. Clinton, you're right on the leading edge. Old Lyme coming in next. So this is going to come through Saybrook, going to come into New London, going to come into Westerly soon. This is no longer really the time of year. You can see there's been a weakening on the south side, but let me see. What did New Haven gust to? Because this is, you shouldn't be getting a ton of weakening there. What's that? No, not much. 20-something knots. Yeah, so it's not a big deal there right now. We'll see. This is the time of year that the water is pretty warm from Block Island Sound up to Buzzards Bay. So this time of year, I don't write that off. I really don't. We'll see what happens with it. Back to the Boston area. Let's go back to the Boston area radar out of Taunton, Massachusetts, so you can get a good idea of this. By the way, look, there's been a lot of talk of this. I won't go too deep into it. We're doing severe weather coverage. But all these radars that you're watching were paid for by your tax dollars. They're part of the National Weather Service network of radars that's set up across the country. So this is all part of what NOAA and the National Weather Service provides, and what they do, and what your tax dollars and our parents and our grandparents have helped to buy over the years. So you can see that leading line now coming in over 107 at Lynn. So we're into the lightning. There is plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. Notice there's cloud-to-ground lightning, too, still happening off to the north and west over 28 from Reading and North Reading up to Andover, then down to Burlington for that matter as well. Somerville, we're into it now. Let's see if we can get a wind estimate on the radar. You know what? I think this would be a perfect time. Danielle, would you mind if I get in on the WSV3 for a sec? Okay, no, take your time. Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm going to take you in to the downburst estimate product that we have. Let me just make sure it's going to load before I take you in there. Downdraft gust potential. Yep, perfect, wonderful. Let's get you switched over so you can see it. Great. So I used this a little bit earlier, and I mentioned this is called WSV3. It is weather software that was built in Windham, New Hampshire. So it's kind of fun. Danielle and I have literally scoured the world, quite literally, looking for the best weather technology, and it's pretty cool when some of it comes right in out of someplace like Wyndham from a gentleman named Paul Maravelis. But what this does is it takes into account the downpour and says, okay, we've got strong wind, but now what is that going to translate to if you add in downward momentum, right? Because you should find it increasing as it comes down in the sky. In other words, how strong is the downburst going to be? 52 miles an hour just south of Peabody right now. So does this mean everybody gets into it? No, it tends to be confined to the areas that have the strongest and heaviest of the downpours. You can see that when we get around Winchester and Woburn, right now you're behind the worst of it. Around Malden, though, you're still getting signals of a 47 mile per hour downburst wind that may be coming in there. Farther to the west by Cochituate, there we go. We are still getting some indications of perhaps 50 mile an hour gusts, 48 miles an hour anyway. And then when we start going farther down to the south, this is when you get to Milford, where you really got to be careful. Check this out. 55 mile per hour downburst wind estimate between Route 16 and 140 when you get around the Milford stretch. And that's coming in on top of Milford. Bellingham, you'll be on the south side of that. Even if you go on the south end of it, you can see you're still talking about 52, 53 mile an hour downburst winds. So again, I don't know that this will necessarily verify for that whole area, but 100%. Milford to Bellingham, you've got good indications that you're probably going to be seeing what will end up being some damage. All right, report in from the Skywarn Spotter Network. Let me switch over to the more conventional radar. Report in from Skywarn Spotter Network that in Lynn, which you're now seeing on your screen on the upper right side of your screen, Lynn, Massachusetts, just gusted to 40 miles per hour. Thank you for the report, Skywarn Spotters, and the amateur, the ham radio amateur radio network. Let's zoom it out a little bit more. Newton and Needham, they're into it now, and that's what we were looking at coming into Milford. See what I mean? That's still a pretty good burst and blast of wind right there, and that's going to cause damage in spots anywhere from, let's say, Upton to Milford to Mendon down to Millville. Let me check in with the chat. Let's see what's going on and what you have to say. This is, after all, an interactive experience. I took you on a little tour, and that was a little bit of broadcasting there, but let's see what we got in the interactive experience. Heavy rain in Merrimack, Mass. Not much wind, though, says Mike. Okay, thank you. Tree down in Medford. Well, there you go. So that's what we looked at just now with the downburst stuff about how there's spots it's going to happen and there's spots it's not. Thank you, Matthew, for the report there. Saugus, heavy rain, lightning, wind from Charlie. Appreciate it. Very good. What's that? More tree damage in Medford. Medford continues to come in. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate that. Lead edge of the squall line hitting Salem now. Sudden heavy rain and wind, thunder, lightning in the distance. Ken, thank you. Very good. All right, Matthew, Mystic Valley Parkway closed in Medford due to a tree down blocking the road. All right, I'd love to say I'm surprised, but we aren't. Are we, Matthew? Thank you for the information there. Really appreciate it. We're going to hear more of that now coming up and down Route 1 and the Linway as we watch this, really the core of a pretty resolute storm coming out of Saugus, going into Lynn, crossing Route 1. Nahant, you're up next. Winthrop, you're not far behind. Logan Airport will go into delay. I'm sure we already are. I'll see what we can find for, here we go. See what we can find at Logan, but I'm sure we've got to be, yeah, okay, Boston's got an airport closure. What's that? Okay, ground stop. All right, very good. Let's view the details on that. Non-scheduled closure, which is 10:56 p.m. That was not now. Okay. All right. Very good. That is okay. So right now is the ground stop. All right. Very good. Ground stop means that basically they've stopped the air traffic from going out, and you can understand why. The airspace is not a real friendly place to be right now. So you're going to find the delays that'll be compounding there as well. Let me see if I can go ahead and bring up some flight radar, and we can take a little look at that here together in just a second. I'll go ahead and load it up. May take me just a second, but I'll get with you. All right, so down to the south, you can see where we have that other area of kind of the push of wind coming in with that more significant thunderstorm that we have right now, and that's the one coming out of Mendon. Bellingham up next. Franklin, hang on. You'll be next in this. You are, and there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. Here it is, extending to the east toward Avon, Brockton, and Randolph. Do you remember when I had told you a little while ago that the National Weather Service is judged by probability detection false alarm ratio, so they got to wait a little bit longer to make sure it actually looks like it's going to hold together. So now it clearly is, so it gets extended there, right? So that's one of these things that you find it come a little bit later in the game. But 6:15 is the expiration time on that one, and that also includes the northeast corner of Rhode Island. So good to know there. All right, let's take you over. I'm going to swing you over to flight radar now for those of you who do have interest in Logan. You can see all the planes are grounded. Not many people going in or out. Who's this? What do they got? Let's see. They just left Boston, go to Dublin, and they got off at 5:24. They got off a minute ago. But other than that, everybody's hanging out there, and everybody's hanging out at the terminal. So that's where we're at Boston. Let me see if we can get what is the latest on the delays. I think are 60 minutes. Yeah, average delay is 60 minutes right now on departures. So that's the update at Logan. If you were curious about that, you've got it now. Let's go back to the radar. Line of storms now coming in through the Boston Metro. This is kind of the time of worst impact for right in downtown Boston. The first drops are just coming in now for Back Bay. And this updates every 60 seconds, so you're going to see that next one come in. Marblehead, you're in it. Gloucester, here we go. Reports of wind damage coming back from your west have been in pockets. Just checking the latest from the Skywarn Spotter Network. Nothing new since that report out of Lynn that I was telling you about. We'll check social media and see what we have coming in there. Oh, this is impressive. You ready? This is. I'll just take a second on this one. This was the storm as it was approaching Northampton, New Hampshire. Look at that, huh? Incredible inflow going into the storm. Really remarkable display. Very cool. Okay, let's get back over to the radar for you. We'll go south. Again, city's just about to get into it. Dedham, you're getting some rain out ahead of it. The worst of it actually is not when the rain begins in some place like Dedham or Medfield. It rains for a little while for you. It's a really nice storm in terms of the fact that it gives warning to folks who are outside. So there's a cluster of some really good, if I zoom in, you'll see there's a cluster of really good cloud-to-ground lightning right now at Milford, and then it goes all the way up 495 to North Milford. All those white lines and yellow lines that you see are cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. But that actually, you've got a lot of rain before you get into that initial lightning. So it's good warning for people who are out there anyway, which is always a good thing. Thank you to everybody seeing the pictures that have been coming in on our reports. So basically the bottom line here is if you use our app and you use the Send to Us tab, then that goes not only immediately to us, but also to the National Weather Service Skywarn Spotter Network and the amateur radio group. And so you're really, when you share it with us, instantly sharing it with the rest of the weather community at large. Of course, they're all quality controlled and checked and all that, but you get the idea. So thank you for those of you that have been helping out the meteorological community by using our app and sending in the reports. Very much appreciated. Oh, good. Nick says, super neat about Skywarn looking into becoming a trained spotter. Yeah, Nick, reach out to us. Use the contact form on our website. I'll put you in touch with the right people. Heavy rain starting to hit Ashland. Thank you, Dominic. Rumbles of thunder in Hingham. Yeah, you know what? It's funny. Amy, it's still a good ways off, to the west, but you can hear it. I mean, it's a nasty line of storms. Plus, you got a lot of the cloud-to-ground strikes that are up by Lynn carrying across the ocean for you. Maureen, thank you for the thumbs up. Really appreciate that, and thank you for sharing the app and the info with family. I appreciate that too. This is a big part of it, right? Looks like Mendon's through the worst of it. That's right, Katie. Katie, I think that overall, if we zoom in a little bit more, we're in a good place in Mendon. You've had the worst of it go by. The only thing that I would caution you toward is that we are still seeing lightning back behind the main line. Actually, a pretty good amount of it. There's still strikes within the last couple of minutes all the way up to Grafton. And the only reason I say that is sometimes we do get some pretty tough reports of folks that are injured because the worst of the storm went by and they go out and the lightning's still going on. So there's a lot of cloud to ground strikes. If you can stay put and stay sheltered for another 40 minutes or so, I think you're going to be in a good place. Okay, great. Just looking at some of the latest stuff coming in. Heaviest of the rain and wind is passing Upton. Good, Stephen. Thank you for that. Yeah, you can see here too. Worse if it's off to the east. Stephen, how bad was the wind in Upton, if you don't mind? I'm just wondering for folks who are in Millis, because they're just about to get into it. Medfield's just about to get into it, and you almost were exactly in line for Millis and Medfield. So if you don't mind, just give me a little heads up as to what the wind did for you. Oh, okay, yeah. Katie says just was worried about tornadoes in Mendon and that area. Yeah, no, it's you're good. You're good. You're past it. In fact, right now, one of the things. Thank you for mentioning that. One of the things I mentioned earlier is we are pretty much, with one accepted area that I'm going to watch, we are pretty much past the concern about tornadic development. So we had that earlier, but what's happened is we've started to see colder air get drawn in from the north and west, and so we've seen a transition of these storms to mostly now go over to straight line wind damage. That happens. It's a part of nature as you make this transition. The only area you got to keep watching, and someone's watching right now going, of course, it's my house. The only area you got to keep watching is right around Franklin, Walpole, Medfield, Norwood, Randolph, Stoughton, Brockton. And I mentioned this earlier, that this was the one area I was going to keep watching. And the reason for that is because while the ocean is not cool right now, it's the warmest it's been, there is a difference in air mass between what's been coming up from the south off the ocean and what's been in place for the rest of us. And we do sometimes see rotation increase slightly on the leading edge to that. So that's why I really want to watch Norfolk, northern Bristol, and northern Plymouth County as that segment comes in on top of you. Lightning in Sterling, Mass. Okay, thank you very much, Scott. Scott, this is what I was talking about. Scott just backed it up, right? So Sterling is, look at this. Yes, there it is, Scott. I see the strike. You can see it right here. We can go down to street level. There you are in Sterling. You've had two strikes nearby. One of them was down by Sterling Campgrounds. The other one over on Maple Street. And look how far back, folks who are watching from the Boston area wondering when's it going to be over. Look how far back that is. Scott's on the back edge of this whole thing. You look at the radar, you'd think, oh, it must be over. And actually, from a zoomed out view, I didn't even notice that lightning still going on there. Thank you, Scott. So what's just for folks who are on the leading edge to this thing, Scott, what was your total time start to finish? Probably, I would guess, like an hour 15, an hour 20. But let me know so I can pass that along. Wow, Art at Berry Hill Farm. Remember I was asking what happened in Upton so that folks in Millis and Medfield and Walpole and Norfolk? Art at Berry Hill Farm confirming 58-mile-an-hour gust that's coming in. Danielle, might be worth doing a push out from, let's say, about Dover, Dedham, Quincy, southward to, well, frankly, southward to the canal. Just saying that we're streaming now, and there's, confirmed gust near 60 coming in. Upton, it's right behind the line. It's coming in. I mean, that was an instantaneous, pretty much report. Art, thank you. Look at this is where the chat. You guys are amazing. This is huge. This is huge.
That really gusted to 45. All right, I'll push that right now.
I'm actually. Nope. I'm sorry. You're good, Danielle. Thank you. All right, let's see. Supposed to be a show at Lita Bank Pavilion at 7, driving in from Needham. Oh no! Delayed. Do they cancel? Do they cancel? They must if it's bad enough, right? I would say delayed unless the artist performing says they have a tight schedule to keep and can't be delayed. So I don't know the answer to that one. It's almost as bad, maybe worse, than asking if the Red Sox are going to play. Scott, thank you. About an hour. Okay, great. So Scott everybody who's out ahead of this thing, Scott just confirmed in chat that Sterling was about an hour 15, hour 20 on a total duration. So as this comes into Boston, start your watches. You've got about an hour and 20 or so before you get on the backside. Honestly, Scott's not done with it either yet. So let's call it an hour and a half before it's done. So if you're trying to make plans, and there you go, Leader Bank Pavilion, right? Start to finish, about an hour and a half. So there will be more showers, though, that develop back behind this front, just so you know. Are these push out to sea? What's in store for us tonight? Yes, these are going to push out to sea, and then we're going to redevelop. I can show you that, actually, in just a second. Let me see. Starting here, Thunder in Foxborough, very good. Thunder in Easton with lightning. Yup, thank you very much. Just a light rain now in Dudley. Very good, very heavy 20 minutes ago. Had to do emergency leaf removals from 2 gutters in the back of the house. All right, that's actually really helpful to us to know too, because remember I was talking about our private forecasting side. So Nichols College, we're proud to take care of them, and they're in Dudley, as you know. So thank you for the update there. That's great to know, and that helps us out on a number of levels behind the scenes. Beverly, Danielle just said Beverly gusted to 45. So you are still very much producing damaging winds inside of this. Very good. Thank you. Tree in a house in Lynn. We have a tree down in a house in Lynn. According to Skywarn Spotter Network, it's Sutcliffe Road. Sutcliffe Road. Okay, here we go. So that Beverly gust that just came through now is just about to hit Gloucester. You ready, Peter? Peter Lavasco, if you're still on the chat, let me know how you do. It's coming in on top of you. Here is that area that I told you I wanted to pay close attention to. You ready? I'm going to switch this over. This is Millis Franklin, headed to Walpole, Norwood, Mansfield, Easton, Stoughton. Watch this. I already know what it's going to look like. That's your storm relative velocity, with red indicating air moving one way and green indicating air moving the other. This is your shear axis, we call it, okay? This is, it's normal. It happens. It's an indicator that you've still got puffs of damaging wind. This is where Art just reported behind it. When that shear axis came through him, he got that gust to 58 miles an hour, okay? So this is still damaging wind. And this thing is moving off to the east. That means Randolph's on the north side. Easton's on the south side. And in between, you got a good chance of finding gusty wind, a heck of a lot of rain, some lightning and thunder, and perhaps some damage in spots as well, all right? But what I'm saying is, remember, I had told you earlier that I really want to watch Norfolk, northern Bristol, northern Plymouth County. Because what can happen if the wind is turned enough out ahead of it, and let me check the latest surface obs. Well, the good news is you're generally to a southwesterly wind. So you're not doing a lot of turning of the wind. Taunton is a southerly wind. Little bit more turned there. So I just want to watch that. That's the bottom line. Because if you can wrap that shear line up a little bit, then you end up with a rotational problem. For now, you have a straight line wind problem, and that's where you're at. And as I've been saying, if you're just joining us here at the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network, we've been seeing a transition from what was tornado potential storms earlier, tornado warnings that were issued, to now a straight line wind event instead. Most of what we're dealing with now are plain old, so to speak, severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm always careful to say plain old because straight line wind damage, if it knocks a tree on your house, is just as bad as a tornado in someone else's neighborhood. So now the power outages are going up. Now we're starting to see them around Boston proper as well. Just about 8,000 that are without power now. Continuing to get some pictures that are coming in. Really appreciate that. Okay, let's get you a picture out of Holden, Massachusetts. You ready? Remember we had talked about Holden with that tornado warning a short time ago. So there we go. There's Holden, Massachusetts now via Alex Lee. Multiple roads impassable in Holden. Look at that. Look at that tree trunk. It got just kind of snapped right off there. That's a good picture, Alex. That's a good picture. That's near 619 South Road. A lot of tree damage in the Willowbrook Drive neighborhood of Holden. Michelle, should I move my chickens inside at Easton? I only smile because this is what I love about a digital first weather offering. I'll be candid with you. I have no clue when you'd need a wide to move chickens inside. What kind of weather conditions? Lightning, wind, rain, could blow the chicken coop over? You got to teach me more in chat, and I can answer it a little bit better, all right? But I'm glad you're asking, and I'll be eager to learn. Still thunder and lightning in Methuen. The rain has slowed. Okay, still getting thunder, yeah, in the Framingham area. Absolutely, absolutely. Huh. Okay, let's go back to that shear axis. I'm going to take you in. You ready? I'm going to go back into that. Remember, this is New England zone, right? This is that homegrown, built in Windham, New Hampshire, WSV3 weather software. So look at that. Yeah, this is from Bellingham up to Medfield. It's the bottom number you want to look at. 51 miles an hour. 51, 52. So that's coming into Medfield. That's coming into Walpole. That's that shear axis that I was telling you about. Interesting. Look at Framingham. I want to go back. Let's go back over to the regular radar for a second, and I want to go back up to. What's that? Bowing out in Framingham.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation on the south side of it.
Okay, Danielle says we're bowing out in Framingham. What does that mean? That means that we're starting to get the storms looking like a bow. What do you care? That's a sign that colder, drier air is rushing in on the backside.
0.5 Enrod,
Thank you.
the northwest side of South.
Northwest side of what?
South Walpole.
Okay.
The south side of that one.
Okay. Okay, so what you have here, yeah, good. We got a couple things that we can help here. So what's going on here is you got cooler, drier air blasting in backside of the storm. Now it resembles a bow from Natick to Norfolk. This is a signature of damaging wind that's shaping up again. And so that was what I was telling you was starting to show up on that downburst product. Let's bring that back into play. Did I do something wrong? There we go. Let's bring that back into play. That downburst product now, if we come up and we go in, so looks like it's shrunk a little, but it's still 52 miles an hour or so in that zone. So that's the concern is you've still got the downburst gusts that are blowing over 50 coming out of that Boeing segment. I can get you towns and times with that. Let's do it. Stand by. I want to zoom the view out so you can see your towns and times. Here we go. That Boeing segment, that damaging wind potential, straight line for the most part, but watching it to make sure it doesn't rotate on the south side in Norfolk, northern Bristol, and northern Plymouth County. There are your towns and times. If you're watching on the smart TV, it's easy to see. And by the way, if you have a smart TV with a YouTube app, all you got to do is open it up, search, and search for the number 1 Degree Outside Network. And you will be able to watch this in all your TV glory. But if you're watching on a device, hard to see the towns and times. Let me take good care of you. Dover, of course, the bow is on top of you right now. Norwood by 550. The strong wind and rain and lightning is on top of you. Dedham, 553. 6 p.m. at Milton, at Brookline. Now, you're into it already. If you're in Brookline, you say, I'm into the storm. Yep, this is that Boeing segment. If it makes it as far north as Brookline and Boston, then it'll be 6 o'clock in Brookline and 6:05 in Boston. I don't think it's going to make it to Boston. I think Boston is transitioning to the cooler air already. I do think it's going to make it to Randolph at 6:02. That should hold together. You've got plenty of warmth and humidity that's in place. Chat, checking in. Again, you can chat with us, and I really appreciate those of you who are. Crazy downpour in Dover, Mass. Just started. Yup, you're into it now. Not much wind at the Framingham area at the moment. For MEMA, lots of rain, some occasional thunder still. Thank you. Heavy rain has started up again in Beverly. Yup, you're still into it for a while. Keeps feeding in from the south and west. Bangor, Maine, getting hammered pretty good. Oh, all right, Sean. Thank you. Wind has stopped in Brighton. All right, so it's through Brighton. So Brighton's had the worst of the wind come through. And again, I really do think that Boeing segment's going to stay south of you in Boston proper and Brighton. All right, so Bangor, Maine. Yeah, so we can go back up there. We took a quick look. Here we go. And the only reason I say quick is because you'll see for yourself. It's pretty good on radar. When you look at the velocity, you say, whoa, but it's outside really a lot of what you're able to measure there. So it's good. They're getting some pretty good downpours. Let me go ahead and just swing over. That's the gray Maine radar. You take a quick look at Caribou. You can see you've got your real intense downpours at I-95 and the Maine Turnpike in Augusta right now. Gardner still feeding in on top of you as well. And then down in Portland, we're through the worst of it for the most part in Portland. Let's get back over to the southern New England radar. And again, through the worst of it now, New Hampshire seacoast. But to the point that we had earlier out of Sterling, look at this. You still have cloud-to-ground strikes back at Hampstead on the back side of this thing at Kingston. Back behind this, you still have cloud-to-ground strikes that are going on right now. Billy says, proud to be a sponsor. You guys are killing it and helping the public. Billy, thank you so much. We are so grateful to all of our sponsors. For those of you interested, membership.onedegreeoutside.com. You can become a member, support what we do. We are a bootstrap startup, just getting off the ground. So all the support we get, we appreciate. Some of you, it's a $2 a month support. So generous and so nice. We appreciate everybody. And then some small businesses become champions, and we feature them in our videos and everything. So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate that. It's very nice. Okay, so the rotation, Danielle says, is increasing in the area we were watching down by Walpole. Let's get to it. So there it is. You'll remember this was the area that ever since this thing was back around Worcester, we said we were a little concerned about. And let's go in. Yep, trying to wrap up over Route 27 in Walpole right now. So you're already tucked inside away from windows because of the severe thunderstorm warning. Ooh, look at that shear. It's picking up. See the reds right in the middle there? Let's make sure this is on. Yeah, that's on. Okay. All right, let's go back over. All right, that's on the leading edge. Okay, I get it. That's that shear axis. That's that shear axis. So what Danielle's saying is, watch out right there, right at the top of it. So this is a little bit of what we call a bookend vortice. For those of you, it's an interesting term. But bottom line is, as you pulse wind out, all right, you think about it for a second. The air's going to swirl, right? It swirls around. It'd be like if you blew the air, it makes eddies. And so you always want to watch both above and also below on the south side. You usually want to watch and make sure that you don't get enough of a swirl that it spins something up. It's trying to do that right now at Route 27. It is not tight enough for me to tell you to get down in the basement, but it's trying to spin up, and that's what's happening. You're getting one of these kind of weak examples of a bookend vortice that's getting spun up there, all right? Rentham, hammered, getting hammered in Rentham. That is coming down hard. I bet there's hail right there. Let's take a look at Rentham. Are you about to get hail? We're going to find out. You ready? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Looks like Franklin was the last place to pick up the hail, at least out of the radar estimate. All right, keep me posted if you're in Rentham. I want to know if you end up getting the hail. All right? Zoom it out a little bit. There's the storm. Remember we were talking about it was going to make it to Northeast Rhode Island. Here it comes, Providence. TF Green, going to be up next. My guess would be they're probably under an airport weather warning, but if not, they will be any second. All right, you ready for North Shore reports, folks, from the Skywarn Spotter Network? Here we go. By the way, before I get to that, from our own network in the chat, Marianne says streets are flooded in Salem, Massachusetts. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. First loud thunder in Situate, says Allie. Appreciate it. Slowed and picked back up with lightning in Needham. Rain is now tapered off in Brighton. Well, all right, it's going to pick back up again. It's not done for you. It's come down in intensity. But look at this. You got big old downpours with thunder and lightning back out coming off of 95. So hang on there, Sam. You got it still coming back into Brighton. All right, North Shore reports, Skywarn Spotter Network. This would be the ham radio, amateur ham radio operators doing a great job, letting us know that Freetown's got tree and wires down, Pawnee and Mohawk Avenue. North Shore reports, 5:30, Salem, Massachusetts, Madeline Avenue, tree and wires down in a car. Beverly, Mass, tree down in several cars on 11 Pleasant Street. Peabody, tree branch wires down. Sparrow Lane, 2 trees down on Summit Street in Peabody. Danvers, Massachusetts, tree down across Adams Street, and Saugus, Massachusetts, Emery Street, tree down. So in short, what you're seeing is a verification of what we were looking at on radar, right? So the technology helps you to try and do it in the moment. The Skywarn Spotter Network helps you to find verification. Why has that been important? Because all through the day, just watching that rotation down for those of you south of Boston, all through the day, we have been seeing that it's been helping us to prepare people ahead of the storm. It's a lot different when you hear, yeah, radar estimate is 50 miles an hour and you got to take my word for it, versus when you actually can get the reports that are coming out.
Ground stops at Boston, Baltimore, D.C., LaGuardia for all thunderstorms.
Boston, Baltimore, D.C., and LaGuardia all have ground stops, Danielle says, due to thunderstorms. Boston, Baltimore, D.C., and LaGuardia all in ground stops. Let's look at, you know what then? Heck, let's go back to, oh yeah, wow, okay. Interesting. Let's go back to the flight radar. We'll zoom this, before I do that, it's a fun thing, but at the same time, I don't want to leave this storm for too long coming into Canton in particular. So the area I'm looking at is just over Route 1. Here it is. All right. Watch this. We'll go to the storm relative velocity. So it's not touching, and it's not something where it's tight enough that we're imminently concerned about tornado development yet. But again, just remember on the big picture, it was like an hour and a half ago that I told you would be concerned about this area when it got there. So my point in that isn't because we told you. My point in that is that the atmosphere is favorable for something to try to spin anywhere between about, let's say, Canton, Randolph, Scituate, southward. And we'll probably end up watching that one coming through Rhode Island too. But I'm thinking anywhere down to Easton, Hanson, Duxbury. In that zone, we're going to have to pay close attention and watch pretty carefully. All right? So, yep. Yep, streets flooded in Salem. Thank you. Let's take you over to that flight radar, and actually you can see all the holes that Danielle was mentioning, right? You got the holes that show up around Boston. A lot of airspace that's open there. New York, they may be in a ground stop, but hey, it's New York, baby. They still get the flights. But you can definitely see the holes that show up from New York down to Baltimore and down toward D.C., right? So you get the ground stop that's in place, and that's impacting air travel, obviously, over a huge part of the area. I'll check social media while I'm at it and see what we've got for new pictures. As you've seen, we've gotten some interesting ones along the way.
Really big KDP spike with that wall building.
Boston Dad Moderate says, what chat are you reading? There's a lot of chat on YouTube, but you're not reading those? I should be. I'm seeing them all coming in. They all say YouTube here. So it's possible. I guess the only other thing would be perhaps we need to check and see. Let me see if I can find, hold on, there may be a second one. So YouTube, we've got two feeds that are going at the same time. And so it's quite possible that the feed is coming in, that you may be on the second chat. So let's see. This is the first time that we've actually done this on both our 24/7 network that we've launched and on our regular severe weather live stream, which gets embedded into the 24/7 network. So I'm going to keep looking for that. I am on the one though that's on the live stream right now. If you go to livestream.onedegreeoutside.com, there's also a chat that's in there that we can that we get updates from as well. So I appreciate all the chats that are coming in. All right, Ipswich is starting up. We got that. Thank you very much. Where are we? 552. So these are all older ones. Good. Nope. Good. Okay. Excellent. Lightning above Littleton. Thank you. And let's get back down to that storm south of Boston now and see what we've got going on. Okay, this is that Boeing segment we talked about where, again, if you're just joining us, you've got this large area that looks like a bow, and that does produce damaging wind gusts. It doesn't mean the whole area in that bow is going to be damaged, but it does mean there are all these spots along the way that have the potential for damage, okay? So I'm going to go on the leading edge to that. We'll take it off to the east. About 35 miles per hour. That's still for the line what we think is pretty accurate, or Danielle? Oh, yeah, it's still about 35 miles an hour, maybe 30, 39, somewhere around there. All right, so here's our towns and times on that Boeing segment, which is capable of areas of wind damage. If you're watching on a smart TV right now, you can see it. The way to watch on the smart TV is the YouTube app. Do a search for 1 Degree Outside Network, the number 1 Degree Outside Network. If you are watching on a smaller device, I'll help you out. Foxborough, moments away. Stoughton, about 5:58. Around or just after 6 o'clock at Mansfield, Randolph, Avon, Quincy. About 6:05 in Holbrook, Braintree. About 6:10 at all the following spots: Easton, Hull, Weymouth, Brockton, Rockland, Hingham. Abington about 6:15. Whitman and Cohasset about 6:20. Those are your times of arrival on that Boeing segment, which again is capable of producing pockets of damaging wind. We continue to monitor it for any signs of rotation, but generally, I mentioned earlier, we've transitioned into something right now where we're seeing mostly straight line wind damage. Canton actually has one very small but pretty strong burst of wind that's coming in right here on that Boeing line segment. There it is. Canton's got a little puff of wind coming on the north side of town, just about to come into 138. Looks like at this point it's coming over Sherman Street and Pleasant Street, headed out toward 138 or Turnpike Street. So I'll be curious if any of you are in Canton to hear how things are looking there. The chat has been phenomenally helpful in keeping us posted. All right, let's see. What do we have? Thank you, Northfield, Mass. Vernon, Vermont. Heavy rain, strong wind, some thunder. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm glad we're your new go-to Sparks. Thank you. Thank you. We're always here for you. Make sure if you don't have the app, you grab it, because then we can be there for you like 24/7. No rain in Rochester, New Hampshire. My temp said, oh, no rain left. I see. It stopped. Gotcha. I was going to say 1.01 inches. Great. Attleboro area, dark and humid. Yeah, soon to start raining. You're right. It's right on your doorstep. Great. Starting to let up a little bit in Framingham. All right. Okay. Very good. Yeah, it's in on top of you now. In Canton, oh, thank you, Benjamin. Appreciate it. There's the Canton answer. Pouring but no wind. Pouring but no wind. So we've got that signal, that signature on radar that the wind is trying to increase aloft, but at least where you are, no wind. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Getting more from Skywarn. What do we have? Hatfield. Interesting. Hatfield, Massachusetts. Video coming in of damage done earlier that I'm going to have to spend a little time looking at later. It was not of a storm, but damage done. And I guess that'll be something we'll have to look at there. Okay. All right, so what are we looking at? If you're just tuning in or if you've been watching for a while, we appreciate you being here. It's the 1 Degree Outside Weather Network. I'm meteorologist Matt Noyce. Meteorologist Danielle Noyce is behind me, and she's been monitoring a lot of the reports that have been coming in, both from you, and we are also teamed up with the Skywarn Weather Spotter Network, which advises both the National Weather Service and the weather community at large in New England. Every time you send in your alerts, your send to us pictures and video via the Send to Us tab of our 1 Degree Outside app, it goes directly to the Skywarn spotters, and we share that information with them without delay. There are multiple ways to watch, but what we've been doing right now is we've been streaming for you live for several hours, I think almost 5 hours, somewhere thereabouts, ever since the first tornado warning out at the New York state line with Connecticut and Massachusetts, and we continue to follow these storms as they march off to the coastline. We are pretty much done with this now in terms of the severe weather threat for anywhere north of the Massachusetts Turnpike, with the possible exception of Cape Ann, where, here we go, now the special marine warning has indeed been issued after that gust came through Gloucester. And so from Gloucester, through Beverly, but Beverly gusted over 40 miles per hour. Gloucester to Rockport right now, still dealing with some of this. No concern with tornadic development, Rockport to Gloucester. The potential for a spot of damaging wind. We're watching the Boston metropolitan area. Just now, passing behind the worst of the storms, right in the city. Lightning runs all the way back out Route 2 from time to time through Acton. So you don't want to be thinking you'll go out there without any cloud ground lightning strikes, because the worst has passed. The worst has passed, but not the lightning. Down to the south, we've got this small area now that's coming out of Dedham, headed for Hull. There is still the potential for some localized damaging wind with that one, but nothing tornadic at this point. No lightning strike in Millis. Lightning strike in Millis. Thank you. What else do we have here? Nope. Okay. Just seeing if we have any additional damage coming in. Range started in Friendship, Maine. Thank you, Jill. It's great to see you on here. Let's give you a view of Friendship, Maine, shall we? Come farther to the north. Here we go. Look at that. We've got the rain in Maine, not just on the coastal plain. There's some heavy downpours that are in here all along I-95. The Maine Turnpike is soaked. It's been raining for hours now on the Maine Turnpike. You get north of Portland, it gets progressively more difficult. No flash flood warnings have been issued yet, but nonetheless, the rain's been coming down for a while. Who did? Norwood just gusted to 41. Norwood, Massachusetts just gusted to 41. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. That's all right. You're forgiven. 5 minutes ago. Very good. So 41 at Norwood. Folks, 41 is nowhere near enough to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. But with leaves on the trees, 41's enough to cause damage. So there's probably some spots of damage coming back there. 3-hour rain, yeah, this is what I mean for Jill and Maine. This is what I mean. We've had some spots in Maine that have been kind of leading the way on some of the rainfall, right? There's 2.2 inches of rain that's just come down in the last 3 hours. That is actually, even though we've been in a drought in Maine, we need it. We could use the rain. When it comes that fast, we are actually not too far off, I don't think, of our flash flood guidance in that area, meaning how much it would take to cause flash flooding. Probably not going to happen, but nonetheless, interesting to see. Let's go back down to the radar down south where Norwood, Massachusetts just reported that 41-mile-per-hour gust. We'll zoom it in. Norwood, there you go, Norwood Airport, right along, right off of Route 1. So that's where your 41-mile-an-hour gust came in. So what I'm telling you is that's the leading edge that you see that's bowed out. Just came through Randolph. Route 37, you're next. You're under severe thunderstorm warning. You'll likely get that same type of gust that'll come on through. North side of that is going to be this stuff coming up toward Hull. All right, you are on the north side of the potential for damaging wind gusts. And let me get the bar out of the way so you can actually see the towns and times. Quincy, minutes away. Hull, 6:12 on the core of that. Hingham, 6:13. Cohasset, 6:19. Those are your times. All right. Just shy of 9,000 outages in the state of Massachusetts now. Thank you. All right, let's check the chat again for all you guys. We'll zoom this out. Southern Connecticut, yeah, it really did. It got squashed quite a bit. Got squashed quite a bit down there. That surprises me a bit. I thought some of that was going to hold together all the way into New London, and it did not. So that's interesting. Thank you for the support, folks who are chiming in. Very nice of you. Getting out of the pool and pulling down the umbrellas in Kingston. Good idea, Daniel. Good idea. No damage on Cape Ann. All right, Peter, thank you very much. What did you end up doing, Peter? I know you'll know the answer to this. What did you end up doing for wind? I know it's still coming through. You get the heart of it right now. But I'll be curious to know what you did for wind when all is said and done. I'll be curious if you were able to squeeze out 40 like Beverly did. Hanover's got lightning, heavy and loud thunder, bright lightning in Mendon. Thank you very much. Quincy, you're into it right now. This is your worst time, basically, coming up for the next 15 minutes. You've got the worst of it that's going to be coming over you. Just getting more feedback here from folks who are up around Holden, Paxton, where earlier we were on with you when we saw that jump on rotation, and then the tornado warning came a short time later. Looks like there's some pretty interesting damage up that way that's going to have to end up being looked at a little closer. So we'll keep an eye on that, and I'll let you know if I see something big come in that way. Dark downpours, loud thunder, East Milton. All right, very good. Thank you. Just for those of you who are concerned that we may repeat tornado warnings, for the most part, we don't really believe that's going to happen. We are watching one last area that's got a little bit of kind of paltry rotation that's coming in over South Weymouth, but we're not overly concerned about that. Most of this now has turned to straight line winds. So what you're looking at here is if you were to see red and green real close together, then you got a concern with rotation, but we don't see that happening hardly anywhere anymore. It has been mostly a straight push of wind coming in, which is why a lot of this now, this wind damage is spotty and straight line as it comes through. Quincy, yeah, this is it. I was telling you, Susan, right, next 15 minutes, Quincy, hey, you're in it. So there you go. Quincy's got heavy thunder and lightning. Bless you. Danielle sneezing. Helen, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Please continue to spread the word. Let folks know you were watching. Like any startup, we're small and we're looking to grow, and your support is what makes that happen. Just like it made both Danielle and my careers happen on TV. That's all thanks to you. Thank you, everybody. All right, we're going to trees and wires down in Brighton. Okay, trees and wires down in Brighton. So you get farther south, and you know, you can see that we're right on the southern edge of the severe thunderstorm warning around Raynham and Easton. That severe thunderstorm warning out until 6:15, and you've been waiting a while, right? You say, is this still coming? Well, it's coming. I think it's going to take till longer than 6:15 to get in on you because it's still over Rhode Island. So what happened was the warning was issued when the entire area was moving east. But look what happened. The northern half of it broke off and moved off through Boston, Quincy, Randolph. The southern half of it stayed a little bit farther farther behind, and stayed a little more intact. So, you know, let's take a look at the velocity plot, see what do we have for wind that's showing up there. 35, So you go and you figure in, I always like to tell you that that's horizontal wind measured by the radar up high in the sky. You figure in the downpours, you probably will gust 40, 45 and get some spotty damage. I'll be curious to see. It could go either way on whether there's a warning, but it doesn't really matter in terms of what's going to happen. I think that's what your setup is. Your overall speed on these has been a little bit slower on the southern side, but at its current trajectory, these are your towns and times on that more southern edge, coming into Providence momentarily, Attleboro about 6:12, closer to 6:20 at the following spots: Mansfield, Norton, Rehoboth, Easton, Mass about 6:25, Raynham about 6:30, Taunton about 6:33, West Bridgewater 6:36, Berkeley, what's that? Berkeley, Bridgewater towards 6:40, East Bridgewater about 6:40, and then notice Kingston about 7 o'clock this evening. It gets in on top of you if it continues its current pace, which it should. They've been fairly stable. Every time I show the towns and times, I mention it, which is if you can't see this on your mobile device, but you're near a smart TV, at the office, at home, just load up the YouTube app and do a search for the number 1 Degree Outside Network, 1 Degree Outside Network, and you'll be able to watch us there. We do have a chat that's been ongoing. The chat has been happening on all social media platforms except Instagram. It's not because we don't like Instagram. It's just harder to do it on Instagram. Every time you go up, you got to do it. We had a tornado warned storm coming out of New York. I wasn't going to sit there and try and set it up. Large limbs down at Marlboro Middle, Marlboro, Massachusetts Middle School. Thank you very, very much. Can you do some coverage of Rhode Island, Paul? Yes. I'm not sure. Are you talking forecast? Because obviously we just maybe you sent that before I just did this one coming through Providence and Northeast Rhode Island. Yes, we were watching these storms coming out of Connecticut, ready for them to get to Rhode Island. But maybe you're in southern Rhode Island. I haven't done a lot with that. Newport, stuff like that. So here's what I think is going to happen for central and southern Rhode Island. These storms off to the west are kind of broken and they've been weakening. So chances are very good that from a line from Coventry to Warwick to Fall River southward, you're not going to get a lot of this to formulate and come together. You got one downpour at Griswold, Connecticut. It's going to move east. It'll hold together. It's going to rain. And that's going to be probably about 35 to 45 minutes from now, I would say. But in terms of more severe stuff, I just don't think that's going to happen. So if you're in southern Rhode Island, I hope that helped you. Southeastern Mass at large. Look, bottom line is we really think that this overall line, and I know I just did towns and times for you, but I can see some questions still coming in, and I want to make sure they're answered. So let's do it. Okay, here we go. So there's those towns and times, all right? No matter where you are, you get a little idea of that. And I think somebody just chimed in and said, what about Hanson? Yep, Beehive says, what about Hanson? There you go, there's Hanson. 6:40 arrival, all right? That's going to be the time for you on getting there. Still pouring in Canton. Should have cleaned my gutters, says Benjamin. Still no wind. Still no wind. All right, Benjamin, that's a great sign. And that confirms what we kind of were thinking from the radar, right? Which is that we now are down to these little pockets of wind that are left. And I'll be really surprised if we see too much in the way of wind damage coming in from... Thank you. Logan Airport is gusted to 37 miles an hour, says Danielle. Thank you, Danielle. Here you go, Hull. You got a pretty good storm coming out of Quincy, don't you? Zoom it in a little bit. Why not? Go street level for Hull. Let's do it. Let's do it. There's the storm right now coming off Quincy, coming over C Street, coming off the neck, about to move out over the waters. Is Fort Andrews getting into it. And you're up next now, Nantasket. It's raining already, but you'll get into some real heavy rain. I don't think we have this set as a security question. Danielle and I had our first date at Nantasket. I don't think you can break into my into my bank account because of that. Of course, even if you could, you ain't gonna find too much there. All right, Plainville, you got the downpour coming in on top of you now at 495. Mansfield, you're up next. Here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning. You say, am I gonna get any damage? Answer, probably not. Probably not. Most of you, the answer will be no. Here's why. If I probe the inside of this thing, you can see 31 miles an hour. Plainville's 27. Now that's up off the deck. It's going to increase a little bit, but still you're talking about now gusts to 35, 38, somewhere thereabouts. Highly unlikely you're going to get too much in the way of damage out of that. So we'll continue to watch and stay with you here just because I do want to confirm that weakening trend will hold into southeastern Massachusetts, but certainly I'm optimistic given the trends that we've seen. Special marine warnings are out now all the way down to Duxbury. It makes sense. Okay, let's see. I want to check for latest reports, see if there's any more good pictures to share with you. Yep. Here we go. Stand by. Okay, you ready? Let's go take you to Gardner, Massachusetts, or somewhere thereabouts earlier today when the storms were coming through there. Wasn't far from Gardner that we had a tornado warning that ended up being issued. It was like near Templeton, where we first started to see the rotation. So in this particular instance, you don't necessarily see a funnel per se, but there sure is some low-hanging cloud there, some inflow that was going up into that. So that may or may not, I don't know what direction that was looking, right? And I never want to draw conclusions and assumptions that are going to be wrong. I don't know what direction that was looking. I don't know whether that was looking out toward Templeton and where we were watching that rotation together here on the stream, but it certainly is interesting nonetheless, isn't it? That's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. Back to the radar. And what I'm going to do now, there we go, is I'm going to put on the current shear tracks for you. You ready? This is where there currently is wind blowing in different directions that might be concerning to watch in terms of rotation. You've got one area that's over Hingham, and that pretty much is it. But that area over Hingham, watch this. That you can see where that is, the red and the green, right? Air moving in different directions, all right? Right there, coming over 3A. However, two things. One, it's weak. Two, you've got some separation between it. I'm not worried about that thing ramping up into anything tornadic. So good news there. Let's go back over and take another look at that shear product again and see if there's anything else that we need to be watching for. Yep, one other area. Trying to come in down to the south. Right at the leading edge to that segment that's coming into Attleboro. What does that tell me? Well, again, let's go over to velocity. You really don't see much that stands out, do you? Nope. Not seeing any real indications of something that would indicate a developing vortex or anything like that. So that tells us maybe you're going to get a localized burst of stronger wind that can come through in the heart of that downpour, which is headed right from Mansfield coming down 106. So right at the heart of that, you might be able to get a little stronger burst of wind. Other than that, probably not. Same thing. This is what starts to happen when storms begin to weaken. When storm clusters and lines start to weaken, you start to end up zooming in to just the small areas that'll get hit. 123 West Street running into the center of Attleboro, right in that core, you very well may get a little wind gust in there. Could bring down some tree limbs, right? But you get the idea. Once they start to weaken, instead of what we're looking at earlier, and if I play this through over the last even just hour, I mean, you can see for yourself. Look at that. Look at the tremendous decrease in intensity. So rumors that the storms wouldn't survive to the coast were vastly overdone. They survived just fine. Rumors that they wouldn't survive to southeastern Massachusetts had a little more validity to them. So now what I'll do is let me stop this here, and I want to switch over to a forecast standpoint for you because a lot of you probably would like to know what's going to be coming next and what are we looking at next. Things can get a little squirrely on the graphics for a second as I switch it over. All right.
A lot of farmers markets like up in the Merrimack Valley are canceled tomorrow.
A lot of farmers markets are canceled tomorrow? Okay, all right, there we go. Danielle has advised farmers markets tomorrow largely have been canceling because of the rain chance. So here's the forecast by 7:45. There's not a lot going on. If you've got evening plans this evening, look, there's going to be some showers still coming through Boston to Hartford, South and East in particular. There'll be some eventually by 8:30 that start lifting up into Central Mass, Western Mass again. But you've got a few hours or a couple hours anyway. And then as we go out, watch this. You ready? 10 o'clock, you start filling it back in. 11 o'clock, midnight. That's just the beginning. There's actually, if I zoom the view out, more that's coming up from the south and west. This is a really slow-moving cold front, so it's going to take some time for it to come all the way through. So let me see if I can get this pulled up and where it's going to start for me here. All right. So look at tomorrow morning. You're back into it again. Even up into northern New England, you're getting back into it again. There's a wave of low pressure that comes along this very slow-moving front. By the time we get to, let's say that's 4 in the afternoon, that might be still a little bit pessimistic. I think I would be, I think we're hopeful for, Danielle, do you think it still looks like after 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, a lot of even eastern New England starts improving, or not anymore? I've been in severe weather land all day, but at... back edge of the steady rain, what, in Boston?
Boston around 4, showers.
Okay.
So it rains pretty much all morning.
Okay, so you know what? I'm glad you said that. You know, folks that are watching, hold on a second.
So early to mid-afternoon.
We actually, one of the things we do is we build our own forecast guidance, and we build it for the entire country. We call it the 1 degree outside prediction system, for real. So let's bring it up. Here we go. There were the storms. Oh, did a good job of those. There's the showers. You can see the timestamp in the upper right. So there's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Here you go. There go your youth sports. Yep, there they go. Maybe not on the Cape. Look at the Cape, Cape and the Islands. That's been a northwest trend over the last 24 hours, too, to get that rain kicking farther north and west. 11, 12. Oh, yeah, there goes hope at 1 o'clock. No, you're right, Danielle. Yep. 2, 3, 4. Yep. No, that goes on for a while tomorrow. So it looks like the trend is wetter and wetter. If you're in western New England or Vermont, not at all. Look at that. Northern Vermont, you get north of Middlebury, you don't have hardly anything that comes into play. Congratulations. The rest of us will be raining. Chance of severe weather is lower tomorrow. I don't know that I would say chance of severe weather is nothing tomorrow. Let's see. One of the things that we can do. All right, this will be a prediction that'll look at severe weather parameters for tomorrow. And let's go ahead and pull it up here we go. Well, we know it's not going to be a lot of thunderstorm energy. That part's for sure. That's not really the part I'm concerned about. Let's see. Yeah, not much in the way of concern for lightning flash. That's good. And here we go. How are we looking tomorrow? Survey says, yeah, we'll have to watch some of the rain bands to make sure there's nothing that's embedded in them that could turn severe from northern Rhode Island to southeast Mass. But generally, certainly a lot quieter than today. No question about that. What did I do? I got your radar up to Maine for you, didn't I? Taking care of our Maine folks. All right, let's get you back down to the south. Take care of our Boston folks, since Maine is no longer all that strong. Okay, thank you. Oh, there's some of their damage reports starting to come back in. There you go. Bedford, there's that tree in the house Danielle was telling us about 45 minutes ago. All right, so here we go. Norton Easton, watching this stuff moving in on you. Again, let's go ahead and take a look inside of it, see where we stand. Nope, nothing on the velocity that's that concerning. We're transitioning now into a time that's, look at that, 20 miles an hour. You got a gust of 30 maybe. So we're transitioning out of what has been severe weather and into what is now just kind of lingering thunderstorms as these come through. At this point, Danielle, I think we're going to be good. Do you think we're good here? Okay, so I think we're probably in a spot where the damage threat has kind of come down enough that we probably can bring this live stream down after 5 hours and 20 minutes or something like that. But look, we hope this has been helpful for you. We really appreciate everybody who's been chiming in. Just some reminders before we go, right? If you like what we do and you want to support us, we appreciate you very, very much. And that would be membership.onedegreeoutside.com. If you think this is helpful and can help out friends and family and can help out fellow New Englanders, please spread the word on social media. We are not doing any marketing or anything like that. This is an organic grassroots thing. So please spread the word about 1 Degree Outside. We cover all of New England. We're proud to do it. Can't tell you that we will be here every single thunderstorm you get, but I can tell you that on the big days, certainly, and the big events, we will absolutely be here with you. Want to remind you that we have our continuous stream. We are now New England's first ever weather network, and that's pretty neat. It's something I always thought would be really cool to do when I was at NECN, and never got to do it, and now get to do it, and I love that. So you can find that in a bunch of ways. If you haven't been watching today on your smart TV, load up the YouTube app, do a search for the number 1 Degree Outside Network, and you'll watch it. As soon as we come down off the live stream, we're going back to our regular programming that's up there, which is basically our videos, our forecast videos that play through. Beach and boating, monthly forecast, pattern predictions, all that stuff. The other thing that I'll say is that you can watch it online. If you go to onedegreeoutside.com, we link it there, or onedegreeoutside.live will get you right to it. And then finally in our app. Our app is 5 stars. It's free. Always please, when you get it, make sure you do allow location and notifications. We don't take your location. We don't take any of your information. It's us. We just need to be able to get you good forecast, get you alerts. A lot of what we did today was what we call geo-fenced alerting. We were circling certain areas and advising people, now's your time to watch. Now's what we're doing. So that's why we always say, please make sure that you turn it on. But again, big thing, thank you so much for your support. A lot of you have discovered us today. That's awesome. Thank you for your support over the years, getting us here. We've done this for exactly this reason, because the idea is we want to stay connected with you. You built our careers into what they became, and now a lot of you are going digital, and this works for you. And we said, let's do it. Let's do it. So appreciate everybody, and look forward to catching up with you again. Find us on Facebook. Find us on all social media platforms, the number 1 Degree Outside. And again, spread the good word. All right, that's it for now. Might be a little bit of a glitch as I switch over to the regular network, but let's see how I do. Maybe it won't be that much of a glitch overall after